Alright, hello everyone. Welcome in. We're going to get started shortly. I also have Arbase joining us today for a co-cast for the first set. Let me update my title here. Co-cast with that Arbase 9-6. There you go, and Twitch will do an ad in a moment, but I think we're all good. This is Group B. And I need to hide my one capture age thing. It's not done yet. Alright, I'm just about done with my capture age overlay in terms of the overlay components. I'll still need to update the way I interact with it so that I have a GUI and I'm not typing into a text file, but I'm happy with it so far. I think it's looking pretty nice. If you get the unique units on the overlay, then I think it'll be just about perfect. And alright, let's bring in Arbase. See, he's in my casting channel. Hello, Arbase.
Hello.
Hello.
You woke up yet?
I did wake up in time. Just barely. Showered and ate breakfast and everything, and I'm good. It's just after 9 a.m. Have they launched anything yet? I saw they have a draft.
No, not yet. They needed a small toilet break. Well, you were awake early though. Like, I think you messaged me at 10 a.m. my time. It's not a good time.
I woke up, I saw that you messaged me, I replied, and then I went back to sleep.
Why are you looking at Discord at 4 a.m.?
Why are you messaging me at 4 a.m.?
Well, because that's when you reply. Yeah.
Alright, so we're gonna have Valley as game 1, and Monocle and African River. Neither player taken the clown maps as their home map, sadly.
So, it's interesting. I was expecting a lot of infantry when I saw this draft. But only one player went for all the infantry civs.
Yeah, you're right. This could be 3 aggressive men-at-arms maps. You could play, like, Romans, Celts, Wu, Japanese, Dravidians, all the good aggressive civs. But Cataans for Z40, I'm surprised they fell so far in the draft for Valley. I think they're going to be a really good civ on that map.
Yeah, we've seen Khitan Sturgeons there already. You could play the way as well. Even Persians. Persians, where do you think they're gonna be? On African River?
Yeah, it has to be African River. They're gonna use the docks. It's the only map you can dock.
I don't love them for African River. Unless you do a douche, then I do love them.
I want that for Coast Arena.
Yeah, well. Don't have Coast Arena. No message from Sobek yet. He said he needed 3 minutes 6 minutes ago.
That's how scheduling works.
Have some time. No platinum today, so it's a bit more chill.
Yeah, no platinum.
What do you think of the first week of platinum? Did you watch a lot?
I watched some. I saw a couple of interesting Coast Arena games, like some transport ships.
True. Yeah, there was one interesting one, and then one that just turned into a water map. As long as not every single map is just 3 docks on water, I'm good with it.
Yeah, well, that's what I like about Coast Arena. It gives you the option to play water or play arena or do some combination. I don't think everyone's figured it out yet.
Well, good. That's what we want for that map.
Yeah.
Also, Sobek joined the voice chat.
Yay! That means they should be just about ready to go.
Yes. So we have these voice chats set up that players need to join. We have 12 channels, and usually, like, we have 3 matches going on right now. Usually there will be like 1 player in voice channel 1 and then the other in 8, and then the other game is like 2 versus 11, and it's super annoying, but they seem to be paired up nicely.
Yeah, usually they spread themselves out. I don't know what the logic is for picking a voice channel that's far away on the interface. Like right now we have Z40 and Sobek in 1 and 2. We got Youpudding and saymyname in 6 and 7. Then Target and AntagonisT in 9 and 10.
Well, saymyname is an 8.
Yeah, saymayname's an 8. 6 and 8. 6 and 8.
Okay, now this is the big test. Can I actually join the lobby? Yes, they left the spot open. Map's good. Everything looks good.
Yep, and I see they have the spec delay in the dashboard screen.
Yeah, that's really nice. So in the old version of the spec dashboard, you could only see the spec delay if you went to the browser.
Yeah,
and now you can
just
just see it on the main screen.
Yeah, that makes it much easier for admins, and we hopefully can prevent that Lewis MBL situation where somehow the spectator checkbox gets turned off.
I mean, it happens. We already had it in TTL as well. I think it was Sato Dragonstar. Like, Petito was going to check the lobby, and, well, they already started by the time he was able to join. Because we watched the spec dashboard, and then you can't find it, and then you try to copy-paste the code, but then the game says you can't access it, and then you're like, oh, well, my game must be bugged, because that happens every time.
And then you fail to download match content, and after about 5 minutes, you finally find the lobby, and they've launched. And hello, chat.
Yes.
Hello, chat.
It's still a nightmare. It is a nightmare.
Yeah, so we're co-casting with Arbase today. Arbase has been adminning TTL and a bunch of other tournaments, mostly for T90. But also did the MEM community event, too. There's a lot of community events he's in charge of, too.
Yes.
So he will be live adminning us. If you have anything controversial, maybe we can bring in Nilly for a live voice chat too.
please no. We don't need live Nilly adminning, and I hope he's not listening. Nilly has a lot of work to do. I think he has, like, he's gathering applications for new tournaments right now. So,
is he?
If you have any ideas. Yeah, either now or soon, and then he has to work through them and decide who gets like sponsorship.
Oh, he also has a DLC to release, and we need a follow-up meeting about the handbook. Weren't we supposed to have one in like January?
Yeah, the end of January. He didn't say what year. But I think that will be soon. I think that got postponed to like late February.
Never heard Arbase before, but always hear about him. Yeah, now you can actually hear him. He can make fun of my Mets in voice chat instead of text chat.
Well, you guys seem to have a pretty good team. Just like last year and the year before and the year before that.
Yeah, they seem to have a pretty good team. Well, we got 15 seconds and then we'll be launching into this game. And it will be on Valley, Z40 in blue, Sobek in red. We'll try to keep them to those colors the entire time.
Can you stream your POV to me? I always think that's easier.
I can. Give me 1 second. Actually, no, I can't because Discord's broken now and you can't stream individual applications. I can only stream on
you can
monitor.
Stream your full screen. Yeah.
Let's see. Can I do that while in OBS? Hold on, give me a moment. I got too many.
I've done it with
open.
Dizzy, so I think she uses OBS. If not, I'll have to open the game.
Share my screen, entire screen. Screen 1. Okay, you should be able to see. And hold on, I need to flip the players around. And I think we have everything there. Right. So we'll have Z40 playing as the blue Vietnamese. He'll be here to the southwest. And Sobek, he'll be the red way to the northeast. The map is Valley. And do you know what Virtus is? That's Sobek's clan. Sobek's a Chilean player. But I've not seen Virtus that much. I don't know who else is on it.
I have no clue, to be honest. Is it a Chilean team? I think it's a Chilean team.
Yeah, Sobek is Chilean, and the Chilean team is actually a really good collection of AoE2 players. They're probably not at the very top of the Nations Cup list, but they usually do very well.
I think, let's see, are they in...
Artis is a Chilean team.
Let's see. So, Valley. Now, we've seen the Neo Valley a few times. We saw a few men-at-arms, like infantry rushes, where games were really fast. But higher levels, we've seen more like scouts play walling. What are you expecting? We have Vietnamese.
Yeah, that's a good question, because I've seen both. I've seen both sets of gameplays. They haven't gone for Armenians or Goths or Mongols, which I've seen a few times for trying to control the middle, or even Burgundians for the militia. So this feels like a Civ matchup that lends itself more towards walling. And, well, I mean, Vietnamese do have elephants for the late game. We have seen elephants on this map before. You never know. You never know when the game will be won by elephants.
It's just interesting because I've seen, like I said, I've seen the men-at-arms, civs, like the gods, the woo, whatever, and I've seen the cav civs, like Wei, and Vietnamese are kind of in between.
So yeah, I mean, they're also that Fire Lancer civ when we get to the Castle Age. And although Z40, he has a back gold. There are actually a couple of back golds that are nice for him, but his main gold is super far forward. This is the type of map where if Sobek is aggressive, he could maybe take over that main gold. And if he can hold that front of Z40's base into the Castle Age, maybe get castles there, that could be a strong spot for him in the mid-game. Especially with Tiger Cav.
He has the opportunity to wall in 3 golds if he scouts the wood line on the left. And I think that's a really nice position for Vietnamese.
Yeah, and that's actually, it's kind of a large wall, but it's actually a super easy wall with the way the wood lines are set up. The crazy thing about this map is we actually decreased the wood lines. Like, this has less wood than normal valley, but usually it's still pretty wallable. Even that map the other day where all the wood was in the back and the player's front of their base was completely open was still pretty straightforward to wall.
I mean, it's open, but you're kind of far away. This is like, the rear aggression happens when someone's in the middle. And I think as both the Wei and Vietnamese, you kind of don't want to do that. You kind of want to build up your eco.
Yeah.
Wei get the eco upgrades, like you get an extra vil. Vietnamese, they're cheaper. So I think both players will be content to just kind of build up slowly.
Yeah, and we had African River in the map pool, so I didn't want to replicate that by putting the TCs like right on the edge of the valley. And we're not going to make changes this far into the tournament after players have been practicing, but I'd probably maybe move the TCs like 5 tiles closer to each other. 5 to 10 tiles closer to each other if we were to do this map again. And maybe make it a bit more aggressive.
We have Monocle too, right? The 2 home maps for these players are, I want to play Men-at-Arms.
That's true. The other 2 maps in this set will be Men-at-Arms. Even though they didn't draft many Men-at-Arms civs. There's kind of a late barracks for Z40 and for Sobek, and no one on gold for either of them, so this is screaming Scout Rush right now.
I'm looking at Sobek's base, and his base is pretty tricky to wall. He could do like the 1200 elo thing, where you just wall woodline to woodline, but it doesn't really defend that many extra resources. Sorry, Sobek.
Let's go into the edge, he'll be fine. He has 2 little small wood lines he can use to wall on the other side of his map, too. His map is, I think, a bit harder to wall than Z40's, or at least won't have as much gold inside, but his main gold will be in the back. His main gold and his main berries are all in the back, and he's a nice back wood line he can take, too.
Yeah. Eco upgrades for both players. I'm guessing we'll see horse color clicked in a second for Sobek. Scouts opening for Wei. Nothing surprising there. What's the opening for C40? It also feels like Scouts.
Yep, it is indeed a stable. And no one taking the hunt or the shorefish. Makes me sad not to see Mills in the middle.
I think, as we see C40 go for the wall villager on the right. It's gonna get it. That's a nice snipe.
Yes, he will get the villager. And there's horse collar for Sobek, though. He pumped out his spear, but didn't have the spear. The spear was up to the top left of his base, and wasn't protecting the Walling villager. Maybe he was thinking of protecting the future Wallingvilles at the expense of the present Wallingville.
No, God can escape now. Probably will escape, yes. Yeah, I think this is kind of what we were afraid of. Like, players not taking the middle, and then it's kind of like Arabia. On the other hand, this is like the only map that turns into normal Arabia games, so it's kind of fine.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, this feels like Arabia, but in some ways a wallable version of Arabia. The hills end up... We had hoped the hills would kind of lead to more aggression, because it kind of punishes you for taking the middle if you can't stay there with archers on the hills, but they... Actually, just the opposite is what happens. It makes the map very defensive, since you can defend the top of the hill.
The funny thing is... So, I think the pros in general play very safe. We're in Gold League, so it's not the top pros, but I mean, these guys are still top 40. I am really looking forward to this map in the Community Cup, because I think in 900 elo players, we'll just send 20 villagers to the middle to take on the hunt.
I think so, and also 900 elo players might be, they've learned one build order and it's man-at-arms, so that they might only be able to do something aggressive in the middle.
Yes. There's a few players already I have in mind who will just go for 50 man-at-arms.
Also, Sobek, if you check his scouting, he didn't actually scout that the wood line doesn't touch the edge of the map. And I hope he knows to check that and wall, because he will be open at the top if he doesn't react to that.
Well, I mean, as long as z40 doesn't run through there, there's no hole.
So it's only a hole if you observe it.
Yes. Interesting that he's going for an archery range. Is that just to add a couple archers? Is that really needed? Because you know your opponent's walls. And I think z40 also knows that Sobek is not going for a range right now.
Yeah, I guess you probably do want eventual skirms if the way goes for the Xianbei Raiders. And we'll have a range also for Sobek. So it'll be ranges from both. And this kind of a risk not to...
see that?
Does he? He does see it, yeah.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a risk to see spears and not have archers. And the archers will help in case someone tries to push that you can defend your walls. It is a pretty big wall for z40. I don't know how useful that palisade on the right will be when it's so far away from anything that can reinforce it. Oh, he didn't wall in his gold either. Ooh, he just missed scouting that wood line on the side of his base, so he doesn't see the next easy wall he could have done.
I mean, to be fair, if I was looking at this map, I would also wall like z40. Like, you think that is the easy wall off.
Yeah, and you think that's your third wood line.
Yes.
Which it looks like it is.
Scout setting the palisades. Yeah, really defensive opening so far. Hand card is already in, and Sobek is the first to click up. So I'm guessing he will go for the Xian base. Could be mixed though. Don't think that would be bad.
Yeah, the Wei, of course, have basically 3 unique units. They have their Tiger Cav, their Xianbei Raiders, and their Guiguang Cav, which, from all I've seen, there may be a more situational knight, but when you combo it with the other 2 unique units, and you only make it in the right situations, it feels stronger.
It feels like in a knight v knight fight, they have a lot less HP. Obviously, for the way they have a bit more HP because they get an HP bonus. But we see them a lot against like archers, and they have so much pierce damage, so they're actually a bit more tanky. I compare them with a Savar against like a Frank Paladin. The Frank Paladin wins 1v1, but overall the Savar feel much more useful. It's kind of the Castle Age version of that.
Yeah, the extra armor does help out when you're reducing the damage every crossbow does. And then there's Castle Age first for Sobek. He's up by 2 minutes. Ahead of Z40. And with a few skirms, should be able to keep his woodline safe. And now the question is, does he just add TCs and boom? Or will he try to do something to get more map control, since he does indeed have 2 ranges at least?
Well, Xianbeis are free, so he can do both.
That's true.
I don't think the game will change a lot here. Like, he's gonna defend a little bit. I'm guessing we'll see a boom. I don't think there's a reason for either player to go, like, all in.
He's going to Elite Skirm, too, so that'll slow down the boom just a bit. Doesn't have the wood yet for TCs. Oh, Elite Skirm probably pays off against those archers. That's going to be a good fight for him. All the archers go down, the spears will go down too. And Sobek now has the breathing room he wants if he wants to do a TC at the front. And he'll kill the spears so that it won't even scout that it is a TC if Z40 didn't think it was a boom and maybe didn't get a chance to confirm.
As we see, this is interesting. We're getting cavalry armor and bloodlines, but we're adding a range. So he probably just wants a couple knights to get rid of the skirms and then go for CA.
Yeah, that would make sense. These are going to be Vietnamese CA if he keeps up the production there, and he does queue a knight right away. Against skirms, you do want to have at least 1 armor. So there's the second TC from Z40. Won't be too far behind. Just dealing with those way eco upgrades.
Yeah, no armor kind of hurt.
Way really strong against Vietnamese. I just wonder what they do if the Vietnamese go Fire Lancers. As the Fire Lancers being anti-cav in some ways do counter all 3 of their unique units.
Yeah, more like Skirm Lancer. So both players have like all their wood lines exposed, and that's like the only part where you can get some damage right now, but even then it's like super tough.
Yeah, and it's tough to hit those vills when you don't have ballistics. So here come the Shinbei Raiders, though. We all know how strong these units are. They have a charge attack, and they're basically a fancy cav archer with less HP. That's 36 HP is what they have with a bonus 20% HP, so they're quite weak.
It's really sad. You have a 20% HP bonus, and you have 36 HP.
Yeah, I mean, they are, I think, actually the weakest unit in the game with 30 HP, other than unloomed vills. His archers are 35. Are skirms 35 or are they 30 in feudal? These are Vietnamese skirms, so they have a bit more.
Or wait, no, skirm.
Those are way skirms.
Yeah, they are by far the weakest mounted units. Yes, that is correct.
But the 30 base HP they have is weaker than the 35 of the standard archer line, which... Well, do archers have 30 that gets upgraded to 35 for crossbow? Crossbow's 35, and the Vietnamese here will have 42. And yeah, the Vietnamese skirms have 36, so they're 32. So the same HP as the skirmisher, tied for the lowest HP among all
military
units other than the unloomed vill.
So what's happening here is pretty interesting, and I think C40 wants to be a little bit more aggressive, and he just keeps losing army. Like, you can see the KD, he's lost his feudal army, then he went forward again, and now he lost his initial Castle Age army. And this is really frustrating to play against, especially since, like, he's on 2 TCs against 3, and Sobek's just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, now it's still crossbow skirm, but they'll run into skirms at the top of the hill.
He's just gonna lose his army again.
Yeah, and the Shinbei Raiders can pick whether they want to fight or not fight, and they can take whatever type of engagement they want, whereas the crossbows are forced to do whatever Sobek wants to do.
Yeah. We're gonna snipe a monk. I feel for C40 because this is exactly the type of problem I run up against. Like, we're both 16, 17, 1800 elo, and you get to this type of player, and it's so frustrating. You feel like you want to do damage, and then you lose your army, and then... over and over again.
Yeah. And I honestly, I don't know
another
how...
monk snipe.
Oh, nice monk snipes from Sobek. I don't know how these civs compare late game, but so far it feels like Sobek has had his army everywhere he needed it to take engagements. And right now, since he's made such a skirm swap, he has more skirms, even if Z40 has maybe the total army numbers in this fight, so Z40 won't be able to engage.
Oh, he's just gonna run back. I am surprised to see another range from Sobek. I think this is like you see your opponent on skirms. Vietnamese skirms are better than your skirms. I think this is the time to switch to Cav.
Now, they will be swapping to Siege, but yeah, you're right. The Way are a very Cav-focused civ. But he needs a way to deal with the crossbows and the skirms, and, well, Cav's one way, maybe he's thinking Scorpions are another.
You say he's thinking of another way?
He's thinking of a mangonel.
Yeah, more skirms in production. Sobek's starting to float some gold, so he can use a market. I don't think he has one
So
right
is
now.
Z40. And both floating a lot of gold right now.
Do we get any siege bonuses? No.
Well, their traction trebs
traction
are
trebs.
cheaper, but no, nothing for the mangonels.
Yeah, that's the few that move faster. Yeah, the archers behind the wood line is annoying. Not doing a lot. These Xianbei are pretty good as well. We're
Yeah, when the
saving up
skirms
for
come
a
over-
castle.
Yeah, the skirms come over and the Shinbei just run away. Yeah, both players now collecting some stone. And we might see both of them go for castles at the same time.
This feels like the game will end either in early imp or it will be another Jordan game against. Who was that against?
That was Dogao. Jordan Dogao.
Yeah.
And I'm all for it if we get more elephants. We might see the high HP Chatra's Vietnamese elephants. I mean, both players are over 100 pop right now, so they have good booms.
Mm-hmm. And late game, I think early imp I prefer the Way because you have the Tiger Cav, which are really strong. But then when you get to that late game, Vietnamese can like get gold. I think they have the stronger trash, so could be interesting. I think Sobek wants to end this quite early, but it's losing everything again.
Yeah, the Vietnamese are a really good late game civ, and this is finally the fight that Z40 wants. We'll push Sobek off of that front wood line, cause some eco damage. But behind all of this, Sobek gets pushed back because he wasn't investing into military, who is waiting for Imp, and now he is up. Still fighting some army at the front, but he's up.
And another range. Like, are you going Xianbei in Imp?
Probably
Like,
skirms, too.
Yeah, but I don't want to do skirm v skirm against Vietnamese.
Very true, very true. More HP and then Imp skirm on top of that. What is their Hussar line? Yeah, they have Hussars. You dismiss the final armor. But they do get extra mounted armor, or extra melee units. From the Mingguang armor.
But what do you get on a Xianbei? You don't. There's no heavy Xianbei, or there's no upgrade on them. I don't think you get anything in Imp, except for like the bracer, all the upgrades.
You get a tiny bit more
But
HP.
you're kind of
20% to 30%.
But it's still not a unit I would want, and I also wouldn't want to go into skirms. I would expect the calf switch. Maybe he's doing that now as the knights almost break in. Castle in the front.
And
There's the tiger. Yes.
And, ooh, actually Z40 should delete these skirms so the Tiger Cav don't buff their attack with kills. Every kill that Tiger Cav gets will be +1 attack. Oh no,
Nobody's
Z40 not like
thinking
this.
about that.
He needs to delete. He needs to delete.
Yeah. I really don't like the fact that we're getting new units. I think getting +1 attack is really interesting. I think getting a lot of HP on a horse unit is interesting. I think getting a lot of pierce armor on a horse unit is interesting. getting all three on the same unit is like
a
not
lot.
needed.
Yeah, I think it worked better for the Jaguar Warriors because you have the theme of healing them and keeping them alive. And then there was this one campaign where you got super buffed Jaguar Warriors. So I think it kind of fits the existing AoE 2 setup for them. But the Tiger Cav are just too darn good right now. I've seen so many games that are won by Tiger Cav.
Jaguars still have very low pierce armor, so they die faster. So if you're taking a fight, you will die at some point. And these Tiger Calves, they just don't ever die. So it's like a weird unit to get that type of buff, as we're gonna see more free attack. If we delete it, well...
If we Pathfind. Big ifs.
Maybe that one guy is like, I wanna have +4.
Alright, well, they did clear the skirms, but it's another castle up for Sobek. Playing skirm early imp denies rat and play. Oh, yeah. Reading the chat.
Yes.
Tiger Cav is
I don't think
way.
it does.
And Traction Treb time. Fire Lancer time. Oh, we're getting Fire Lancers. Let's go. Will we see Siege Towers? Will we see Siege Towers or just Fire Lancers? Traction Treb doing some spin moves.
If this was without the buffed or the nerfed siege towers, we would... Oh, we're in
100%.
Castle Ridge. Yeah, we would see like 5 siege towers. Which I think it's funny, and it was funny when we saw it a few times in ranked games, but in Red Bull it was really obnoxious.
Yeah. It was, Siege Tower Teutonic Knight was a fun meme. Siege Tower Gebetto was...
on the left.
Yeah, Siege Tower Gebetto was like the only thing that worked, but seeing it every game was a lot. Is this a Doubt Castle? 77%. Z40 might need to wall. If Sobek micros those Tiger Cav properly to hit the Vills... Oh, one Vill runs away. And he will get it up. Ooh, Sobek not quite paying attention. He was worried about his traction trip, so he might have been able actually to deny that if he wanted to. It was close.
Okay. Sobek can build another castle. And I know there's Fire Lancers. I mean, I guess Xianbei is the only thing he has that counts as the Fire Lancers. They have bonus against Cav, and skirms don't really do a lot.
Yeah, the Tiger Cav do fall off a bit in Imp compared to the Castle Age version. And yeah, if you do Chunshin, if you do Mingguang armor, it does help against the Fire Lancers, but a lot of their bonus is anti-Cav bonus. So the armor won't help against that, only the melee bonus. Or the melee attack, the standard attack.
Why is the kill count blurred? Is it?
It's just because Capture Age puts that behind a paywall.
Oh, on the units! I was thinking
Yeah.
on the bottom right. Yeah. Yeah, I really like the Fire Lancer choice. Wait, don't get hand cannons. They also don't get champion. Yeah, I guess Fire Lance is just really good against them because they only have the Xianbeis that are like a good unit against them. And Z40 is in.
Yeah, the infantry doesn't even have the last armor either. So yeah, it has to be full Xianbei Raider here, but then you're doing that against Rat and Archer plus Imp Skirm. And what does Sobek do now?
I mean, this is just the Panic Castle's whole eco's idle. You can look at the army count, it's 45 to 12.
Yeah,
he has no
that
good
can fight
unit.
this.
Maybe... Onager?
Maybe. But I mean, this feels like a map where if Sobek wanted to be more aggressive early on, he could have been. We have all these hairs right in the middle for the taking. No one took them. They just tried to wall and boom. And if you wall and boom in a Civ matchup against the Vietnamese, you have to make sure that you really outboom them. Because the Vietnamese are a crazy good late game Civ.
I mean, he's stabilized now, so...
He does stabilize, but that was a panic, and now Z40 has 3k more res collected, since all that eco was idled.
So, I'm looking at the tech tree. You don't get siege engineers with way.
Nope.
But you could go heavy scorp. That would deal with the lancers. It just feels so
That's
rough.
An option. Yeah.
And
also, this castle uphill, so the trebs won't do as much damage. Here comes the tiger cav. Now, do they destroy all 4 of these trebs? Will that castle stand? I think it stays up. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Only 1 treb left. 7 repair vills. That castle will stay up. Oh, Z40 needed 1 more volley from all those trebs and it would have gone down, but now there's enough vills there to repair against 1 downhill treb. That changes things completely, and that's the position then you want to be in against the Vietnamese, picking off their trebs and trying to close that eco lead by having a better KD and taking more value.
He's getting all the upgrades, so he has the extra melee armor now on his cav. He's getting elite tiger cav, and I think here, I don't really like how we're sitting around. I would love to see some raids. Like you had that palisade clicked on the right hand side, and I don't think that's walled yet. Well, there's some house walls, but you can get in, and then like if you can pull C40 out of position, that's your best chance to win. I think if you fight 1v1, I'm not sure you win those fights.
Yeah, and Siege Engineer is on the way for Z40.
Okay.
YouTube's saying the game's pretty much over. I don't know about that. I don't know. I still think in the long run, you get to the trash war, I like the Vietnamese more, but the way... Can still push. I'm scared of the double gold composition more than I am maybe Ratton's Fire Lancers right now, and I think it's more about eco and production to stay at 200 pop for Z40. Maybe he needs more barracks to add in more units as he's losing. And 3 trebs, will that be enough this time to snipe the castle?
I'd like to see 4 or 5. You know there's cav around, you know there's traction traps. But C40 has a lot of gold. He has the 4 relics. I think he got paper money as well, so he's not gonna run out of gold for a little bit.
Yeah, paper money and 4 relics. There is still a 5th for the grabbing for him. He should see with that outpost. Ooh, he just misses it. But it shouldn't be a big surprise where it is. Yeah. So big fight in the middle. Treb still besieging the castle as the traction trebs come from behind. Get some shots on those Ratton archers. That's actually pretty strong, but we'll see how effective the Fire Lancers are against the Tiger Cav. The Tiger Cav would prefer to be sniping off the trebs. As the Fire Lancers push forward, there are some repair vills on the trebs. Castle being repaired. Trebs stay up, all 3 of them. All 3 trebs not picked off by the Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav numbers are thinned. And Z40 takes a good score lead as he's pushing the castle. Repair vills on the trebs.
And as long as the Tiger Cav are not fighting the Rattans, it's gonna be Rattans versus Xianbei, and that's only good for the Rattans. Like, Xianbei has nothing against them. And we're not sniping the traps.
No, trying to go for the Rattans again. But the Fire Lancers still are there. Is this the treb snipe now? There's 1. I think the castle stands, but only 1 treb sniped. This is tricky because Z40, I'm sure he'd love to maybe take the hill to the west and use the trebs on level ground, but there are so many Fire Lancers he needs, and he needs his barracks for production. He'd need to add more barracks over there too.
So, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because we saw, I think it was Hera also play some practice games, and some other players, I think at a higher level, will try to get some land on the left and then push from there, because the only reason this castle is still up is because we're literally in the valley.
Yeah, we have the downhill trebs, and they're not doing as much damage, so Sobek doesn't need to commit as much to repairing.
So I think the much better play, if you get the map control and he has the better army, is to like try and build a castle on that left-hand side, and then try to get a push from there.
Even before the castle, even if he just gets a few barracks and has another spot where he can produce Fire Lancers, then I think he could move the trebs up. But you're not worried about the Shinbei Raiders or Skirm sniping trebs, it's really only the Tiger Cav.
Was it? I think it was Phallus on Quarry who was way ahead and had the way better comp, but he was pushing uphill. And it took him so long to push, he did eventually win that game. This feels a bit like that. Like, you have the better comp, you're firing at castles, you're winning the game, but you're like, it's so slow because you're literally fighting uphill.
Yeah, but you're also ahead by maybe 15 vils or so, as Sobek calls the GG.
Yeah, the GG's called.
Because of the repairers and also the stone being gathered to help the repairers. So Z40 wins with the Vietnamese, and Sobek, I think like you were saying earlier, maybe will regret not being as aggressive early on as he could have been. So that's 253 to 237 KD. Sobek even with the KD lead, but with the Vietnamese, when you're pumping skirms, you don't really care too much about that.
Yeah, I think the way, like, yes, they fall off a little bit in aim. All the three kingdom civs do. I mean, the Shu and the Wu, not Jurchens. But the Wei are very mobile civ, a lot more than the Vietnamese, unless Vietnamese go Cav Archers, and we never really saw that used. We had a couple of raids with the Xianbei Raiders, but I felt like maybe in early castle you need to go for some raids, maybe even with light Cav, maybe with the Tiger Cav. Try to get in, try to pull C40 out of position. They were just taking fights on one spot, and that's always going to be better for the player who doesn't have the mobile army. It's a trap that's easy to fall into when you're playing Cav.
Yeah, so let me tab out, update our scoreboard. So that was a win for Z40, who I guess is the underdog in this matchup. He was the guest in the draft. Vietnamese also his very first picked civ, the Wei falling down to third in the draft for Sobek.
Let me see.
Also the 4 relics. Grabbing the relics from having that mid-game map control helped out in the long run, so he had the goal to keep making units. It looks like Monocle will indeed be the next map.
Yeah, it's not a big difference though. Sobek finished third in the group. Well, he lost the promotion match, and C40 finished fourth last time.
Vietnamese comp will get wrecked by mangonels. Well, not really, because the Vietnamese have bombard cannon for late game, right? You can go bombard cannon with siege engineers and snipe off the mangonel line. So it's rough to use mangonels against them sometimes. I think you Frizzle Bjorn for the follow.
I mean, yes, but if you go Onager, like mangonels doesn't work. If you go Onager, I think you make it a lot tougher for Sobek to just stay in one spot. And then you have the Cav to snipe off the bombard cannons. The bombard cannons go down a lot easier. I'm not saying it would win. I just think it's maybe a better option. But players at this level aren't just gonna get shot by Onagers.
I've been being, this is the pain of being a streamer. Your inbox gets inundated with mobile games. We've gotten so many mobile game ads the past few days. I don't know if the bots have decided just to uptick in their spam, but...
Are we going to raid Shadow Legends?
I get those emails all the time. I do. I legit have sponsorship offers from them. That happens directly through Twitch now, too. You can get direct Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. The best email I got was one where they didn't even have their autocomplete fill in the person's name. I got an email addressed to ZZ Test Brian. That is not my name.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. I guess as long as like people need money, those will always be there.
Yeah, we'll have those crappy AoE betting websites too. That's still going on.
Yeah, I mean, we talked this through. It's like being able to bet on TTL matches or all other matches is so bad. And we're kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place because we were now talking about that on chat, but we don't want anyone to actually go there. But like bad publicity is also publicity. So you can't even go and be like make a statement because then 5,000 people will read it and it will just bring them more traffic.
Yeah, and it's a weird thing because like they're streaming stuff on Twitch too, so it's like it's kind of towards the top of the list. If they even if you have like 50 viewers or so, it still kind of shows up if you look at the category.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is a weird thing that they're actually using the name AoE. So they're That might be something Microsoft does at some point. But then it's probably not easy to regulate that based on where they got their license.
I think Microsoft can take action, but like it's a big corporation. It will take months at least. Yeah. Monaco game 2. I saw the saves already.
Pretty expected for the map.
What
we'll load in
infantry
in about 5 seconds.
What infantry civ have you liked the most? And don't say Burgundians. On Monaco.
Have I liked the most? A second, let me get my scoreboard ready. And we are in. Right, so what infantry civ have I liked the most? On this map in particular, or just like overall? Yes. I think Armenians with longswords have been really good. Armenians and then maybe Romans, those two seem like the top ones. When we had, was it Dune Springs in Red Bull, we saw Romans almost every game and occasionally Flemish militia from the Burgundians. When you have the Dark Age start, I think Armenians become more viable since you can instantly do the longsword upgrade from the barracks and you don't need the blacksmith for the armor that the Romans get. It's a bit of a flip from Empire Wars where having the blacksmith at the start helps the Romans, having the Dark Age start and having the barracks helps the Armenians.
Very open map for Sobek, by the way. It's not the bugged map, but it's like super open. Yeah,
the woods are pretty far for him, but to be fair then, he has a really nice wood line on the left if he gets a lumber camp nestled right in the front, and he can wall there. And the golds are so close to your TC, it's really hard to pressure the golds with any type of men-at-arms or drush. And I've even seen players long-distance mining the golds as part of their builds. Yeah, I think the golds are fine, but that's something I'd probably maybe meticulously edit so they're always the same distance for each player, like I had done on Spiral a couple of versions ago. Now that I've seen the builds, is you don't want one player like having a gold that is like 2 tiles closer, because that can affect if you can do a mining camp or not. I think they're pretty good right now, and I think the map by itself just spawns them fairly, but I didn't actually think about that until I'd started seeing, I think, Nikov the other day against, was it Nikov running both players long-distance mining gold as part of their Dark Age builds.
Yeah, really unfortunate gen for Sobek. I'm also looking at the stones now, and I'm a bit late with this, but his stone is also pretty far away. It is there, so again, it's not a bugged map, but it like when you're scouting in the back, you're kind of hoping that you have one like right in the back, and it's not there.
Yeah.
He did see the one in the north.
Yeah, he saw one, and he also just missed one. The wood line spawned so much in the back that there wasn't as much room for the stone. So we did see a couple of gens early on where the stones weren't spawning, or not spawning as often as we'd like them. So I did edit the map to make it more consistent for the stone locations. But this is just the, I think, within the bounds of randomness of, yeah, your stones are a bit far away. But at the same time, if he goes to the left and finds the stone, that's the complete opposite side of the map from Z40, so it's hard to get back there to pressure it, and it's also very easy to wall with all those wood lines.
Yeah. There's a difference between, well, if I would have this map, I think it's a bad gen, but also it's not a bug gen.
Yeah. Oh, look at that mill. A beautiful mill.
Finally! I was saying the other day in chat, you made that change where there's more spots to build a mill in the center, and ever since then I've only seen mills on the edge of the hill.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty clear, right? There are clearly more spots for mills in the centers of the shorefish. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There are also these big rocks. If you see the 2x2 rocks, that's because there were spots for castles, and I just placed rocks on them so we didn't have castle drops up here. Or TCs up here. We're fine with 3x3 buildings, but we didn't want the super large TCs. So that wasn't really what the intention of the map. This was fun. I placed a university, and the university dies and spawns a rock. So Sobek heading back to the side. The Dravidians will have the bonus that their villagers carry plus 15 from the shorefish. In some ways in the Dark Age, that can work against you, kind of like the old Aztecs bonus where you need to force drop a bit from the mill. But if you have a situation where you finish all the box turtles and need to take another layer of shorefish far away, then it can be nice that you carry a bit more. But certainly not as impactful as the old Indians bonus of simply gathering faster from the shorefish.
Yeah, sorry, I had to look at admin thing. We are launching, like, JBR is making a website to do for booking slots, because it's a lot easier than having to tell players like, oh no, this slot is taken, you need to reschedule. But there's like a couple of small things with it. We'll launch that in a little bit.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, 4 men-at-arms, which are gonna heal up, and then Sobek is just now adding his 3rd. Also, the barracks is kind of awkward. Like, these men-at-arms are gonna be walking a long way.
Yes, they are. But, I mean, on this map, a long way... Is anything really long? It feels that it might feel long, but you get there pretty quickly. And because you need to wait for the Man-at-Arms upgrade anyway, it's not that bad.
Yeah. No tower for C40. I think that's a mistake. I think you just tower. Yeah, okay, well, there it is, obviously.
Yeah, as long as he walls, he's fine.
Okay, well, we'll see that later. Petito's saying Costa Rica target seems to have way more deep fish. But yeah, there's 3 sets at the same time, so can't watch all of them. Okay, nice. Wood line, nice walls. Not a lot of fills on the fish for either player. We've seen players have like 15 fills on it by now.
Yeah, we've seen double mills by now.
Yeah. I've got neither player really wants to go for a lot more men-at-arms.
Yeah, both doing an archery range. We have seen players even go double barracks, longswords, men-at-arms in Feudal Age, double barracks, Flemish militia, but here it's a quick range transition. Double ranges even from Sobek. And then you kind of get to the situation of how many archers do you add versus skirmishers for fighting men-at-arms and vills versus fighting other archers.
What's interesting is we have Dravidians who got 200 extra wood. And we have Wu who by now have 110 extra food. Because they built a barracks and a range. And I'm assuming it's just going to be one range. What would you rather have? I feel like the wood is easier to get.
I don't know. I feel like committing hard to men-at-arms with a double barracks can work out on this map because it lets you push the tower.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Like, we've seen players stop at like 7 men-at-arms. Stopping at just a 4 is weird. Also, we're just taking the berries long distance, which I don't know why we have 6 villagers on berries right now. For C40. Like, berries collect so slowly, you're not getting pressured. Just, yeah, exactly. Just go there.
The berries in this map are mostly there as a backup if you temporarily get pushed off of the shorefish so you don't have 0 food income. You don't really want to be taking them. Now, I was tempted even to remove them fully when I was editing the map, but figured it'd be better just to leave them in as an option.
Yeah, this is like, oh shit, I've been pushed off of berries. Or off of the fish. I need something.
Chat, are Bulgarians not viable here because they lack some eco bonus? We have seen Bulgarians on this map. They're certainly not the worst civ you could go for. I think Stark, it was, who played them in Silver, had a great game with some Krepos at the top of the hills. So it's certainly possible to play them, but yeah, the lack of eco bonus means you're probably not going to see them early on. Free men-at-arms is nice, but not as impactful as some of the other bonuses. And the map's kind of oftentimes ended in the Feudal Age before you get to the Castle Age and could potentially do Krepos to use the free longswords.
It's interesting because I think Romans do what Bulgarians do, but just a little bit better. You also want to get the blacksmith. Now, Bulgarians do get the cheaper blacksmith upgrades. And you get men-at-arms for free, so you do save a lot of resources. But I feel like the Roman men-at-arms are better because of the double armor. So, but I think Bulgarians, if there's any map where Bulgarians are viable, it's this one.
It's this one. Absolutely, absolutely. And finally a second mill from Z40, but this one will be far away from his tower, and he's not out mining any stone, so unless he does a market and buys stone, won't have a second tower. He'll have to rely on his army and his archers now to come back and protect those vills.
It's not the worst thing. Like, Sobek has a lot more rest collected. I also blame us taking the berries for that. But I think there could be a nice cleanup here for C40 if you can take out the skirms with your men-at-arms. There are a lot more men-at-arms now. They even have armor. And they will regen. Yeah, this is going to be a full clear. If you can catch the units.
Yeah, if you can catch them, right? And there aren't enough archers to deal with the men-at-arms. And where will Sobek run? Will he go straight to the corner? He needs to be careful. He hasn't scouted all the wood lines here, so he doesn't know exactly where to run. Maybe some of the men-at-arms get caught. Ooh, he just manages to escape, I think. And the archers weren't chasing. They were going back to defend the vills in case there was another group on the way. I'm
very nervous about these archers that are coming forward. Where are they?
Now, there are some archers on the wood line at the south. Pretty equal numbers for both players, though. One Scar mixed in for Sobek. And Sobek's doing armor now for the archers, but Z40 clicks up to the Castle Age. Doesn't have as many res collected. I don't know if the free resources, either from the barracks or for the Woo, or just the 200 wood for the Dravidians count in Capture Age. But players still pretty close, within 500 of each other. And good timing maybe for the crossbow upgrade for Z40.
Still quite a big difference. Like, you can see the difference in army numbers now. It's starting to grow. And we're going Cav armor? That's really surprising to me. I think we should just go, like, crossbow, and then throw in some John Swordsman.
Well, this is a great fight for Z40, as the men-at-arms come from the rear. They'll help get a few hits in as they go for the clear. And now that army count is evened up. Quickly evened up. And Sobek about 90 seconds slower. And we'll need to see stables then. I don't think we have... Oh, there we go. One stable in the back for Z40 for a quick night to try to deal with skirms.
Well, it will be... not a Kshambe. The other one, Haegwang. I'm still getting used to the names.
Oh, yeah, the Huigwang. You're right. that's not nice, the Huigwang Cav.
Yeah.
Remember the original Indian Civ when having a Civ other than the American Civs without a knight was unique?
I mean, their camels are pretty much knights. Especially now for Hindustanis.
Never
playing for the +2 attack.
I'm just reading. I'll never get used to 3K names, says Dio, with a binary number in your name. Can't wrap around a Civ without knights. Yeah, I know that we need to go all Saracens with fully upgraded knights to restore balance.
So many villagers on the fish for Sobek. He's gonna have a really good eco if he can keep it alive. He needs like 1.5 minutes to get his upgrades. But
yeah.
Crossbows are in.
Yeah, there's Bodkin. Well, Bodkin at least. The question is, do you go crossbow or elite skirm here first for him? He could afford either, and maybe I'd be tempted to say elite skirm to keep the crossbows away and save the vills. He's not like he's attacking right now. There's a couple of men-at-arms for it, but he does go for crossbow. Maybe knowing that the Huigwang Cav are on the way means that you need crossbow.
I don't know if he sold the stable.
As the cap
yeah,
command looks like he
crossbows
didn't see the stable.
are tricky.
Yeah, and Z40 trying to dive, but the feudal skirm's enough. Okay, maybe you don't need elite skirm. The feudal skirms were enough there. I was worried for a second when the 2 Castle Age units came in and the upgrades weren't finished, but feudal skirm's enough to deal with that maybe a bit too small of a group of crossbows. And now we'll have a TC on the outside for Sobek, another TC for Z40 in the middle. Z40, a ton of vills on the mill chew, and he's taken all the fish in the back and keeps working his way around. Same thing for Sobek.
I don't like that TC. I think I want a TC on the outside. I think it's just so much nicer. You have more space. I know that looks like you have a lot of wood, but all that will happen is villagers bumping into each other. If you've ever played team game Nomad, you think, yes, I have the best starting TC, and then villagers will just be walking around wood lines.
Yeah, that's true. And especially as soon as one of those trees on the side of the TC gets chopped, vills will try to find through that gap and get stuck on each other and walk around the outside. That's guaranteed to happen. So 3 TCs now for Sobek, who has a bit of a score lead and has a much larger military right now with 15 crossbows. And an elephant. He has an elephant. A Dravidian battle elephant. These things, they do get husbandry now.
Yes.
Thank you, Gunsta, for the follow.
Okay. Somebody going for... Oh no, Haguan. Okay, I'm gonna mess that up, sorry. They're going for some raid, that's nice. 3-0 Eco KD, that's like kind of rare on this map. Feels like there should be 15 vills dead on both sides.
Well, there are a couple of vills dead here. The men-at-arms still raiding. We're gonna have a Castle Age man-at-arms fight between 2 groups. Oh, the sound effect of that Huiguan Cav just stands out to me. I hear that sword whipping around. Very distinct from everything else.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good way to call it.
Oh, here comes the elephant. Here comes the elephant, but I think the crossbows are enough. Oh, they run into the elephant. Okay. Well, 1 elephant, not enough. A couple of scorpions could deal with the elephant, too. And 3rd TC for Z40 on the stone on the outside, and he's not too far behind in villagers, or in res collected, so he's keeping pace with the boom, even if Sobek does have a slight lead.
I wonder who's going to be the first player to really push. Like, both players are kind of being defensive. We have the crossbows just kind of protecting the vills on the left. There is an army coming forward, but it's not the biggest army ever.
Yeah, it won't be large enough to fight.
Yeah, those are also like leftover crossbow. I don't think he has any intention to upgrade them in the near future.
Yeah, this will be a situation where Z40 can escape because Loom isn't in yet for Sobek. Sobek will click Ballistics isn't
Ballistics?
in. Ballistics?
Please do get Loom on this map.
Yeah, yes, do get Loom on this map, but also get Ballistics. And, I mean, Z40 could use Ballistics on the Scorpions. With the Scorpions, this becomes interesting now. He has half the crossbows, but Sobek will not want to engage the Scorpions if he can avoid it. Especially if the Scorpions can take a bit of the hill.
Well, that's why you have 1 elephant.
That's true, that's why you have 1 elephant. Well, Scorpions counter elephants. +7.
I mean, not in these numbers.
Yeah, all those crossbows
okay, well, ballistics
are stacked. Some dancing from Z40. Crossbows starting to go down for Sobek. The Scorpions got a lot of bolts landing. There's the elephant. 3rd Scorpion on the way. I
feel like he did a good job. Yeah, he did a good job dancing, but I'm gonna guess Z40's kind of happy with that because it just bought him some time. That was a big shot.
That was a good Scorpion bolt at the end.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's gonna be fine. Like, he lost a couple archers, but...
Yeah, I mean, not the greatest fight for Z40, but he made the most of it. And Imp on the way for Sobek in the forward TC, maybe a bit worrying, but he'll be adding a 4th TC in the back as he's starting to collect up relics, grabbing his first in that western corner. And Z40 still committing to taking the shorefish, has started adding a few farms. And both players now have horse collar. As Vils, I think, have finished mining gold in Sobek's base and auto-tasked themselves to one of these forward golds. Where if Z40 finds that, might be able to raid them. As Vils will be running a marathon for the moment.
If you're looking at other things, you're never gonna notice that. Because they don't go idle.
Yeah, they don't go idle. And those Vils will be running a marathon now. Hopefully he's building a house and we'll notice his Vils out there. He's practically walled them off from that mining camp. They have to navigate these narrow alleyways. This is where you have to put up a sign on the edge of that house, entry on this side, exit on this side. Or organize the Vils.
Why does it start to feel like a repeat of game 1, where Sobek has the slower... Oh, wait, well, I mean, it's kind of the opposite of game 1.
You like
now
the
Sobek has the slower civs?
Dravidians with their skirms, right? Because late game, you're still in that skirm war where the Dravidians have the advantage with the faster firing skirms. Even if you're taking the gold on the map, skirms still, we've seen so many games, you know they're OP.
And Wukav, I know they get +2 attack, but they're not super special. So I feel like Dravidian's just a better civ. Z40 does have the eco lead, but his timing is going to be super late. Where do you think Sobek's castle is going to go?
I mean, I think the castle needs to go right on his face. Oh, Sobek, he noticed the forward Vils. He built a mining camp. Those Vils could do a castle on Z40's TC.
Yes, but then you need your ARPs there. Or, I mean, they're probably going to be ARPs in a bit.
Yeah, chemistry bracer, and that is now a lot of Scorpions that have ballistics. Also, guard tower from Z40, so he's prepared to do towers to defend against ARBs. And I am worried about how those crossbows are patrolling right now, as the Scorpions come tracking them down. And Sobek, he's gonna have to run. And Z40 is starting to raid.
That's really good. That's what we missed last game, right? Raids with Gav. Now Sobek has to look in so many different spots and then maybe have a shot with the Scorpions.
Yep, he's maybe afraid of the Arbalests for now. Yeah, upgrading to Arb means they will now do 6+3, and with chemistry, 6+4. So 10 attack against 7 pierce armor, so 3 damage per bolt.
And they have the range now on them.
Yeah, they do outrange the Scorpions. So this is where Z40 is trying to run to the guard tower for safety. Maybe he should have just turned it engaged. But while that's going on, the castle location for Sobek will indeed be right in the middle of the map. Not directly on Z40's face, but it will be able to take out a guard tower.
So it's funny, whenever I look at players' res on this map, they're always floating 1200 wood, which on any other map would be farms, but here they're just building mills.
Yeah, here they're just building more mills for the shorefish. Well, you do have to do farms eventually on the outside as you add more TCs. You're going to run out of shorefish eventually. You can't take them forever.
Oh, Z40 stacking into skirms. I don't know about that. You missed the last armor with Wu.
Yeah, and it's going to be a skirm war against Dravidians.
Yeah. First trap already out. We're going to trap down the towers. I mean, the towers buy you a little bit of time in that sense.
They occupy trebs and keep the arbs away. It is really annoying to pack, unpack trebs to deal with individual towers.
And the traps will actually miss towers. I think the first shot missed. Yeah, there we go.
But another shot missed. They have 80% accuracy against buildings. But also, if Z40 were to repair, it might be able to keep the tower up a bit longer.
I'm just gonna give that up. And there's some raids on the right-hand side. Now, there's a castle on the left. I like that castle.
Oh, and Arb's denying a TC at the bottom. There are those Arbs. Monk still wandering, looking for relics. That TC Not going up. Doubt TC. Hello, Ace John. And Z40
Hello.
Imp now. Scores are close. He still has more res collected. And he's looking for more raids with the Huikwang Cab. That's only 5 vills on the castle on the left, and Sobek may be lucky the Cab don't spot that. They're also not patrolling, and they're gonna try to fight Arbs, or no?
Oh, wait,
or run past them?
I thought that was like a perfect split. You had the perfect surround on the arms.
Just trying to dodge them. There's Bracer for Z40. Hey, those Arbs that raided, that denied the TC are now going to hit the wood line in the back. This could be deadly. He's trying to run vills, but they have to pathfind. Okay, that is bad. At the same time, on the other side, the Cav getting picked off by the TC. More Trebs, and now Arumi Swordsman pushing up the middle of Z40's base. A few minutes, or maybe 1 minute ago, the score was 300 points different. Now all the imp techs and the timing are hitting for Sobek, and he's pushing it in 3 separate angles. There's another castle coming to the north, too.
Yeah, this feels very over.
Oh, all the Arbs die, at least to skirms. Well, there's the benefit of the skirms. But I don't think the skirms do well against Arumi. I mean, maybe they do. Arumi only have 1 Pierce Arbor. Maybe skirms actually win that.
I mean, as long as you micro perfectly, yes, but even then, Dravidians can do their own skirms. Like, he just needs the last armor. And, yeah, this looks very over.
Yeah, Arumi raiding, and I think Sobek's well on his way to tying this up 1-1, especially as Bombard Cannon pop out. What wins Traction Treb versus Cannon? Looks like the Cannon are maybe a bit more easy to move and get the shots to land.
I think their frame delay is a lot less. Like, I feel like whenever I'm using traction traps, I click to fire, and then it takes 50 minutes, and then they actually fire. Just like a normal trap.
And they don't one-shot the cannon either. They're also slightly inaccurate, which, depending on what you're targeting, may hurt you or help you.
Didn't they used to one-shot cannons before their update?
Probably. They probably did. I need to look into the stats, but I had someone say that the projectile is a lot larger, so it hits more, even though it doesn't actually have any splash damage. Now, that kind of makes sense to me, because it feels like simultaneously this unit is both too accurate and also too inaccurate, in the sense that it almost always hits the target it's aiming for, but also spreads out enough that it's useful against units that are clumped.
Elite Yurumi is in.
See, what do these things look like? Oh, what are they carrying? Oh, look at that.
The weapon now has multiple whips.
Oh yeah, it's a multi-whip sword. I've not seen that. That looks like they're gonna hurt themselves with that thing.
Yes. Yeah. Those things were apparently sharp too. Like, not as sharp as a normal sword, but they did have sharp edges. I feel like I would hurt myself with that thing more than my opponents.
Yeah, Kyrwhirl, I put the flags in the bottom. They're gonna be other player names down here.
Okay, here they come. Oh, what? Thumpering wasn't in. Arbs coming in. The Yurumi's gonna take.
Let's see how they do.
They're... absolutely everything.
Yeah, okay, that is a great fight from them. Triple sword attacking everything. And they'll take out the Trebs, too. Traction Trebs will go down to the Arumi and the Arbs even more than to the cannon. Oh, yeah, look at them go. Look at them go. And Castle drop on the side, too. Z40 with the TC in range to deny it once he notices.
Oh, don't lose it. Okay.
Yeah, almost shot the foundation, but he'll have some calf to deny it. but not denying the push at the front of his base. That's 182 to 114 pop. And that Treb looks like it's just escaping. The Arbs will take out the guard tower.
Yeah, who needs fire archers?
Yeah, when you have Arbs. What is he? Oh yeah, he needs to get Woot Steel too for the Arumis. He needs to get Woot Steel. And while his castle was denied, Z40 will do his own defensive castle in the north. Sobek's still up by 40 vills, but Z40 finally gonna call it a GG, and Sobek will carry that victory to tie it 1-1. And we'll have a game number 3 coming up. So that's 212 to 154 KD. And for the eco, that's more res collected for Sobek. Faster imp time by 5 minutes. And more vills.
Yeah, good game. It's interesting that neither player really went for a lot of infantry. We just had an archer matchup, and maybe the Scorps are too slow. I find it really hard to call these games because it feels like both players are kind of doing the same thing, and then one player eventually just wins.
Yeah, and sometimes when you have the double swordsman matchup, it can be one raid that breaks in unexpectedly and wins the game.
Yeah.
Let me look for...
So we are gonna see African River. Expecting Persians against? Celts?
Persians against...
I'm guessing it's not Khitans, because they were for Valley.
Yeah, they were for Valley. I mean, it could be Khitans.
No, I want Celts.
I could be Byzantines for the fires. Persians, Byzantines, we've seen that before.
Let's see. Sobek has an AMD bug. So he needs to reboot his PC. An updated driver.
An updated, oh lovely. That'll be a while probably.
I mean,
time for Nvidia to sponsor the next TTL. Or Intel.
That can take anywhere between 2 minutes and 2 days.
2 days sounds more realistic.
What elo are these casters? Oh, we're 3k5. Like, we don't play any event because that wouldn't be fair to the players.
Yeah.
We get paid anyway. So.
Yeah. I mean, 3k5 might be accurate if you... That's an underestimate, I think, if you add us together.
Well, I think that's about right.
Oh, well, I'm like 1900, you're, what, like 1700?
Well, I dropped down before TTL started. I'm just climbing back up a bit. Just above 1600.
Next TTL will be sponsored by an unknown Chinese GPU producer because Nvidia will be out of the gaming market by then. That might actually be true. Nvidia might go full on AI by then.
You guys getting some DDR3 RAM?
That doesn't fit in my motherboard right now. My CPU is new enough. I need the good old DDR5. At least I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. Hopefully I don't need to update anytime soon. Although, I do, my 16 gigabytes of VRAM for my GPU is not enough for Capture Age, it would seem.
I mean, I don't think that's a you issue.
I don't think so either. But,
yeah,
I mean, Byzantines or Celts are, I think, the civs that make sense for Z40. I don't think Sobek goes Jurchens or Khmer.
I can see Khmer. I can see Khmer because you can hide in the houses near the woodlines, which are very open. I don't think they're as good as Persians.
Yeah, I don't think they're as good as Persians, though. I can understand Khmer on the map, definitely, but not over Persians.
Well,
if this weren't dockable or didn't have fish, then yeah, I could see Khmer. But with the fish, definitely Persians.
You can go, so I can talk about this now because the community event is over. We did a sudden death event, and I practiced with Sunny, who made the 2 that we had for Red Bull, by the way. And we had Lagoon, and on Lagoon your TC starts on like hybrid terrain. It's like fully hybrid on the outside, and then there's a lake in the inside. And I was like, what are they doing? They're not attacking. And then they went Jurchens, which is a weird on a water map. They got siege engineers and then came in with demos. And because they had siege engineers, they only needed 5 demos. And I never thought about the fact that it would actually help the demos.
Oh, does it actually help with petards too?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does. So Castle Age Siege Engineer Jurchen petards might be another sudden disaster.
Yeah.
Strat.
It's like, how did you come up with this?
So we are launching, and the Sobek must have updated his drivers as it will be Persians versus Celts. Persians
so
versus
we're rooting for
Celts.
C40.
Yeah, our base does like the Celts.
Yeah. Finally, I think it's only the second time we've seen Celts in TTL. I may have missed some games. Yeah. I looked a couple days ago, and we didn't have Teutons. Slavs, which we did see yesterday. And there was one other civ.
Slavs
let me
and
check,
what else would be
actually.
missing?
Franks was the other one.
Franks, yes. And have Franks actually gotten any changes made to them? They were buffed, right? They have better axemen. But
the axemen.
Yeah, that's weird. The only change that's ever been made to the Franks is that they've been buffed, and people seemingly don't play Franks anymore. Remember, like when DE came out and it was like Franks every game on the ladder?
Yes.
I think people really overestimated how good they were.
I think it's updated. Because it says here Franks, Poles, Slavs, Teutons haven't been picked. But I'm pretty sure we saw Slavs, and I'm pretty sure we had one Poles game. Oh wait a second,
Did we have Poles?
Yeah, we had one Poles game. I can't remember which one. They just didn't have any wins, so they were picked once. Slavs were now also picked once, so that leaves Franks and Teutons. So Emu's not gonna be happy.
Can you tell Arbese's voice is slightly louder? I can turn him down slightly.
Wait, I'm louder? I'm usually super quiet on streams.
Well, I think I turned you at 200% on Discord. So
that
I did
would
turn
make
down
sense.
Slightly. And let's see, as we're about to launch in, Z40 will be on the left. And here we are on African River. So Z40 will be the Blue Celts. Oh, the classic William Wallace civ to the west. And Sobek, the Red Persians to the east. So Woad Raider versus War Elephant time, maybe?
I don't think we get there. What we are going to get is an instant rush from Sobek with the Persians.
Instant rush, nice, because Persians start with plus 50 food, plus 50 wood. And this was the old Tato did a strat like this, even back on the Vubli days, the instant 2 militia drush. Lithuanian's probably the civ that you think of as the instant drush, but Persians can do it too. Or Inca, but shorefish by the TC, so you'll have really good food income for it. Make up for the 120 food you're spending on the militia. And they can go forward, and Sobek is scouting for a lumber camp. Within the acacia trees, there are spots where you can hide vills. And he needs to look and make sure he blocks the lumber camp spot, but also doesn't lose too much HP to the vills. And also tries to make sure Z40 isn't paying attention to the militia. But he sees them now. He sees the militia. Vills will want to fight the scout. Scout will want to block.
Oh, and she's trapped.
That vill is trapped. And no loom. No loom for the vill. She goes down. And the rhino isn't taken yet. Is there a chance that rhino gets lamed?
I think he should with the scout, but maybe you don't want to devalue your drush. Are we? We're pushing into there. That's
Yeah,
nice.
we're pushing the zebra. Well, laming it with the militia. I'm trying to lame the ostriches too. Get some value out of those militia. This is where Armenians or Georgians would be useful if they could get their mule cart on the center wood line. That actually would be great right here if you're denied the outside. Loom's still not in.
So far, you're denying the wood, which is already amazing.
Yeah, there's Loom denying the wood, denies the dock. To be fair, your own dock's denied due to the barracks. But lots of water buffaloes scouting in the back for Sobek, who clearly had this build planned and able to execute it pretty well.
Yeah, not a lot of idle PC time. I wonder if he took his rhino already. Like, that's something you just don't want to think about when you're drushing.
Right.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he has the rhino right under the TC. And that hill is nasty. That hill is nasty against those vills. A bit of HP off of the scout, but still no walling from Z40. Just gonna rely on turning and fighting if he needs to.
He can just get that one villager, right? She's on her own. There's a tree between them.
Yes, although she doesn't wall herself.
Yeah. We're still pushing.
Still pushing ostriches. I mean, most of them have been lamed. He's got to get what food he can if he's not going to be fishing.
I mean, he still has a shorefish under his TC too, right? It's not like you're stuck for food on this map.
I'm just looking for a dock when I saw that buffalo. I was like, what is that red dot? Then I was like, oh, it's a buffalo.
So this is very interesting. Z40 is gonna build a barracks, but he's gonna sneak. Or is that a sneak dock? Where's that south villager going? Might be a sneak dock.
A sneak dock, but he has to scout whether Z40 is actually fishing. Because doing a dock down here doesn't give you any fish access. It's sneaky. I mean, you could maybe do a dock block and stop the passage, but
the thing is, like, we have 4 sets of fish, kind of northeast southwest, but they're also kind of random. So it's kind of tricky, and he still hasn't built a dock. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there he goes. How would you spectate this match? In D. You can search for it on the aw2rex.com if you want to have an easier way to find it. So, mill for Sobek. And he'll see the dock. The question is, does he decide to dock himself? He will be feudal faster. So, maybe might be a good idea if he can read that and then dock. Especially as the Persians.
Yeah. Exactly, like, as the Persians, your dock stays up longer, and you have the faster work rate, so I think you just dock there.
Yeah, and that Drush still being annoying, as Z40 maybe wants to wall it in, but won't be there in time, so Sobek pays attention. And those vills will move out to the goals, a few more try to chop wood.
Let's see, we're gonna get men-at-arms from Z40, but he doesn't have a lot of food in the bank right now. So, his eco's gonna be a bit thin. I still wish Sobek would just build that dock, because now there's gonna be 2 fishing ships from C40, which he could just take down with 1 fire.
Yeah, and of course he doesn't know exactly when each of them is up to feudal, but I think knowing he's up first and even floating a bit of wood would have been great to have done that dock and gotten 1 fire out, or even 1 demo if you want to try to snipe the Vill. But 1 of anything. Hello, Emu.
I'm surprised to not see a dock at all. Like, at this point we have 400 wood.
Now we have 369 wood. And it is just an archery range. So range and more militia into men-at-arms. I'll destroy a house. Especially once the archer comes over. And you could think about doing arson too. That's been discounted these days. This is how our base sounds, yes.
Yes. Also, hey, Emo. Part of the latest hot pro team. Do you see it?
The what?
The new pro team. Ooh, that's a nice fail snipe from z40.
That is. Also stops the dock and keeps the scout alive at 1 HP. So Emu's a pro now?
Yeah, where the Team Do score is going pro.
Ooh. I heard there was a tournament coming up.
Yeah, we could look at that maybe between the sets. When I was playing Kill a Villager, I'm looking at this KD and it doesn't make sense to me.
That means Sobek must have lost a Vil to a Rhino early. Maybe we missed it.
Yeah, probably. Rhino helping out the Celts. Z40, like now Z40 has the fishing ships, which has kind of been free eco. And he's put ahead. He has 4 more eco right now than Sobek. Sobek is going to make a fire, but I feel like this shouldn't have been a thing. If he just built that dock.
If he'd done the dock earlier,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's much harder to read that in game because you don't know the uptimings exactly, unless maybe he's really watching the score very, very closely. But you don't know what the uptimings are when you place your dock, and he was really worried about the forward dock that Z40 had a plan to go forward. Oh, they are in. Oh, they're in. That's going to be a dead Vil. So those are speedy Celt men-at-arms. Yeah, that's a huge Vil lead for Z40. He's starting to pull ahead in resources collected, and I think we'll see that lead continue to grow.
Where can we send a microphone? I actually do have a slightly better one, but my computer refuses to recognize it.
I know, I've had problems with that before.
Yes.
And Windows 11 has destroyed my audio system. But I think I fixed it.
It is good now, like when your heater is on, we don't actually hear it anymore.
Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, like Z40 actually has a good lead. Yeah, well, he also has to repair that palisade.
He does? Oh, he is. Is there arson in? No arson yet for Sobek, so those men-at-arms will take a while to break through. And with the archers there, well, they will have to run.
Okay.
Question is, what do we like about this tower now? Would we have preferred it maybe on the gold if we're Z40, seeing that the men-at-arms are forced away already from the archers?
No, I think on the wood line is good because you can take other golds. Taking other wood lines is kind of a pain.
And look at that wonderful box formation from Sobek.
So Biddex coming in from C40. The difference really is the fishing ships. Like Sobek has made a dock. He has 1 fire. Obviously C40 doesn't know it's just 1 fire, but I just don't understand. Not doing anything on water as the Persians?
Yeah, that's 700 plus resources collected. And archers come in on the mining camp. That man-at-arms can't run properly.
As Janska says, Celts OP. I think, and I said it in it. We had Kirby in the Community Cup where we had a lot of Celts. I think Celts are often overlooked on these maps. I think their bonuses are way stronger than people give them credit for.
We saw them a lot. What was that African map? Was it Last Warlords, where it was like cross, but you started with 5 elephants?
Boundary Brawl?
No, it wasn't Boundary Brawl. It was like it was an African map, and you had like there were 5 elephants around each TC, so like 10 total. Then it was cross. It wasn't Border Dispute. Maybe it was. No, it wasn't Boundary Brawl. Maybe it was. It's not Border Dispute.
Oh,
Border
African
Dispute
Waters. African Waters.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, African Waters. That one. We saw Celts a lot there. And they're kind of one of those like mid-tier hybrid map picks because of the wood bonus and also the men-at-arms. But now we see just how good that eco can be as Z40 clicks up.
Yeah. So
Sobek,
he needs to defend this. This is gonna be tricky. I feel like maybe you just pull the Vils, maybe go to stone.
Do you think Sobek ever goes, if he gets up, Persian longswords?
Nah,
One day I want to see them.
archers.
Yeah, the Celts will have
I
good
want to
archers
see
because of the wood
Georgian
bonus.
men-at-arms.
That's true. That they can't even upgrade to longswords.
Yeah. I was thinking of Skukutsa, yeah, I was thinking of that too.
No, that's the deer map. That's the deer map.
Yes. 10 more minutes and the Persian dock is down.
Maybe longer.
Taking some fish. We building a stable. I know it's Persians, but I think I'd like a siege workshop and I'd like a demo.
I mean, we'd all like demos. Oh, this army from Sobek gonna get near the gold. Tower not on the gold, it is on the wood line, so that gold... Well, we threatened that Vil with 1 HP does manage to get away.
Sobek's not really reacting though. Z40 is not reacting, there we go.
There's another house. Like Woad Raiders? We'd all like Woad Raiders, Emu. I'm sure Emu would like white feather guards. Foraging Castle Age.
Man, Castle Age, and we're not even close to clicking up.
No, not at all, even with that market.
Yeah. And I think we should get a siege workshop. Even at home, you can just push away the skirms. I mean, the knights work for that as well. And I think you just siege push the TC. Even if you don't get it down, it costs so much to repair.
I mean, I think you can even do that with adding 1 more TC behind. And even if you don't want to siege push, you can even just dock and do War Galley to push. But it will be a TC. Yeah. And it will be a boom for Z40. Focusing on the eco.
The knight is not quite gonna kill all the skirms. Well, maybe he does. Yeah, okay, nice.
Yeah, it will. You believe in the knight. Skirms, they're the strongest unit. That doesn't mean they always win. Just most of the time.
Emu, we don't want to know about your berries. Anyway, Sobek's clicked up.
And he's doing a
stable as well.
So Persian Knights look like the answer for him, and we'll have a corresponding monastery from Z40. Does he see the stable? No, but he can probably sense it then.
There is some fishing eco for Sobek, and I don't know where Z40 just put his fires. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Well, or not.
Nope. No, we don't. No, we don't.
Where are we going?
He wants to destroy the dock. Or he doesn't want that dock sitting in the middle of that river anymore. Or maybe he's gonna sail past that too. Oh, he's going. He's gonna keep going. He's just making a loop around the entire map. Just passing.
Is this an ode to the new Portuguese unique tag?
Yeah, he's trying to circumnavigate African River.
Yeah. Okay, Sobek is Castle Age, and we're going Celt Cav Archers! Let's go! Why not go Celt Cav Archers?
Alright, Celts at least do get Husbandry. They will miss Bracer, they'll miss Bloodlines, Thumbring, and Parthian Tactics.
So what you're saying is it could be worse.
Could be worse. They could miss Armor too. They could miss Husbandry. At least they have Ballistics.
Why are we going Celt Cav Archers?
Why not? Every civ can go CA, right? They're close to the worst CA? They might be the worst CA.
Can we just build a siege workshop on this hill where the
Maybe
gold
Teuton
is?
CA. Could be worse. TC number 3. Well, he wants to make some Cav Archers. He doesn't want to end the game too early because then he won't be able to play with the Celt CA.
Can we? Okay, well, whatever.
Think about this. Sobek, when he sees a big group of Celt CA attacking his base, he's not going to have any idea what to do. He'll never have seen it before. Brand new strat. Yeah, including the American civs, you just have to convert the CA.
I think what's happening here. Sorry, I got attacked. Like, this is Doubt's group, so I think Doubt's infecting his group mates. Right? They just always want to make CA.
They're preparing to fight Doubt. He wants to know the strengths and weaknesses of Celt CA inside and out for when he has to face Doubt. Has Doubt played either of them so far? I know he played Fire.
I think he did play C40. Let me check. Let me check. No, I don't. Yeah, I want Season 5. Doubt beat C40 3-0 and beat Fire 3-0.
Right, yeah, Doubt's still undefeated so far.
Yeah. He's playing Kapocz in a few days.
I mean, Doubt may be a candidate for someone going undefeated.
Yeah, Stark was close, but then he lost one game.
It was very close.
I think Doubt could go undefeated. I think Kapocz might take a game off him though. Like, he has Kapocz, Sobek, Sorakuma. Those are not super easy opponents.
Right,
so we're just going for another TC, and we're losing water. But I think losing water is fine at this point. He has like 7 fishing ships.
Yeah.
So
like the fish have done what they needed to do, and he's got farms up. It's much worse to lose the fish in feudal and not be able to click up to the castle age than it is to lose them after you've already clicked up.
So we finally have a Seeds Workshop on the hill, like I've been asking for the last 10 minutes.
And some rams, Celt rams. Protected by the Cav Archers. Cav Archers to snipe off the spears. And it looks like that range will go down to the rams. Down it goes.
I think we can go for TCs once we have 3 rams, if we even get there.
Maybe we need a couple of spears to put in the rams? I think we need something other than just Cav Archers to ensure that Vils don't jump the rams. Maybe Scorpions are the play. These are Persian TCs, so you have to be careful of the Persian TCs.
That's why I said like 4 rams and not 2. Okay, more TCs.
Yeah, more TCs from both players. Oh, that's a 1 Vil TC for Z40. That's gonna take forever to be constructed in the corner. Well, here comes more Vils. Here comes more Vils. It just won't be ready by the time they arrive. So defensive
But the funny
mangonel.
thing is, there's no counter against the CA. Like the 6 Scurbs are not gonna do a lot. And there's a castle. We need to snipe the mango.
Yes, that's what the Cav Archers are for, sniping the mangonel, right? To ensure the castle goes up. Oh, here come the Vils. We have an almost 20 Vil lead for Sobek, but there are 2 mangonels here. This is a castle that could maybe even be one-shotted by the mangonels if they're paying attention.
We're going in. 1 shot, yeah, good positioning. 2 shots, oh, don't lose that. Okay.
I think you Sills for using your prime sub.
Hear that howl? That one's the king of the woods.
There's the GG.
He can take down an army of our Norsemen.
Well, the castle was going to end it there. The castle was going to end it on 2 TCs. And the Celts do it. The Celts do it. Our base is here and he gets to see a Celt win.
Good.
So instant drush from the Persians. Killed a villager. Did quite a bit of damage. But the Celts are able to recover. Was consistently ahead in eco the entire game. And GG.
I really think, I know I said it at the time, but I really think not making that dock was a mistake. Even if you're up later as Persians, you can like still win water. Your docks stay up forever. And he just let C40 have like 5 fishing ships before he fought water, and that gave C40 like the little bit of a boost he needed after losing that Vil.
Yeah, and good result for C40. Paid off. We saw very quickly how he had like 700 plus res collected. They were still in feudal before clicking up, and that's essentially your castle age up timing right there with all the fish food.
So this is interesting because C40 and Sobek were both 0 and 1. They only played one round. We are behind in this group. Like Fire had some issues, and Kapoch was traveling a bit, and then Z40 had an internet outage, so we had to move some sets. Looking at the group, I think this is a very good result for Z40. Who's only lost to Doubt, but I'm guessing everyone's going to lose to Doubt.
Yeah, I think Doubt certainly is the favorite here. But that doesn't mean Z40 with 5 wins then does move up into second place with one more than Sorokuma, but he's also maybe a bit more ahead in games played. And Sorokuma, Fire, and Doubt Kapach still need to play, and Sobek Fire still need to play, so Fire needs to get caught up with his scheduling a bit. Otherwise, Jordan and Margugu still undefeated. I mean, maybe Margugu can be the first player to go undefeated in TTL.
No. Well, I mean, Margugu has been saying everywhere he's gonna beat Jordan. I'm gonna kick Jordan's ass. Well, Jordan's practiced and looked really good. Obviously, now he's traveling, so he's played a couple of his sets already. And well, I have not looked at the results actually, but I have them in a channel where it says I can click a spoiler and then I know the result, and it's really, really, really hard to not do that.
Yeah, Margugu likes to talk a bit on Twitter too.
So I feel like Margugu maybe like trash talking a bit too much.
Oh, who knows? Who knows?
It's Margugu, so he could have won.
He lost. He might have been swept 0-3 and he's still trash talking.
Could be 3 10-minute games. We don't actually know.
Yeah, Jordan could have won faster than Daniel Deduzu, and we don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, no platinum today. What do you think about WCL's performance? Silver C. I think he's done really well in the opening rounds. I didn't expect him to do this well. But we actually shouldn't be looking at silver because there's a few sets
that will be spoiled.
That were wrecks, yeah.
Yeah.
But there is a silver set starting in 5 minutes, and it's going to be Gabi versus Kozmonot.
It will be Gabi versus Kozmonot, and I will cast that.
Nice.
And that's Group C they're in.
You're asking way too many questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
And who's on the left side of the draft? So it'll be Gabi or Kozmonot.
Well, it depends because the host can pick.
Ah, okay. So we don't know yet.
So I don't know yet. I don't see them online. So I think we have a couple minutes.
I think we do. I'm going to take a break then if we have a couple minutes then. I'll make more coffee.
Let's do that. I could use some coffee. That's a good shout.
All right, chat. Behave yourselves. I'm going to grab some coffee and I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I am back. Let's see if our base is still here.
I'm here.
Alright, hello, our base. And I'll get the drafts started. You sent me the links. Let me open them.
Mm-hmm.
Gabi is on the left, then.
Yeah, she's technically the favorite for this set because she lost in the final of bronze and Kozmonot lost in the semi-final.
Okay, and choosing to draft first. I actually kind of like drafting second for the maps. Not sure about the civs. Maybe you really want to get the first civ pick. But since the map format is pick at the start, you can still pick whatever map you want, and if your opponent happens to pick your map for their home map, then you're basically getting 2 map picks.
Well, there's something to be said for both sides, which is good. We've had some drafts in the past where one player clearly had an advantage.
Yeah, and Zimbabwe, the home map for Kozmonot. Stranded, the home map for Gabi, and Mudflow game number 1. So good variety of maps there. Some water, some demo potential. Yeah, the first to pick map is also the first to pick civ. They are on the same side for both drafts. So if you host one, you host both.
Yeah, no, but like in the map draft, Kozmonot picked the map first. It's ban. So Gabi bans, Kozmonot bans, then
okay.
Kozmonot picks, and Gabi picks.
Okay. Oh yeah,
Gabi
then
bans.
definitely
Yeah.
be on the left then I like more.
Mm-hmm. We also, like, because we have 3 maps at the end, and one of them is picked at random, this time was Mudflow, I think it also could have been Bypass or something. Monocle, I think, is not banned. No, Monocle is banned. What's the other map?
Oh, that's the struggle, figuring out the one map that's not remaining.
Slopes. So it could have been
Slopes,
Bypass,
yes.
Bypass, Mudflow, or Slopes. But like, I think we got, like, just having that means it's not the player with the last ban basically picking between 2 maps.
Right. Yeah. And Gabi has also picked Bypass as her home map and looked very comfortable playing Turks on it in her previous sets. So leaving that unbanned, having one of those closed maps gives her a lot more flexibility in her drafting. Because you don't really think of Gabi as the walled, closed map clown type of player. I need to change my logo to silver. But she's definitely learned to make it work on Bypass.
I've been surprised with her picks. Like, I would think of her as going crazy on maybe Monocle is a bit too meta now, but maybe like a Tulu or maybe like something on Reverse Acropolis. Even High Tides, I think, could be a map for her.
And she's in Mudflow right now, so is Kozmonot. And for colors, I think I'll keep Gabi in blue and Kozmonot in red. And the score didn't show up. Silly overlay, I need to fix some bugs. There we go.
Okay, so my game crashed. So
Game crashed.
pinged them to wait for me. And I hope they actually do.
Oh, my spec dashboard may have crashed. Oh, nope. My spec dashboard needs to be... I can't see that they've started.
They're in the lobby.
Yeah, they're in the lobby. Did they launch the game? I've noticed that my dashboard...
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've clicked yes. So it shows on the spec dashboard that I'm in, but my game doesn't actually show that I'm in.
Ah, interesting.
And now it's bugged. Oh, for fuck. Are you sure you want to leave? Yes, I'm not in the lobby. There we go. It's so annoying. Okay, well, their lobby settings are good. It's good. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, this is Stark. This is our base. Yeah, this is our base. He's the one doing all the adminning. Or one of the 3 admins.
Tiny conquest. Yeah, looks good.
And they have
Also,
the spec delay.
Yes. Let's check that. Obviously, I've had lobbies. I think one of the more forgotten settings is the hidden civs. So I've joined lobbies where I've seen a person civ, and then all the other settings are good, but like obviously that you need hidden civs.
You do, yeah. That's one to forget too, because you can't change that once the lobby's created. Because obviously you wouldn't want players unchecking hidden civs and then having an advantage seeing the civ. So you have to recreate it then. But okay, ooh. Kozmonot picked green. Can we go blue versus green for colors?
I mean, I'm watching your point of view, so you can do whatever.
Okay. Well, I'm asking chat. Can chat see that? I think blue and green works. I was gonna keep them in red, but I like when players pick colors. I like keeping their colors set.
I like the peek behind the curtain we're getting. You're not getting half of it.
You're getting the peek behind our base raging at the lobby settings when they're not correct.
I mean, I keep saying this, the higher you go in level, the more adminning you have to do.
Yeah, the community event players, they are prepared. They got their spreadsheets set up. They are ready for any type of settings you throw at them. Because, you know, it's the type of thing where they don't play in tournaments all the time, so they actually do need to sit down and read the handbook. They don't just wing it.
I mean, but we give them like, oh, you need to play these and these sets in the next 4 weeks, and they'll actually schedule 1 set per week and play, and like there's only like usually we have 200 plus players, and then there's only like 1 or 2 where we have to push them a little bit. Like, yes, it happens that players can't play, or like real life comes up and they're like, hey, I can't play anymore. Like, that stuff happens, of course. That's like not an issue, but mostly you could just be like, here are the map shops, good luck. I'll see you in 3 months. This just happens.
Alright, so Mudflow is starting, and it'll be Chinese for Kozmonot, which, starting with Deep Fish under your TC, will be a crazy good map to use them and minimize idle time. Gabi has gone Sicilians. And we're
Yes.
loading in right now. Sicilians.
I don't know why.
Alright, well, we will have our second set of the day. It will be a Kozmonot playing as the green Chinese to the north and Gabi as the blue Sicilians to the south. And as we said earlier, the Chinese, starting with Deep Fish under your TC, get off to an insanely good start on this map. 3 extra vills, and with that, they can minimize their idle time. Although, to be fair, Kozmonot, around 30 seconds of idle time. That's more than you usually expect from the Chinese. 33 seconds.
So I was just checking the maps, and Gabi has a crazy good map for not Monocle, Mudflow. Like, she has a pretty easy wall off, and then she can wall off a couple extra golds.
Oh yeah, that gold is pretty good for her.
Yeah.
This is honestly one of the... This is really pushing the limit of what the map is allowed to do. Because I did ensure that it's not going to be, like, that gold isn't going to be all the way back in the corner. That's about as close to the corner, though, as it's allowed to spawn. So she would have 1 gold safe. And Kozmonot kind of has a decent gold, too, if he goes to the right side. And then on the left, they're a bit more even next to those next to the pandas.
Yeah. So Matze says in chat, no loom. And he didn't get loom, and that's super weird. Like, you can see Chinese if you get them on arena.
Oh.
Sometimes you don't. You can see them like not get loom, but why would you just not
map.
get loom here? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, no loom would be because you're planning to collect from the fish so fast that you're getting a vill before 25 seconds. So before you would actually have loom finished. But not the case for him. 33 seconds idle TC, no loom. And that feels like... Oh, wait, that's why he has so much idle TC, because he didn't do loom. If he had loom, that would be 8 seconds. Right, so he was trying to beat loom, and it didn't work out. That's why it's so much idle TC time.
Even if you do the start perfectly, like your vills have to walk over to the fish. If you do the perfect start, and you can get a villager in 20 seconds, it's still worth getting loom.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's not like those games where you play Maya on Arena and you skip loom because you want the gold savings and you try to get the house up as fast as possible. So you do one house with all your vills in like 15 seconds and then start producing. Here you still actually do have to walk over, collect the food, and drop it off. And you did. Looks like you did struggle there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe he wants the 50 gold for militias? Yeah, maybe, because he's going to the...
Well, to the gold now. So he might be saving gold for some type of drush. But...
Yeah, but we have 2 on woods.
Yeah, we have 2 on wood, and if you were drushing without loom, you'd think that you do the barracks before the mining camp because you have all the gold. And he just clicks loom now. So either he's a genius and has some type of special build prepared, or he messed up the build without clicking loom, or was just super inefficient on the fish compared to his practice games.
Yeah. Now, speaking of weird choices, what do you think of Sicilians?
It certainly fits the category of weird choices. If you're gonna go donjons, I mean, that's the reason to pick them. But I don't see a donjon yet. Also, Gabi went for the wood in the middle and walled in a large area that includes a stone mine, so if she wants to mine some stone, she can.
Yeah.
This is a weird game, RPs.
Yeah, because we could have gotten loom and still had the same uptime. Well, an even faster uptime.
Yeah, I mean, is he gonna... Yeah, right, it's not like he was... Because he did click loom before going up. He has loom now. It's not like he was saving it for, like, double range archers. Or some type of, like, triple dock galleys where he didn't want to do loom and have the gold.
Yeah. Okay, so both players are up. Do you think it's going to be some sort of, like, dungeon in the middle and then sergeants?
I mean, you think the vills would probably be forward by, like, going forward by now if she were going for a forward donjon? We'll see, there's one vill, but that's a house near the wood line. She has loom.
No, I was thinking a dungeon, like, on that wood line. Or maybe even on the stone.
Maybe, but if it's a defensive donjon, I feel like you do that more reactively if you see your opponent pressuring you, rather than just doing it in preparation.
Yeah, she already has a dungeon somewhere.
Oh, she does, on the berries.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So, you start with more stone. Is she gonna get 50 more stone, you think? Get that second dungeon up?
Yeah, she could, like, long distance mine it from the TC for a second donjon. I don't know what a second donjon gives her, though, if it will be defensive. Archers
question,
now
is T90,
for Kozmonot.
Is T90 currently at a funeral? He might be. I don't know exactly what date that is. Could be today or tomorrow. As far as I know, he will be back Friday. I don't know if he's at the funeral watching us cast TTL. I think he is an addict, but he's not that much of an addict.
You know, have one screen like playing the videos, the video clips of the family, and the screen next to it will be the TTL stream.
Yeah. So stable opening. So then and an archer opening for Kozmonot.
That's forward spear, but at least the donjon defends from that.
I will give Kozmonot one award. It's the saddest woodline award. Like his first, like, oh my god.
He's chopped through, right? And this was something we actually we addressed slightly. We ensured there were always at least 12 trees on these middle wood lines by your TC, or at least like 11 to 12 trees. Because the wood lines around the map, they can spawn like 10, a couple of them get down to even 8 trees rarely. And we did make sure that if you wanted to do the lumber camp here, it was consistently on the maximum or on the high side of the number of trees that could spawn.
Yeah, but the fact that you can do it doesn't mean you should do it.
Well, he's coming forward with archers now. Gabi will see that, and she's on stone. So if she wants to keep mining stone, she will have to do her donjon on the stone. But she's doing it on her second patch of berries at home. Simply going for the food eco with the berries. Not worried about protecting the wood line. Will this be up before the archers come in? It might not. That'll be close.
I mean, the archers can just sit under the tower anyway.
Yeah, and they have the hill bonus there too. Oh, those vills get back to the TC. And not 89.28%, so she wouldn't be able to finish it. And it's... Oh, that feels like maybe it was the right play, because that's where the archers were heading, but just ever so slightly too late. And at the same time, her scouts tried to get in through an overchop, but that's quick-walled in time. They're
still a hole.
Oh, never mind. Not quick-walled. They do get in, but after taking a poke from a spear, I don't know what that pathing was. They'll try to escape. They don't want to fight there with the spear and another spear coming from the side. Oh, actually, they'll fight the spear. That'll force some more spears from Kozmonot, maybe.
Now, Sicilians do take less bonus damage, so fighting spears with 3 scouts is not too bad, as we are now here with Vils.
And she's just gonna rush the Donjon Foundation. And she at least puts the weak Vil on a farm.
I guess those Vils were sort of sent to wood and then kind of sent back. That's a lot of scouts for Gabi.
Yeah, she'll bring the scouts back at the same time, and that gets the Donjon up, so she'll get back to the berries, and even get a nice volley of arrows on that scout from Kozmonot, which didn't take that much damage from what felt like a full volley. I guess there's no fletching. Maybe it's just DE things and the arrows missed.
So, you do get 2 sets of berries on this map, but you only get 4 of them per patch.
You only get 4.
So,
total of 8.
It feels like you get a lot of food, but it's actually kind of annoying because you want to send Vils to them, and then you have 6 Vils on them, and they run out instantly. This dog is going to go up just in time.
Yeah, just in time. And the Vils have to be careful. Oh, they'll kill the scout. Oh, beautiful micro there from Gabi to garrison the weak Vil. And there's a forward lumber camp now from Kozmonot. He walled it in, locked the gate, but there will be 6 scouts attacking the gate. Gabi has to be wary of the spear, and looks like she's paying attention, and will run away in time. Kozmonot's starting to do farms, but doesn't have nearly the number of farms established that Gabi does yet, and she'll do a 3rd donjon to protect the farmers. And it will cover part of the area where the archers are right now, but they can always go to the backside. At least it keeps the farmers safer.
I feel like I'm watching someone create a scenario.
Building a custom little town with some donjons and farms and houses.
Yeah, like the devs need a picture for the DLC.
And the scouts will fight this. Will they clear it with the spears? And she's gonna say no. Gabi will back off.
No.
As that scout gets taken out.
Also, no horse collar for the Sicilians, which is kind of bad because that's the only eco bonus you have.
Yeah, the extra. Right, 125 additional food. And it is very powerful.
I mean, I think it is 75 food, right? Horse collar.
Yeah, but I think that's probably what she wanted to do with the double berries that she could delay. Oh, she has a demo now. She has a demo. Does she go for the 3 spears on that outpost with all the scouts she has? Ooh.
I think she should.
She wants to hit the other army. But Kozmonot saw the demo. He should be aware of that. And will he react when he sees it? Will he react? Here it comes. Oh, he's right on the wood line. He needs to split. He needs to split. Oh, he sends 1 spear to tank the demo. And it worked. She hit the spear. And that's exactly what he wanted to do there. You don't want to waste demos on single spears.
Gabi getting a fight here too. It's just scouts on this map. Now this map is pretty big and it's very open, so scouts feel really good. But when I played it in like other events and what we've seen from well, other like hidden cup, archers are better long term if you don't get wrecked by scouts, because the
Or
archers
demos.
you can just do damage everywhere, or demos.
Yeah, the danger of the archers is really the demos if they hit you while you're walking across, but now Kozmonot's made it to dry land, and even could dive underneath that donjon again if he wants to try to hit more vills. Yeah, Gabi will notice that she'll garrison.
Yeah, scouts for Gabi are in the north.
Yeah, but in next to spearmen, so they'll try to keep her off of the farms.
This game
And
feels super weird.
It does. These archers have a hill bonus, too. I don't know if that actually applies in this situation, but the archers will take out that donjon pretty quickly. These feel like Saracens, almost.
It does. Only tower versus tower it doesn't. Like, they just get the normal bonus versus buildings. I think you should stay there, honestly. Like, you're not gonna find anything else.
Yeah, I guess the hill bonus is just 1.25 then. I don't even know if the hill bonus applies. That might have just been enough archers that they did enough damage over time. But they'll run. They don't want to stay there until the scouts come back. But the scouts are so busy forward.
It's applied after the armor, so the archers do 1 damage. And then it's times 1.25, so it does a little bit.
Or no, I don't think it does, because it's applied to the Pierce attack, which would be cancelled out by the 7 Pierce armor.
Yeah,
So
but
I
you
think-
still
I think it's
always
just
do
1.
1 damage. Oh, right.
Yeah, but it's applied before that.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Yeah. Just math things. So after the demo got 1 spear, it'll be time for a galley from Gabi to hit the wood line. But Kozmonot
it's
has clicked up.
open!
Oh, there's a hole. That is open. And the scouts, they don't have any upgrades though, no foraging, and they won't kill vills all that quickly. It'll be 1, 2 that go down. The rest get trapped in the gate. And oh, that deleted wall lets the scouts through. And they get 2 more vills. A few spears coming over, but these are Sicilian scouts, and 2 more vills die as they try to run. And Kozmonot will pay for that overchop, as his wood line was open, and he's just lucky that wasn't a demo that got through.
I like that Guno Clock in chat said no eco KD with those scouts yet.
Well, you said
Like
that just
classic.
in time. Said that
You
just
should
in
become a
time.
caster.
So Bloodline's on the way now for Kozmonot. Doesn't have any cav, but then he'll have to be thinking of knights in the Castle Age from the Chinese. Remember, the Chinese don't get camels anymore. And double stable knights, so no fire lancers. Which I guess maybe you don't want to go fire lancers against sergeants with all the donjons. And Gabi also has a defensive demo ship. But oh, what is this? She's had 7 donjons. And I know Gabi has been practicing a lot for this. And she must have done this many times on Mudflow.
Wait, Deadly Cookie says I didn't know Chinese don't get camels anymore. No, they get
Yeah,
fire
they don't.
lancers.
They traded them for the fire lancers.
I mean, at least they traded them for something. I feel
Yeah.
like for Chinese, it's actually kind of good. It's not like Vietnamese are like, here, you get an extra OP unit.
Yeah,
because you
Vietnamese and
needed it.
Koreans just get them with bonuses. And there's Castle Age clicked for Gabi, but Kozmonot's up already. Crossbow and Bodkin on the way. He probably can't do too much damage with all of the donjons lying around. Gabi will go for another dock. Might not be the worst thing for her to try to do fletching to keep the crossbows farther away with the donjons. Take all those range circles and increase them by 1. As the crossbows might hit a farmer there. Yep. And that's what you don't want happening, relying on the tower defense for crossbows that occasionally hit vills. And also they can camp under the TC if they want to, because there are no vills to garrison the TC with all the shallows. But at least a few of them do take some donjon fire. And Gabi will have to react to the knights now, and she'll do so with some stone walls around double donjons on that wood line. I feel like this wood line is going to run out, and she's trying to do some galleys and play water. She does wall on the left now.
We have seen Mudflow games that turn into Baltic. But, I mean, you're doing the perfect defense against archers and still... Oh, I mean, she only lost 2 vills, so I guess it's fine.
Yeah, and now the knights even fended off by the donjons. And as soon as she does get to the castle age, the donjons will get a boost. They'll shoot more extra arrows when garrisoned. Get a bit more HP. Gotta do university ballistics.
Spearman?
I don't know, because right now she could try to add TCs and boom, but is still against knights. And she doesn't want to be defenseless against a good number of knights.
Light calf coming in.
She only has 5 scouts,
I'm very confused right now. I've no clue what the plan is. We're making galleys.
Yeah, it seems like the plan is light cap or galley. I mean, galleys themselves are fairly decent against TCs if you upgrade them to war galley and get bodkin. But you need those to outrange the TCs and do the full damage to them. And if you don't do that, knights can somewhat run them down if you don't micro properly. And then now that donjon near the hill really threatened of going down. And the monastery may be a bit threatened too. That's 10 knights now for Kozmonot. 11 spears, and he keeps pouring in with more knights.
Yeah, the light cap are going into the back of Kozmonot's base. I want to see how he reacts.
Oh,
he
spears.
noticed.
Well, Sicilian bonus at least, but that's not that much.
Yeah, I think Gali chose a strategy, which I think is obviously practiced, but it's kind of not working.
Yeah, War Galley on the way, but still no fletching line upgrades. So they have a base range of 5. I think they get 1 more from War Galley, but that just keeps them equal to the 6 at the TC.
Monastery is gonna go down. We are getting War Galley. We still don't have Force Scholar, which really hurts. We know that's a second wood upgrade. I know the villagers is like the villager count is the same, but look at the res collected for Kozmonot.
Yeah. Also Chinese things, right? Chinese 2k res ahead.
Yeah, that's fair.
And now it's War Galleys against Knights. TC will shoot down the Knights too. And her Blacksmith finally doing fletching. Kozmonot might destroy the Blacksmith even before Bodkin could come in. That's going down pretty quickly now. So she'll need another Blacksmith when she's already down in Eco. That hurts. Just doing the second TC now. At least her Vil count is okay. Well, I have learned on this map, if you add 5 to 10 TCs and boom, you can always come back. But looking a bit rough for her.
So I like the outposts. I think those are good. I think Kozmonot will need maybe his own dock right now, if he sees the amount of galleys. Although it's only 6. And I think the Knights can do pretty well.
Ooh, wait. How will these War Galleys do against the Knights on the market? Okay, Kozmonot realizes. He realizes there are a lot of low HP Knights there. And he himself is doing heavy plow. Oh yeah, both these civs have extra food on their farms, now that I think about it. Both of them want the farming upgrade to get their farm boost.
Yeah, I guess Sicilia's more so, though.
Yeah, some Knights for Kozmonot are in. They will be killing Gabi's original Woodline Vils. 2 donjons, but not enough to stop the Knights. They have +2 armor, and Bodkin is not in yet. And Kozmonot takes a 1k score lead as he keeps up the raids, takes a Vil lead. Maybe has to worry about the TC. And Gabi with War Galley right now. You have to remember, though, the Chinese, if they go imp and want to retake the water. See, do they have the dragon ships yet?
Yes.
Yes, they do. That's not in the new DLC. They already have them. They have dragon ships, which are stronger than fast fires.
They no longer have tanky demos.
Or they do now, right? Still? Or no, they don't.
No.
Oh my god, I missed that. it literally never mattered, but I miss it.
This is why the desk can never take away the Celt Sheep bonus. It's useless, but...
Alright, so Gabi has to garrison her TC again. There'll be a castle up in the middle of the water from Kozmonot. And I'd love to see a demo on the back of that. Maybe Gabi can deny it. And Kozmonot will be in on the left, too.
The army now consists of 7 spearmen and 7 galleys.
Is this a doubt castle? 92%.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay, it does go up. The war galleys have to sail away. So 10 vil lead for Kozmonot. As Gabi did do a 3rd TC on that back goal and is still trying to boom.
I wish Cosmonaut would continue with the knights. But I think he's gonna go for more galleys. It's just, I think the raids are doing a lot, and I don't think you want to give Gabi time.
I don't know, I feel late game Chinese Sicilians, I probably still even favored Chinese there. Especially on the water map.
Like with the Fire Lancers?
Yeah, Fire Lancer just plus good fire ships with the dragon ships. I'm not sure if the Sicilians actually could fight and win water. And you win the water plus control the gold, at least defensively with some Fire Lancers, then expand, and I think you're good.
There are casters who would say, look at the population. Gabi's popped at 90. Cosmonaut at 115. He's flying. He's now getting his own galleys. And now I know Gabi's gonna make a couple demos. Like, Gabi's not someone to give up super early. She's gonna try to make it crazy, but I just don't see what she can do to really make it crazy. There's not really potential for huge demos.
Yeah, this was such a strange game. Cosmonaut, I think, clearly messed up his build order at the start, but then the donjon defense didn't really work out well for Gabi. Yeah. And in the end, the galley swap wasn't in time to stop units coming across the shallows, and she took even more damage in the castle age.
With Chinese, your first click is loom. So him not clicking loom is a conscious decision.
Or it's just one of those old... It's one of those old things where you're so used to starting the game, pressing your create vil hotkeys, you get in the flow, and maybe you just forget that you're Chinese, and don't do it. Okay, Gabi has a couple of demos. She has a couple of demos, and can she get a good hit on the knights? Okay, that was decent.
Yeah,
She'll kill crossbows. Okay, at least a couple of hits. That'll even some of the pop difference, which is still about 30, though. Oh, another demo?
I think donjons...
With 3 knights.
Okay. Guys, one more week of this. In 1 week, this is no longer possible.
Oh, you're right. Oh, demo on 2 spears.
Okay, well, maybe that's possible.
I don't even know if that's possible. Do they even kill spears? And
they
imp
did in
for
the
Cosmonaut.
patch, right?
And Gabi still wants more donjons.
Roaring Moose says this is why water in this game is stupid. A guy on a horse with a sword should not be able to take down a warship. Well, there is historic evidence. And there are situations where cavalry took down a fleet. That's exactly one such instance.
Exactly one such instance.
It's not the water though, it's like this hybrid terrain. You wouldn't see, well, there, I mean, I'm Dutch, so technically you could see this, but this is kind of weird, seeing huge galleys on
the hybrid terrain.
And like stone buildings.
Yeah, it kind of works for Age of Empires. But okay, castle drop forward for Cosmonaut. He's got 17 villagers going right on the outside of Gabi's base, and since he's up, he immediately will be able to go Trebs, or even Lutron, because they don't get the Chinese don't get cannon galleons anymore. They now have this catapult Lutron type ship, which is pretty strong from everything I've seen. Also available instantly, just like the donjon. You don't need chemistry.
Yeah, those ships would have crews of at least over 60 sailors. Well, I mean, when they depart, when they arrive, probably like 15. But
Yeah.
that's not the.
I'm not sure if they're to scale near all the buildings either.
Okay,
Cosmonot
War Galley's coming in.
But GG from Gabi. And what was that start? That was weird, but I think maybe the weirdest thing is just the Sicilians pick. And that has to have worked for her in some practice games in the past, but not here. I have seen her pick Sicilians in the drafts before, too. Doesn't feel like Cosmonot did anything special to deal with it, just kind of played standard, but had some good raids diving underneath donjons that weren't there in time, or otherwise fighting and disturbing her eco.
I don't really have anything to add. It's like, yes. Maybe I hope Gabi shows up in chat later, because she does sometimes after her sets, and maybe we can ask her.
Yeah, what her plan was.
Yeah.
Or Cosmonot, too. I'd like to know what his plan was with that build order. Sicilian's also pretty early in the draft for her. That's her third pick. And she had Portuguese, Spanish, Georgians, and Koreans. 4 civs that also should be good for that map. Maybe the Spanish you want to save for Conquistadors on Stranded. Stick 6 TCs
I don't like
or
Conquistadors.
2002
I don't like
meta.
Conquistadors on Stranded. Or unless you go like all in on gold and just buy the castle. I think that's an option.
Yeah, right, because Stranded you don't have enough stone reliably to get unique units, so it's a big risk to go for the unique unit set. You only have single tiles of stone around the outside, and they have 300, or what's on a stone? 350 stone per tile? And you need 650 stone for a castle. So unless you're going to use the market, you need at least 2 tiles to get enough stone.
Also, we are talking a lot about Stranded. We're going to Zimbabwe.
Okay. So Gabi deciding to play Cosmonot's home map first. The loser of game 1 picks the next map. They can pick either map. And it will be Spanish versus Burgundians on Zimbabwe. Interesting.
Yes. So, yeah, I think Spanish is good here. You do have a couple tiles of stone. Burgundians is more the classic arena civ. I like, you've seen this map more, like a lot more than I have. So, what do you like more? Which approach?
Yeah,
like
so
just a standard boom approach?
We've had this map a lot in Stronghold Frenzy, and I think what makes it interesting is that we've seen both approaches work out. We've seen the all-in arena-style push work, but I think it's not quite as strong as it is on Arena because you can sneak out the sides on the back of your base and go for the gold on the hill, or go for one of the extra golds. Spanish, though, with more mobility of the unique unit with Conquistadors, might be able to prevent that.
Yeah, you have a bit more mobility than like a Turks push.
And she had been playing Turks on bypass.
Yeah. The fun thing is, I think on Stronghold Frenzy, the average game was probably a higher level because we have quite a few players in TTL who don't play those kind of events and just don't have a lot of experience with those more crazy closed maps. Which, to be honest, we don't see a lot of them. We've seen fortified clearing in events a lot. I guess Basmo was in Warlords, which was kind of more a variation, but it's usually different. Just arena of fortified clearing.
Yeah. All right, and we are just about to get started. And see Cosmonot on the left again. Right. So we will have Cosmonot as the green Burgundians to the southwest and Gabi as the blue Spanish to the northeast. The hunt is always on the south of the map, and you can always be aware of it down there. Oop, and apologies, I forgot to play the ad between the games, so let me just do it during the Dark Age before we... Or actually, wait, I can't. Did I play an ad? Twitch might just be bugging out on me.
It says for me incoming ad break. I can skip it or I can not skip it.
When it gets down to like 10 seconds, I'll snooze it. We'll see. I don't know if that lasts us the game, but it might.
I don't think it will. It might be better to let it play. Unless there's like laming stuff going on.
Yeah, we'll let it play during the boom. Anyway, this map has a bunch of elephants in the southeast and a bunch of rhinos. Each player has one rhino somewhat close to them. You venture a bit farther into the hunt area and you'll find elephants and a couple of crocodiles also guarding some rhinos near the edges. So you have to be careful if you walk to the edges. Now this time we have 5 elephants. It's a bit random. Usually it's 5 to 7. And Gabi will do loom before heading out to lure. Neither player luring right away. And Kozmonot will go grab that boar.
Yeah, interesting that Cosmonot's going for the inside boars first. Now, knowing who he's up against and knowing what she's known for, do you think that's like a conscious decision, or do you think it's just how he practices build?
I mean, it is his home map, so he should have a strategy for it, right? So he should have a planned out build. Maybe what he wants is the early boar to get hunt, simply so he can do the double bit axe as Burgundians. So he has the food income that's faster from the hunt, so he can click the upgrade as fast as possible.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think we'll see them both maybe just go for one rhino, although Gabi did get loom, so she might be
she's
trying to get more. Yeah, scouting the elephants as well.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Gabi really play too much Rage Forest. And I think Rage Forest players will have a huge advantage on this map with the early lures.
Okay.
But
she
going
knows,
for it.
Yeah, she knows Cosmos Scout is on the other side.
Yeah. This should be 2 elephants and a rhino. 1, 2, all perfect so far. 1 hit, but that's fine. And she'll block a bit with the scout and go for the 3rd.
Oh, and Cosmos Scout is not here, so this is actually pretty easy to do. Like, when your opponent's scout starts blocking, that's when it gets really annoying. But and the thing when you have 3 animals is they will like bump into each other as well.
She needs to keep the gate open,
it's
and she
actually
does.
really easy.
And they'll keep the gate open. They do.
Nice.
Yeah, perfect. The hard part is shooting them, but when they're staggered a bit and you can use the scout, it gets a bit easier. So there we go. There's our lure. And Kozmonot seemingly not going for the boar lure then. Nope, don't lose the Vil. Don't lose the Vil. Okay, all good. Well, I've seen her do this before too. She'll bring them inside the gate and then let the rhino walk back to the corner to try to get less decay. But the downside is you then have to send the Vil out to the rhino and bring it back. So it does slow down the food income a bit if you're having a Vil do that lure. But maybe more total food gathered.
Yeah, and the rhino's still there from Cosmonaut. I guess he's pushing in the deer in the south, which is nice. But...
yeah, he's pushing the ostriches. But if Gabi scouts that, she could go take more elephants. I mean, she isn't limited only to 1 lure. She can go again. And with loom, probably worth it to go again.
I mean, she does have her scout there to deny the extra lure from Cosmonaut, which we know he's not doing, but obviously she can't see that.
Now, Twitch gave me a 30-second ad. How annoying.
Yes. Is that a Frikandel accent I hear? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Is that a Dutch thing?
Frikandel, yes. It's one of our snacks. Like, all of our snacks are just meat from some animal, which we never know which one, and it's in the paste, and then it's put into a what is it, fryer, and that's it.
Okay. Well, it sounds like Gabi will be going for another group of elephants then.
Yeah.
Making some snacks for herself.
Yeah, you deep fry food. You deep fry like a meat paste. And
crocodile.
Well, crocodile could be crocodile. I don't know. It is meat, they say. It's very indistinct. And it's very hot as well. If you ever come here, I'll have you try some snacks. Or you can get some raw herring, that's good as well.
Ooh. Alright, so Kozmonot pushes in the zebra. He'll wall up the hole in his wall. And this is actually pretty risky for Gabi now, doing the lore now that Kozmonot is feudal. Because the scout can block so much more effectively. And here's another crocodile chasing her Vil. Sometimes I think luring with the crocodile actually makes it easier because the crocodile can block animals too. And there she goes for the second elephant. It'll only be 2 by the looks of it. Didn't go for the third. I think if she had gone for the elephants instead of that rhino, she probably could have gotten 3 of them.
Still 3 animals.
It is 3 animals, one of which doesn't have food. Should I add food to the crocodiles? They also have a charge attack now, so they're pretty scary in their first hit. Oh, and
Gabi's
1 rhino.
doing the lore.
1 rhino for Kozmonot.
Yeah, there it is.
Monday?
And she should be fine. Ooh, the elephant doesn't go in.
The Vil's not coming in. Oh, and the Vil's
there's the
gonna
Vil.
die. No.
Oh, she doesn't get the block. She has to house wall again. And she'll block with the scout and go back to the TC. Well, she gets the rhino. That's a lot of work for 1 rhino, though.
Yeah, that's not worth it. And that's the risk. If it goes wrong, then you're really behind. Because like Cosmonot's Vils all this time have been farming.
Yeah, they've been farming. They've had horse collar as the Burgundians.
Yeah.
And remember, farms are actually pretty fast as a source of food. I don't think they're as fast as hunt, but I think they're usually better than berries or sheep, so you're not at that big of a disadvantage. Yeah. And you have your eco pretty cleanly set up for the next stage. He'll be ready to go up soon.
The thing is, if you look at the rest collected, it's the same, but Cosmonot has spent 400 of those res into farms, right?
Yeah, and Gabi still needs to spend that. So his eco, the farms will run out sooner, but you have horse collar, and by the time they start running out, you'll be pretty far into your boom.
Yeah, but it's so Gabi will have more res still available, but she will need to invest in the farms at some point. So you're basically just delaying that investment. As Cosmonaut needs the gold, it's gonna click up.
And she's pretty heavy onto the stone mines, and we'll probably look for a castle drop. Now, the hard thing about this is that you're not scouting what's in the very middle of your opponent's base, so if Kozmonot is going like scouts or archers, and Gabi won't see that. And so her castle positioning is a huge decision. If she builds it in her own base, it's safer, and she guarantees it goes up, but won't put as much pressure on Kozmonot. If she sends Vils forward, she's risking the Vils, but applying much more pressure with the Conquistadors, and leaving the castle in a good spot even for Trebs for later.
Knowing Gabi and just the fact that she's Spanish, I feel like you'd build it forward.
Yeah, they do build the castles faster, not Sicilian speed, but the Spanish building applies, or bonuses, 30% faster for everything, which is great for castle drops. There goes some Vils to the berries, and 8 Vils on berries feels like those 8 Vils are going to be building a castle soon.
No. Should go forward now.
3, 2, 1.
Probably not
0.
him. He shouldn't go forward. You can leave Peter at home.
It's week 1.
Yeah.
Well, it will be a scout fight. She's trying to take the hill bonus. And takes an extra hit in the process. That was not good. Now she's down by 12 HP. But if she brings the scout away, it's time to YOLO forward. Yeah, well, there's the castle.
Don't bring Peter! Well, that's a lot of Vils for the castle, by the way.
Oh, that is... She's making sure the castle goes up. That's 17 Spanish Vils. She doesn't care that 2 of them have, like, 4 HP or 1 HP. 1 HP is all they need. They'll get the castle. They'll force the monastery now in the back for Kozmonot. And what's now? Inquisition missionaries to convert the monks?
Yeah. How many Vils is that on the castle?
17. And there's no gold or resource right here. Yeah, 31 to 31 Vils right now as Kozmonot does loom.
Did we really need 17 Vils?
Just for safety. Now, conquistadors are
Including the
nice,
walking
but...
time?
Yeah, conquistadors are nice, but you probably do want... devotion at some point, once she scouts the double monastery monks.
So, this is a pro game, so double monastery monks counters conquistadors. If we all try this, they don't do shit. I never get conversions on conquistadors.
Also depends on the devotion status. You're here, maybe all those rhinos and elephants meant that Gabi has enough food she can afford a monastery and devotion if she's delaying farms. And 3 conks, they'll pick 1 monk and get both monks. So great start for Gabi. More conks on the way.
Exactly.
And once you get 5 or 6 conks, then you start shooting the monks more reliably. When you're only on 3, you risk missing and leaving the monks alive, especially if they have sanctity. Who's the co-caster? The co-caster is our base. He does the admin stuff. He's one of the admins for TTL.
Yeah. So this is exactly how my engagements go. And then eventually, like you said, they get to a lot of conks. Yeah. You make 10 monks and you get 0 conversions.
And the conks will try to get through the palisade.
Hello, what is an R base?
He's just answering the question Jeopardy style.
I don't think we're running into a good corner here.
That's 1 monk down, 2nd monk down, and the conks will run away. And that's 4 monks down.
Useless.
4 monks dead.
Completely useless.
Does she have devotion? And the conks are not even devoted.
No!
They're just
it's
lucky.
Stupid. It's stupid. Their monks don't work against conks.
Yeah, we see how effectively the conks, even when the monks have sanctity, snipe them. And now it's a ram push. 4 rams from Gabi. That's what the workshop was for. Not mangonels, no. 4 rams. There's no devotion in, so the only thing Kozmonot could do here would be fight with villagers. He's desperately doing a workshop. If Gabi can manage the conks and keep them behind the rams so they don't get shot, then they can kill the monks. That's 1 monk down, 2nd monk down, 1 conversion, 2 conversions.
Wow, okay.
And the conversions turn that around, but the TC goes down. The monks no longer have a spot to hide. And she picks off the monk that was actively converting. No conversion comes in. Those are a bunch of dead vills, and Kozmonot calls the GG.
Yeah. So
Alright.
whoever says monks work is probably Mr. Yo. And that's the only person who makes that work.
Needs to get some lucky conversions for them to work. Oh man, that was about as perfect as things can get for the conk rush. You snipe off every single monk, and by the time they start getting conversions, it's too late and you've already pushed. Well, that's the rush distance on this map, the forward castle. I mean, maybe there's room for Kozmonot to go for an archer opening, or otherwise something that would deny the castle, or force it to be first at home for Gabi to buy time. Only 2 monks at the start, not enough, no sanctity, and it's just kept snowballing as he lost them.
I don't think going for a build where you deny the castle from Spanish works on this map. It's so
Maybe
easy
not.
for them
It's
to
hard.
make. Like, maybe if you go archers, the seed workshop is at home, and then she makes a mangonel first. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, there are ways around it, right? But whatever happened there also didn't work.
No. What was the average on the monks? They got 2 conversions. Was it like 2 for 10?
Sounds
like
like
Mendoza line.
That's oh, I got the civs wrong for the first game. Sorry about that. It's a win for the Spanish, loss for the Sicilians, then win for the Chinese, loss for the Burgundians. And the final game will be on Stranded.
Streamed 120 seconds. Looks good.
So Koreans versus I don't even know, Lithuanians, I think? Koreans, Lithuanians? Maybe we see Inca. Still would worry about Fire Lancers though.
I can see a sneaky Burmese.
We could try to Phosphor Strat on this map. How do Fire Lancers do against Burmese? Although, if it is Burmese, then you can go War Wagons too, right? And I think War Wagons should do well against Arambai?
Well, Rambai do quite a lot of damage. I think they... it depends on the numbers. Like, early on, I think Arambai are better, and then once you get to, like, 15 War Wagons...
That'll be situational.
It changes. No, but you pick Burmese, because you put your 2C in a wood line, and then you don't need to build a lumber camp for Bidax.
Oh, it's true. You get it for free. You might need it as a Dark Age building to click up, though. But it won't be the Burmese, though. It will be Koreans for Gabi and Lithuanians for Kozmonot.
It's funny how players always have shared exploration on.
Well, doesn't matter.
It doesn't do anything, but
For 1v1. It's on for team games, right? Pretty standard for team games.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, let me show you the lobby title. Chat. Dr. Kozmonot became Dosmonot. Gabi versus Dosmonot. Oh, man. Beautiful lobby title. Gabi's the host, right? So I guess she's the one who typed that. Oh, man. Do you think that's just mind games? Spell the name wrong to try to just throw them off before you even get into the game?
You think Cosmonaut even looked at that?
Absolutely not. Alright, so game number 3. This will be on Stranded. When are the next Titan games? These are Titans League right now. This is the Silver League. Platinum resumes on Friday, but Gold and Silver runs throughout the week. So Gabi will be to the west as the Blue Koreans, Kozmonot to the east as the Green Lithuanians. And when they place their docks, this is, I put so much effort into making the maps look nice. The docks on the outside remove any plants underneath them, and the shipwrecks count as plants. So I'll give some credit to Cosmonot for not removing the shipwreck with his dock. I think Gabi built it right on the shipwreck.
I always find it really interesting. So on a normal Nomad map, you always see players keep their villager on the shorefish. And I've now seen, I think, 6 or 7 Stranded games in TTL, and it feels like half the players just pull their villager back. Like, Cosmonaut pulled his villager back to the TC, is now going to build a house with it. It just feels weird how he set that up. Like, I would build the house there and then just go on the shorefish.
Well, the difference is that you have the fishing ship from the start of the game to collect food. And if you can keep your TC running from the start just by using that fishing ship, going heavier on wood means that you can get more fishing ships produced, too. And as the Lithuanians, I think that makes sense, because you have that extra buffer of plus 100 food for 2 extra vills, and then by the time all of the vills are finished producing, you'll have extra fishing ships. And we see him queuing the second right now, whereas Gabi still is on 1, and she left that vill on the shorefish, like you said.
Yeah, but you do get a much faster uptime.
You do, but it also depends on your build, right? Like, you might also FC on this map, where you care more about the fishing ships than the feudal uptime.
I don't know, I don't like an FC where you have no stone. Do you think that's what Gabi's gonna go for? Do you think she wants to go wagons? We could also see like a fire lancer siege push.
Yeah, we can see FC Lancers. The Koreans don't need stone for their FCs.
Anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah, let's see what happens. This is one of the slower Dark Age maps.
Yeah, this does happen with the 3 vill start.
A lot happens. And, like, no scouts.
Yeah. I do kind of like Nineville start for nomad maps.
I think it changes the meta on like normal nomad a lot.
Maybe it does. I actually like it more when you have your Ninevilles scattered about instead of in 3 groups of 3. I think it's nice that you have enough scouting to make a quick TC decision if they're split up. But you don't have that if they're in groups.
Yeah. I know, this map, like, we don't want to do like a 3-fill start and a 6-fill start and a 9-fill start. We already have Tulu, which is played on Regicide, so that's 10 fills. Right?
Yeah, that is 10 vills, and it's the awkwardness that you can't afford loot right away. So I'm just waiting to see a huge vill fight over docks on that map. We did see early on in Silver a couple of Aztec drushes with the gold you start with. But I'm waiting for the vill fights, the loomless vill fights.
Yeah, but I mean, so that's why you have to choose. Like, Mem obviously does a lot of 9-fill starts, especially for Warlords. He didn't do it for KOTD. But
well, KOTD.
On some maps, on some maps it helps, and I think, but on some maps you take away a lot of options. So there's like a trade-off.
Yeah. So
this
right
map
now
could
we
benefit
see
from a 9-fill start.
I think so. And right now we have 7 fishing ships for Kozmonot compared to 5 for Gabi. And she has a tiny bit of idle TC time. Didn't have to do Loom yet. But just simply by being Lithuanians, Kozmonot had that build, went to the wood early, got more fishing ships, and he's already about 200 res collected ahead, and I think he'll keep pulling ahead with that pop lead he has. Yes, this is our base co-casting.
Yeah, okay. I guess just going for a lot of fishing ships, it's something we saw Miguel do the other day.
Yeah. He did.
It can pan out if you don't lose water right away. But I'm guessing Gabi's gonna go fast castle. She has a lot of villagers.
Yeah, well, 18 vills, I wouldn't call that a lot.
For this map, it's a lot.
Well, 500 food now, and she's not clicking up yet, so that does feel more fast castle-ish, especially with all the walling that she's doing. I think she left one tile. Is that unwalled? No, there's a tree behind it. All right.
Okay, she does delete the foundation. It's so annoying, because now you're going to build something else, and then a villager's going to walk around your wall to that foundation.
Yeah, you're right. They'll try to auto-complete that, like this wall down here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think Cosmonaut is like, okay, well, I think she's going fast castle and not play water, so I'm just going to add as many fishing ships as I can, which is actually a very good strategy.
Yeah, and if you can tell that you're not going to be pushed early in feudal, there's every reason then to continue adding more fishing ships and get a comparable, if not much better, eco. And right now that's 12 to 7 fishing ships, with Cosmonot having a great lead.
Yeah, so you think Lancers, or do you think Gabi's going to try to get that stone on the left?
I think Lancers.
Or in the south.
What do Lithuanians actually do against Lancers in the long run? I know this isn't usually a late imp map where you're doing all the upgrades, but against Winged Hussar, Paladin, maybe Latus, they're strong units, but the Fire Lancers still are anti-cav, and you're kind of taking out some of the best options that the Lithuanians have, also being good against their faster-moving skirms and their Halb line. Lith don't have the final 2 blacksmith upgrades for... Yeah, you kind of limit them to hand cannons.
But that's late game. Like, I feel like in Castle Age it's more awkward because you'd have to play to crossbow, and that's not the best play for Lithuanians. Barracks is coming up. That's a weird barracks timing. We're going for a range.
Barracks in a range. Well, what else would you do? Barracks blacksmith? Barracks market?
I would do blacksmith market. if I go Fire Lancers.
Yeah, that's true. You could do it the same way you do one of those old Aztec arena builds where you go Blacksmith Market and Barracks on the way up. Because you can't actually train the Fire Lancers until you reach the Castle Age. And the archery range here would be more if you want to do like maybe 2 or 3 archers and try to harass behind the wood line on the way up.
Well, latest, again, it's the same issue as with wagons. It's tough to get stone. It's not impossible, but usually if we see a castle, it's one castle. Yeah, so now it's fire, so Kozmonot's gonna play some fires on the outside. I feel like he needs something on the inside.
Yeah, so he's got 1, 2, 3 docks for fires. On the water, the Koreans should be better, and I think it's not even close with their wood discount. And yeah, there's the archer from Gabi. Kozmonot was trying to wall, and at the very least, she'll prevent him from getting the walls up. The archer will have that free armor upgrade, and she'll have to dodge some TC fire. But won't let him wall right away. A couple of scouts from Kozmonot, and I don't know about that. If Gabi goes monks, maybe the scouts are useful, but not if she goes fire lancers. Also, she didn't wall herself fully. If you're gonna commit to this, I feel like you want to go all the way.
Yeah, they're useful against the skirms and maybe the archers too. There's no fletching.
No fletching. And why is she going skirms? That is... Yeah, they're cheap for the Koreans. And I mean, they're also the best unit in the game. But she is against scouts. Maybe she was more anticipating archers. She hasn't scouted the stable. So didn't know what was going to happen until she actually saw the scouts. And Kozmonot will see that she's not walled.
Okay, villagers coming for a monastery. Kozmonot saw that. So might try to turn back with light cav. Also wants to clean up the skirms. I think that could be good. And it's Korean cav archers!
Yes, yes. We saw Celt cav archers earlier. Now it's time for Korean cav archers. And to be honest, they do have a great wood discount. They're cheap. You don't want to go them long term, but they're cheap.
So far, players making cav archers have won every game today.
There's another range, more Korean cav archers. And the fire ships from Kozmonot will sail around. Gabi has some fire galleys of her own, trying to harass the fish. But Kozmonot should be able to defend. Don't think Gabi's going to do turtle ships here. She has another fishing ship queued up. If she sees the fire ships, she may want to unqueue and just start running her fish. And oh, there's a bit of a lame going on. The scout's grabbing the water buffalo from Gabi. That'll hurt your food eco
so
if you lose your buffaloes.
Yeah, but she's gonna lose her fish as well. So if you
lose
take
both,
a couple of these.
Yeah, you lose both, and then well, you're happy you're going cav archers now because they don't cost food. Cav archer, lancer, monk. She's not making a food unit. Maybe she doesn't need food. I've seen a couple of games on this map where players idle their TC forever and don't actually do anything that costs food, and it seems like it's actually an okay strat. I don't love it, and I don't think it's great, but I think it's actually playable.
So we're going cav archers, okay, but we're not doing fletching.
That costs food. But you're right. We do need cav archers.
No, we do need fletching. The other hero of the Korean army, which is 4 skirmishers, 3 cav archers, 2 lancers, 1 spearman, and 1 monk.
I think that's what we have here. You'd think maybe more lancers at this point. She's actually not queuing any more military, just looking to boom.
Well, killing 1 Vil.
Yeah, Kozmonot's starting to grab relics too. So as the Lithuanians, he's in a good spot to collect them. Gabi may be wanting that monastery to prevent exactly that. But first one taken for Kozmonot.
Oh, lose your monks. Yeah, and now Kozmonot is completely winning water. Gabi's gonna lose her last 2 fishing ships, which sailed all the way to the north. And, well, Yeah. So Cosmonot lost water, and he's not really seeing anything from Gabi that he's worried about.
No, I mean, he's up by 20 vills plus fishing ships. 15 fishing ships. And then a 3 TC boom. So he has 3 gold tiles to take, 3 wood lines. He has back wood lines if he needs a lumber camp. And he's doing a mill now, still has an elephant. And what are these vills doing forward for Gabi? Maybe guard towers.
Or a workshop. Yeah. Can we deny that? Maybe with a couple good conversions, we can. We get 1 Cav Archer. We get no second Cav Archer yet.
Maybe a second with this monk. Oh, he gets it,
Oh, wait,
but kills it with the mangonel. The vills will destroy the mangonel. The mangonel will hit its own light cav again. I think Cosmonot won that fight. Yes, he did. The mangonel survives, but the workshop goes up. And the vill will kill the mangonel, and that converted cav archer now poked a bit by the spear. And okay, 1 spear, 1 cav archer survived, but it's now rocket cart time for the Koreans, and Gabi can come forward with the guard towers. And this is a map where this type of rush can work, even if you're down by quite a bit of eco. But it's going to be rough for Gabi to have enough military as the knights start popping out, actually to get the towers up, and there's a monastery for the Lithuanians.
It's funny, because if Gabi would have gotten more upgrades on the Cav Archers, it might have been a worse fight for her.
Yeah, with the conversions.
Yes.
There's still no Bodkin. But the first tower, and she'll want to do 2 towers. We'll push these wood lines away from Cosmonot, and I think she'll do a more forward tower to follow that one up. Yeah, on the water, just fires everywhere. Gabi losing the rest of her docks, and now 18 fishing ships for Cosmonot. He's fishing so much that there aren't any fish left. No more fish in the corner, and he needs to move around the map for more dock locations. But he's doing that. Okay, so second tower forward. Rocket carts might take out the workshop. 30 vil difference, but if the fishing ships are inefficient, it's not, maybe not that over just yet.
Well, Cosmonot has the eco to do a lot. His wood eco is, I mean, practically denied right now. You know, we can take some wood on the outside. But he can just mass up a lot of knights, and I think he'll be fine. He does have 1 relic, which is nice with the Lithuanians, getting forging. I think he's just gonna wait, and then try to clean it up in one go. But that's a lot of fire lancers now for Gabi.
That is, that's 8 fire lancers, and a couple of monks wanting conversions on knights. There are guard towers here in the fight. Does she win this fight? Those vills probably need to garrison. Knights go to attack the rocket carts. I'll take them down.
Yeah, then he runs.
Lancers,
yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, the Lancers were not in the best of positions there to defend them. They got a bit distracted under the towers.
Meanwhile, Gabi has a field walking north. That's just outposts.
Time. Outpost villager.
So, well, yeah, now what? Like, Cosmonot has so much food, he can do basically whatever he wants.
And the TC pushes the knights back. And, I mean, Gabi's still going with the mangonel push. It's hard to translate food into other resources, though. He's using the market, making it cheaper for Gabi to buy food.
True, Gabi's out of food.
Yeah, right? Here, selling food just makes Gabi have an easier time buying it. Maybe Cosmonot needs to send everyone to gold and buy food just to deny it from Gabi. So, Knights fighting the Fire Lancers. Is Gabi thinking of a third tower? Still applying a lot of pressure to the TC. These Knights, are they winning the fight? Again, I don't think they are.
Not really.
Oh, but there are
I mean,
more knights coming
I
in.
guess they are.
Yeah, and
Then
then
there's
she'll call the
GG.
GG as extra knights come in. So I felt like everything went really wrong for Gabi based on that water play from Kozmonot. He had a great start with the Lithuanians and got fire ships to disrupt the food eco, whereas she didn't really do anything that would disrupt Cosmonot's eco. Maybe the question is, would it be better to go galleys on the map if you're going up that late and try to go triple dot galleys to defend, or maybe even turtle ships once you get up? But she lost the water, and then not much she could do against Cosmonaut on land.
It's interesting how she approached this map. There wasn't really water play, which Koreans can do quite well.
Yeah.
And I feel like the fire lancers are just not good enough. And she basically gave Cosmonaut like a free fish boom.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that the Cosmonaut, or that the Fire Lancers aren't good enough, but that Cosmonaut had the fish boom and went for it right from the start as the Lithuanians, who seem like they're going to be a top civ on this map. I mean, they are good on nomad maps usually, but this one in particular with that starting fishing ship, I feel like that makes them even better.
Yeah. So you want to show Kat some more, behind the scenes stuff?
Do you have behind the scenes stuff? What are we going to be treated to behind the scenes?
Well, so you're a caster, and in the past we had a lot of issues with, sets, especially recorded games, being packed into like maybe a zip file, and maybe they were not renamed, which made it hard to know which game was which. Or you have a best of 5, and then you get like a file, and then there's 4 games in there, so you basically got spoiled.
Yes.
So what we're doing now is we have
this
the replay packer, which is made by Berkwin, and we do one for a lot of tournaments. There's also a general one, and we basically just ask players, instead of like asking them to rename the Rex and then asking them to post a score, which sometimes could be wrong, we just ask them to do basically this. So you can click the drafts. These are the drafts in the last 50. You can do it. You could, because you have the Rex.
Oh, I do have the Rex.
So
I can upload the games. This
if you click the draft,
Gabi versus Dr.
No, you can just click the drafts on the top. Like those are clickable.
Oh, those are clickable.
Yeah, those are just click them.
Oh.
Click.
Oh,
there we go. Another there. Well, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Well, now it's bugged. You might need to go to the.
I broke
they
it.
Are. Yeah. Well, you could just refresh and then go there.
Okay, refresh.
It's like every time I show the streamer. So if you click it, it will be there. There's no like clear
I'm
indicator.
clicking at Arbase. There you go. Okay, there you go. Click the other one.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be highlighted. You just click it once, it's there.
Okay.
Yeah, and now you drop the Rex, you click the plus. Obviously, it's your last 3 Rex.
Yeah. So,
you can also click and then go to your save games folder.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Game. And then drag and drop. Let's see if that works. Oh no, those are the z40 Sobek Rex. Those were not in chronological order. Remove game.
Are they not? They should do that automatically. Can you do plus again?
It's my name. My stuff was named by Rex. Oh my gosh, I've broken it, Arbase. I can't do it. What the heck?
You need to drag it into the plus.
Yeah. No, I grabbed the. They were sorted by name and not by date. There we go. Now we got it. Oh,
yeah,
look at
so
that.
It puts in the winner automatically.
Beautiful.
And now you can click download, and you'll get a map pack, which has the 3 Rex renamed Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. Now you could pick best of 5. Obviously we have play all 3s, so you don't need dummy Rex. If you would click play all 5, or best of 5, sorry.
We'd have dummy Rex and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we would have dummy Rex. So there would be a Game 4 and a Game 5. And for the caster, they would see, Game 4 and Game 5. It's also a different file length as we add zeros and ones to the end, so you wouldn't be spoiled that game 1 is the same game length as game 4. And yeah,
Black
it's just a
magic.
really nice behind the scenes thing, which shows that we are relying on way too many websites and way too many people to make stuff.
We are. We need this consolidated. It'd be nice if the game just did this for us. Well, that's a dream.
Yes.
Anyway, if you
but
play in the
thanks.
Community Cup, you'll need to do that too.
Yep. Community Cup. That's what it was made for originally. He made it for the Community Cup because they got annoyed by players just uploading a couple recs in a best of 3. And they would upload
best
like
of
2
3.
games, not even in a folder, just 2 games.
Just
It's
throw
like,
them onto
well,
Discord. And Discord sometimes removes the file extension when you download just a recorded game, so then everyone who wants to watch it has to rename it.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously renaming it would be an issue because it takes a long time. It's just really nice. Is there an actual schedule for TTL round robin matches? Yes. They're scheduled per week.
Yes.
So
The platinum games are always Friday through Monday. The gold and silver ones are whenever players schedule them. So they're open
well,
scheduling.
not for like much longer, because round 5 will be scheduled on specific days. T90 actually posted a video about it yesterday.
Did he ever post the map overview?
No.
All right. Well, we do have. I think there's a couple more sets, but I think they're all Rex.
There's 2 more recs, yes.
Yeah. What were they today?
There's Target against Antagonist are both silver.
Yeah, Antagonist, Target, and Youpudding, saymyname. What am I tagged in the map room?
Are you? What?
Oh no, there's a map room. Oh yeah, we'll see the fish issue with Antagonist, Target.
Yes. Anyway, I am heading out because I don't have anything for dinner and it's 6:30.
Yeah.
So I need to do
have
some
fun for
shopping.
dinner. I'm gonna take a quick break
Yes.
myself, and then we'll cast some Rex. I'll do Target and Antagonist first, then Youpudding, saymyname. So thanks Arbase for co-casting with us, and we co-casted not IRL for once.
That's the first time we've actually
Not in a
co-cast
closet.
online and not in a closet. Maybe, who knows? Maybe later this year we'll get to do that again.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway, I'll
see ya.
talk to you later.
Cheers.
See you. And yep, I'll just take a minute and then we'll do Antagonist, Target, and that will be as Rex. I've had my second coffee of the day. I feel like I might need a third coffee too. So let me just update my title. Antagonist versus Target. And get the drafts and all the Rex set up. So give me a moment to do that. Where are these drafts? Too many discords. Silver Rex. Antagonist on the left. Then bring drafts over. Alright. There we are. So Zimbabwe, Slopes, and Coast Arena. So both of these players are clowns. Both of these players are clowns. So not surprised to see 2 closed maps here. Actually pretty happy about it. Alright, just double checking my overlays working. And I think we're good to go. Let me just download the Rex, post them into my save game folder. Don't compress, extract. Break before another coffee. Anyway, I got the Rex downloaded. Thank you all for sticking with us, and we'll go to Antagonist versus Target next. And then we'll have Youpudding Say My Name at the end. They thought it was Grubby? Do they sound similar? I've never seen a Grubby. But I'll cast all of the sets, and then I'll look at the standings, because if I look at the standings page now, I will spoil the Rex. And this is Silver. This is Silver. Antagonist versus Target. A matchup of players you might think would be in gold. And game number 1 will be on Zimbabwe. Oh, Grubby's also Dutch. Okay. And I will just get the players on the right side of the scoreboard. And let me just get their names set up in Capture Age so they fit. Alright, and here we go. So we'll have a Target on the... Oh, sorry, let me view my screen. Right, so we'll have Target as the red Portuguese to the northwest, and Antagonist as the blue Maya to the southeast. And right away we have an elephant lore 1 minute into the game, with the Maya having Loom for Antagonist. Right, yeah, Grubby's training for a 7v1 versus Hera, and that'll be a double lore for Antagonist. Now, both of these players played in Stronghold Frenzy, so they both should be very familiar with Zimbabwe as a map. And there is the water buffalo holding open the gate, and the Vil trying to run into the TC, taking a couple more hits, but the Loom helping him out. Now, the Maya, a civ that in AOC was one of the top 2 arena civs with Aztecs, but have really fallen off with their plumes being a bit more expensive, and with all the power creep of new civs being added in. But for Zimbabwe in particular, longer lasting resources and the early Loom and the Eagle gives them a great Dark Age start in collecting the hunt. And Target so far has only brought in 1 Rhino. Didn't try to do an Elephant plus Rhino lore. You can be greedy, and sometimes you just want to be very, very safe at the start. He's also enjoying it. That's good. I know he played it a few years ago when he tried out AoE 4, but I didn't really see much of him. I don't know if he played much AoE 4 either. And so there are a couple of water buffaloes not taken by Antagonists, just worried about the hunt. And also 2 boars on the inside. Now, what can you do as the Maya against the Portuguese? You could try to mine stone, go for a forward castle, kind of the same way we saw Gabi play the Spanish, and then either go for plumes or try to go imp behind it with all the food you get from the elephants and try to go early trebs to push. Kind of like the classic 1 TC plume plus plumed archer plus trebuchet build. And a zebra still pushed in by a Target through that gate. And there will be a mill up from Target on the berries. The zebra runs back and forth a bit, and the TC will take the zebra. And the Vil goes to grab the boar. And we'll have a mill here from Antagonist too. FC into Siege Tower Eagles. That could be a play too. Honestly, it could be a play. FC Siege Tower Eagle. I wouldn't mind that all that much. I'd like to see that, honestly. You have so much food also because the map starts you with water buffaloes. Now, I didn't change the resources from what we had on Stronghold Frenzy, which gives you 6 water buffaloes. This was a map originally designed by Marintho. I should have his name down there. Originally designed by Marintho. And I think it was actually one of the first maps he ever designed. And it's been a great balance of lure in the elephants and take the hill in the late game. And the hill has this cracked terrain on it. Makes holding it a bit risky, because even if you go up the hill, the other player then can go even higher up the hill and treb you down. And another elephant from AntagonisT. We'll see if he goes for 1. And he's just going for, just going for 1. I don't know about that. I would have liked to have seen him try to take 3 more. Well, you can only be so greedy, I guess. Target with the scout. You do also have to be wary of the feudal age scout becoming stronger than the eagle in the castle age. And Target actually hasn't bothered fighting the eagle. He's just been chilling in his base, pushing some of his deer, I think, and waiting until feudal to go lore. And if you can take the zebras early on, maybe you have enough time still to send the Vil later and wait until feudal age when the scout is stronger than the eagle to contest the elephants. Ooh, this is I can definitely tell now after the 2 coffees I'm more awake than I was for that 9 a.m. set. I'm glad I had a co-caster because I needed something to wake me up in the morning. That's why maybe I need to co-cast morning sets with Memb. Just give me some energy. So double elephant lore from Target as that Vil will start bringing them in through the gate. There's AntagonisT up to feudal, and the eagle will rush to try to block the villager. And okay, eagle block it. Oh no, Target's just saying I'm going to lose the Vil. Oh, did Target have loom? Oh, no loom. No loom. I was saying you wait until feudal with the scout, but that was a disaster. A sudden disaster on that Vil. The eagle came over and bam, 2 elephants get the kill. When you see someone luring elephants or boars, the goal usually is to block with your scout, whether it's their scout or the villager, because the elephants do more damage than the eagle or the scout does early on. And perfectly done from AntagonisT. Target saw the eagle come over and decided, I don't want to lose the scout or lose HP right now before feudal. Maybe there's something else he could have done with the scout, but no loom makes that hard. A looming disaster. A disaster that might loom large over this game, not necessarily because of the dead Vil, but because of the lack of food from Target. And if he's mining stone, imagine having 2 elephants and 800 food that you could use towards going for Imp and going for a quick Treb War or an early chemistry for Cannon. AntagonisT says no flag. Yep, that is intentional. I'm not going to display a Russian flag. Would Slavs be good on Stranded, saving stone for castles? I don't think so, because they need to collect enough stone to build the first castle and then research the tech. And I don't know if that will be doable for them. Usually Stranded is very aggressive in early Castle Age, and I don't think they have the time for that. So there is Castle Age for AntagonisT. And he'll be up 50 seconds faster. By the looks of it, he's going to boom. Hasn't been on stone, so this will be a boom. And Target being heavily on stone, could he think of maybe doing a castle drop on this outer TC?
Olá. Quais as vossas ordens? Estou pronto. Sim, Gabi.
And spear kills the scout. And Vils will fight the eagle off, but forward castle from Target. And a TC up for Antagonist on the gold. And there he goes.
Quais as vossas ordens? Olá.
Eagle attacking the Vills as the Vills try and fight the Eagle down. And we'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs out here for Antagonist. We'll have another TC in the back for target. And organ guns now on the way. And a mangonel on the way for Antagonist. And a few houses go up there for him as he's looking to wall off against the organ guns. And a forward Vil from target. He might... Oh, he's going for a monastery. I was going to say he might add a workshop, but will be a monastery along with the organ guns. And this is where things get tricky if Portuguese can do redemption monks to convert the mangonels. So far, our antagonist not on stone, just taking gold. And happy with the 3 TC boom. Actually didn't push the zebras early on, since he had so much hunt from the elephants. Does the TC on the wood line, and we'll take the zebras.
Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor. Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor. Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor. Sim. Xaré. Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor. Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor.
So organ guns not really finding much damage so far. That mangonel defense has been good.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
And mangonel takes down the organ gun. Double monasteries. Okay, target getting ready to clown. And he has 2 TCs behind this, so it's not an all-in push, but it's all in to the point where he's down by 20 Vils. And this is where I was talking with Arbase earlier, where I felt like on Zimbabwe, you're going to struggle to do the same type of push you do on Arena because the map is open. And organ guns, not a fast unit like Conquistadors are, that can harass the Vils in different locations and still get back to the castle to push through the middle of the base. Organ guns are a lot slower. They'll be much more vulnerable to the mangonels. And Antagonist will just try to buy time with the mangonel defense until he can do his own castle. How good are organ guns versus scorpions? I've never actually seen that now that I think of it. At least not as a defense against the monk play. That's a good question. Manage. Why can't siege unit go into castles? That The answer is because the unit data that tells the mangonel what it can garrison into or not garrison into between the mangonel and the flag says mangonels can't garrison. Siege elephants can garrison though. That's pretty cute. You can garrison the elephant rams. Maybe we just need elephant mangonels so they can garrison. Organ guns actually can't garrison either. Once you send them out of the castle, you can't put them back in. I think Hussite wagons might be like that too. You feel like Gabi's Conquistador Rush was more effective than the organ guns? It felt like it was much faster. Honestly. Much faster, and maybe that's just because target didn't get the hunt he wanted. That can slow it down too, if you don't have the hunt or the eco behind it that you'd like to have. Also, the fact he went for the second TC. So going for the second TC does slow you down too when you're spending res on the TC and Vils. So the monks would love a conversion on the mangonel, but they have to be wary of running into the TC fire like that one did. And, well, just some organ guns attacking the TC, and there will be a castle now from Antagonist. Target still has the score lead, but that's a 20 Vil difference, and that score lead won't last for long if he loses a mangonel fight. Will he get the shot off? They'll trade attacks, but target doesn't dodge out of the way in time. Repair Vils for Antagonist, and he will repair the mangonel. As the organ guns dodge a couple of weak Vils, but the organ gun's not able to finish them off, and the defensive castle goes up in time. Mangan elephant, interesting idea. Is that a mango on an elephant or a mangonel throwing elephants? A mangonel on an elephant throwing more mangonels on elephants recursively. And it just continues to multiply. So more relics on the way for target. It does have 2 relics, but Imp is now clicked for Antagonist, putting it in the back TC. Target doing wheelbarrow. Has closed the Vil count a bit. But losing some organs to the mangonels, and the defense so far for Antagonist has worked out. Oh, he needs an elephant trebuchet now. Oh, another mangonel shot hitting 2 organ guns. And down in the south, Monk gonna grab a relic. Organ gun hitting Vils on the wood line. And Plumed Archer converted. Alright. Portuguese Plumed Archer now. We'll run around. Maybe could find some weak Vils. Oh, actually quite a few weak Vils on that gold mine. If target is able to find them and target them. Hasn't actually scouted the gold though. No weak farmers out there. I'll stand. Is he in the TC range? Is in the TC range. Ooh, and if Antagonist garrisons, yeah, kill the Plume. Oh, so sad. That Plume had so much potential. Oh, he'll escape, 6 HP. Just needs to find that gold. Might just run into the TC fire again, though. Yeah, and he goes down. Well, handcart there for target. He's investing into eco upgrades, but he really needs to do more damage if he's going to slow down Antagonist eco. Antagonist 2k res ahead, and still just about Imp, making more Plumes. Monks could try to convert here. They do have Sanctity. Ooh, conversion of the Mangonel, even if it does get 2 organ guns. The organ will have to protect it. Conversion on a Vil to repair could be sick, but will go down. And 1 organ does not kill Vils all that fast. And there is Imp. And Radon Tomato, thank you for the follow. Arena type maps should be Regicide. Well, that's what we have, Tulo. We do have a Regicide map. Regicide Fortress is such a classic that I think it's nice to include something like it every so often. Oh, and right before the workshop's converted, the Mangonel pops out, but doesn't kill the monk. Sanctity protects it. But I'm still not sure what target's able to do if he's stuck in the Castle Age. Trying to add another castle. He's up to Imp. Maybe he can get up to Imp and then go Treb plus Chemistry for Cannon and end up winning with Cannon. The Antagonist will be adding more castles, and he'll be amassing Trebs on the way up. As Plumes will run forward and try to snipe monks. That's 1 and 2 monks down. Organ guns will take a couple of Mangonella shots and take one to the face there. Is Stark still undefeated? We casted his set the other day, and he did lose 1 game. He is 11-1. He's 11-1, and I think clinched the first place in his group. But he did suffer a loss. This workshop going down. The Trebs will have the hill bonus attacking the castle in the valley between the 2 bases. And target will try to run the relics away, maybe? Yeah, he's picking up his relics and bringing them... Where? Does he have another monastery? He doesn't have a monastery, he's just gonna bring them back to this castle. And the Inquisition was here. Well, no Spanish. You had to be looking for the Inquisition tech there. No Spanish. Spanish was the other game. Still making more organ guns as Imp comes in. And block printing and Theocracy on the way. Will they finish, actually? Trebs destroy monasteries rather quickly. Block printing's the more important of them. And that does finish. Theocracy, are the Trebs targeting the monastery? No, Theocracy doesn't come in. Oh, the Plumes also got in. I think they ran through a gate, maybe. Oh, that'll be annoying. There are Vils on that gold mine. Still 300 gold. And at least the plumes don't have ballistics yet. But Antagonist taking a larger score lead. I expected it and it wasn't there. Yeah, it's important until he thinks he has Theocracy and doesn't. Oh, that's true. If he doesn't realize he lost it, then he's gonna get a group conversion and waste all the monks. At the very least, the Maya don't have bombard cannon, so it's not like you're gonna do a group conversion and try to get the cannon and then use the monks afterwards. You're probably splitting them up on a bunch of plumes anyway. If you realize you don't have Theocracy, then I'll say block printing is more important. But you do have more potential for disaster if you don't realize it, for sure. And you'll realize it as soon as a bad conversion happens, but it looks like he's splitting the monks up still. Probably has them hotkeyed. Imagine if they still had obsidian arrows. Don't give me nightmares. Don't give me nightmares. Or if you had those Hades archers. Well, we do have fire archers now. We do have Saracens, who can be allied to a fire archer player. And Trebs could be converted. I think the plumed archer defends them, though. That one plume somewhat hidden behind the wall, protecting the Trebs. And with the hill bonus and cracked terrain bonus, so target will destroy this castle in TC really quickly. And he's now 69 to 116 Vils, but with the hill, maybe still making this interesting. The plumes will be converted. As the organ guns keep pushing in, do the Maya have... They have devotion now, so some more upgrades they still could do. As the TC looks like it's being tribbed down. Sometimes they convert on their own. I think they do that in retaliation if they're attacked. But otherwise, they shouldn't convert on their own. Ooh, nice mangonel shot. What is elite organ gun? It is expensive. I don't think I can check that in Capture Age. Oh, and Heresy. There's Heresy for Antagonist. I know that's 1,000 gold. And, oh, there we go. Elite organ gun. Whatever it costs... He just spent it. I'm gonna guess food and gold because he still has a ton of wood banked up. And I don't remember every elite tech cost off the top of my head. I probably did back in AOC, but I know some of them have changed. And okay, here are the monks. Mangonel shots raining down on the plumes as the organ guns take the fight too. Nice mangonel shots. The plumes are dying. And that is not a fight Antagonist really could take. And all of a sudden, Target is claiming the hill and getting all of the golds. And he's even stealing a relic from the south, where Antagonist found a couple of gold tiles, but that'll run out quickly. At least he's the Maya, so it does last a bit longer. And what's the relic situation? This will be the third relic if Target does get it back. I don't even know where his monastery is right now. There it is. He still has wood, he has all the gold and stone, and if he pays attention, should get 5 relics and potentially even get 6 if he pushes this corner quickly. A 40 Vil lead for Antagonist. Eldorado Eagles on the way. Remember, organ guns do not have a huge attack bonus against infantry, only +2. No repair Vils for the Trebs. And I think this castle isn't on cracked terrain, but still is downhill. That's the Eldorado castle. Siege Engineers on the way for target. That'll finish before Eldorado. Only 2 Trebs, though, and he really needs some repair Vils over there with all the Trebs he's facing here. And Siege Engineers finishes, but the Treb goes down. Now, is that enough organ guns against the plumes? Elite organ guns, and the plumes cannot fight this. The plumes are all going down. If Target had some repair Vils, he'd be okay with the Trebs, but he doesn't want to lose the Trebs. He's almost destroying the Maya Trebs. The Eagles are being amassed now. Final armor on the way. They are elite. They do have... Oh, no, they're not elite yet. They're not elite, but they do have Eldorado, so they have 95 HP. Here's a forward castle. Target might need more Trebs, but he's focusing on the organ guns. He does not have chemistry, so no bombard cannon for him. He at least does have handcart, so the Vils move fast. Exorcept. And this is this Treb. Oh, organ gun's tanking a Treb shot. This Treb finally being repaired. But here come the Eagles. Here come 19 Eagles. Elite Eagle Warrior on the way. The organs will fall back to the castle. They'll try to use the hill bonus. I don't think there are enough organs here. Remember, Eagles resist conversion like scouts do. The Eagles and the organs are both kind of going down, but the Eagles will be much easier for AntagonisT to replace. He has 45 Vils on gold somehow still. And the Treb goes down, but the organ guns aren't cleared. Still 12 organs. And this gold is secured. There's another gold back here. And he still has gold at the bottom. That'll run out soon. I'll get maybe 200 more from that. And from these golds here, he'll get another 2k. Okay, so he's safe on gold for a while. Ooh, as long as that castle stands, and it's so close to going down, he'll have gold. He doesn't have any more stone. Oh my gosh, if Target had repaired those Trebs earlier, that castle would have gone down and he'd be hitting the gold. Instead, he has 2 more Trebs, but is this too many Eagles? He might need to run back under the castles. Only has fletching on the castles, doesn't have Bodkin or Bracer. The plumes are pushing in, and if he loses 3 Trebs here, that might be game. He might not be able to hold behind that. How many Eagles will he kill? He has the better KD now. Eagles going down to organs. Okay, that's a lot of dead Eagles, but the Eagles, as I said, I think cheaper to replace for AntagonisT now, as he is now deploying his Trebs. This castle's uphill, but on cracked terrain, and all the Trebs for Target go down. AntagonisT pushes with the Eagles. Eagles getting more upgrades, and this might just be the push he needs. Has enough gold to produce the Eagles, and still 42 Vils on gold. Eagles being hit by the organs. Vils will garrison the castle. Monks want on a conversion. And the Trebs will try to take down the castle. 97 HP left. The organs are all destroyed. And Target with the Desperation Castle will now be pushed off of the hill. And that means AntagonisT has all the gold he wants for as many Eagles as he wants. And Target still without chemistry. Never had hand cannoneers either. Didn't really have the eco to afford it. And he is being flooded with Eagles. There's the GG. And AntagonisT will take game number 1. And as much of an eco lead as he had, Target still made that close. If only that castle had gone down and he stopped those 2 gold mines, he would have stopped the Eagle flood. And it felt like AntagonisT had a huge lead, and that might have just come down to Target not having the Vils to repair the Trebs. I mean, sure, he didn't have Vils for a long time, but it felt like he almost had it. There's a huge difference between 43 Vils spread among 3 gold mines, and we see how even with the Maya longer lasting golds, 2 of those golds just ran out. And that gold had maybe 500 left for the Maya there. That felt very close at the end. Even if once the army was destroyed, it snowballed very quickly. Yeah, you can see that military count where the Eagles were being amassed and then killed and then amassed again. And right there, that uptick is the gold that he still had. That's why I love closed maps. You get crazy things like that. It feels like one player is really far behind, but then they find ways to stay in it. So that'll be AntagonisT with the win on the first game, first map. And let's see, I'm getting pinged somewhere. Oh, by Twitch. Hello, Twitch. Twitch, stop pinging me uselessly. Alright, so let me just do ads to try to keep ads off during the game. And I think I need to do 2 minutes of ads to stop the pre-roll ads. I'll try 1:30. Maybe we'll get a 30-second ad again. That map is chaotic. I love it too. I love the Stronghold Frenzy map designs that we had. I think the clowns did some great work with them. So it's Zimbabwe. And civs as a win for the Maya and a loss for the Portuguese. So last picked civ versus first picked civ. And I absolutely like, or absolutely love the design of the like elephant lures in the Dark Age. So, because if you're starting with the closed map, instead of having a boring Dark Age where you're just booming up, you have the elephant gameplay. You're going out there to lure them. You're getting civs like the Maya who can use Loom or have different Dark Age bonuses like the Eagle to change things up a bit. Oh, man, my lips are so dry during the winter. So let's see what map we'll have next. Can load this for us. Game 2 will be on Coast Arena. What do I mean first picked, last picked? I mean the civs on the middle. The drafts start in the middle and then work their way to the sides. So the first picked civ for target there is the Portuguese. And then the fifth and final civ on the outside was the Maya for Antagonist. So in terms of their civilization prioritization, Target had used his most prioritized civ, which is a good advantage in the drafts, because you look at that and think, hey, that's probably the best civ. It's the one he wants to be using. And where are we? So Target's on the left again, and this will be Coast Arena. And I think we have everything we need on my overlay. So, yep, there we go. Hello, Noob Netrum and Vanilla Donut over on YouTube had 15 Komodos. Did we see a lot of the American civs in TTL? We have seen them quite a bit. We've seen the Maya for Zimbabwe. We've seen the Inca for Mudflow, maybe Valley for aggressive drushes, and we've seen Aztecs on Valley. So probably not the highest priority civs, but we have seen them quite a few times. And thank you, The Real Crank for the follow. Also, Le Black Wolf earlier for the follow. And so Petito said there were more fish for one player on this map. I'm not seeing that. Oh, this was a questionable map in our map room. Let me double check my settings. Target seems to have way more deep fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 within the walls compared to 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. That doesn't seem too bad to me. Around the outside. Yeah, there are still deep fish here. This seems fine to me. Oh, interesting. I don't. I'll have to ask Petito what he was thinking there, because this seems fine to me. On the minimap, it seems like more, but remember, the minimap is also showing the shorefish. Right? And I think this shorefish out there, like that one, maybe makes it look like a deep fish when it's not. Maybe Petito was just looking at the minimap and mistaking some shorefish for deep fish. As if you look at just the shorefish, you think, yeah, there are more fish there. But I don't think having a couple more shorefish really matters. Is it named after Gem Jack? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, also the boar, too. Oh, wait, I'm just realizing the boar on Capture Age's minimap is a slightly different color than the shorefish. Am I imagining that? No, they're different. The oysters also don't show up. Do they? No, they don't. Did I make this map? So this map originally was made by the Mad Catter, so credit him for most of the scenery and the lovely transition of the water and everything that makes the map beautiful. I adjusted the map for TTL so that we had 3 gates per player, a couple of small adjustments so the gold and stone are always at the front of the walls, where they can be tower rushed or otherwise castle dropped. And I adjusted the fish a bit so we don't have players who spawn in corners versus players who spawn on sides having lots of extra fish in the back. So I made a bunch of very, very hacky and nerdy tweaks. I live streamed a lot of that. But originally was not my design. I'm just trying to make some tweaks and bug fixes to some other people's maps. Yeah, Red's boar just chilling in the swamp. But yeah, I put the boars... circular walls are very, very hacky, to say the least. And making sure they all spawn. Sometimes I'll have one extra tile of wall spawn inside just to ensure that it's covered. But I'd rather an extra tile of wall than not an extra tile of wall. So the woodlines are also... I also made the woodlines a bit thinner than the other version of the map had. That just ensures more room for gates. And also vills chopping through the woodline. I think the map is a bit more dynamic when it's thinner. It gives you room to worry about the lumber camp and overchop and manage the vills versus pressure on the water. So on the outside, Antagonist deleting a wall to scout, doing the smart thing, which is deleting the wall atop of the beach so we can run through that gap and get to the outside. And re-wall afterwards. If you delete the wall on the shallows, then you can't re-wall. And units might be able to run in later and you can't do anything about it. You're here for the nerdiness. We're here for using comments as if statements.
Hi.
Basically, in a map script, I can do things such as, if it's a tiny map, change the terrain or whatever. I can do if tiny map, do something else, do something else. But I can't take a variable and say if x equals 5 and directly check the value of the variable. So if I want to check the exact coordinates of the TC, I can't do that with if statements. But I can do that in comments by very hackily having my math expressions evaluate to the same integer ID of the tokens as the start and end comment characters, and having code that, based on the values of the expression, either is or is not a comment. And I can use that to find player TC locations and put the diagonal gates in the exact right location. Yes, using comments is part of the code. The token for the start comment / star sequence is 69. So, you could not imagine a more nice integer ID. Also the same for the shorefish. The shorefish is also ID 69. I'm not the creator of Bitcoin, no. Beargwin feels dirty all over. Well, we will have a dock for Antagonist that is 1, 2, 3 docks, and he is going for galleys. Triple dock galleys. By the looks of it, also the same for target going triple dock galleys. We saw Running do this in his set against Nikov. It ended up in a galley war. Bengalis, Dravidians, 2 good water civs. Bengalis, I think, probably a bit more known as a clown civ and arena civ, more so than the Dravidians. So I feel like Antagonist is mostly focusing for water here. Yep, Kleiner doesn't fund. Internet Explorer gives me nightmares. What happened to the 4K YouTube stream? I just wasn't able to render it properly when I upgraded to Windows 11 for some reason. I don't know if it was an internet issue or a 4K issue or a rendering issue or capture age taking up too much VRAM that my GPU couldn't render it anymore. But I just couldn't get it working properly on YouTube. I'd like to do that more in the future, but it'll probably take some debugging and experimentation. When is the grand finale? Of Platinum League, it's the middle of March. It just started and we have 5 weeks of... We just had the first week last week. We'll have 4 more weeks of the group stage and then the playoffs at the end. So in a little over a month. And feels like Antagonist starting to take a small lead in terms of the galleys, but Target has the Bengalis with a couple of extra vills. Also 1 extra fishing ship, taking a good eco lead so far. You have to be careful if Antagonist takes the water though, because then he controls your oysters and also the shorefish. Yeah, go Linux. I would love to go Linux, but I worry that Capture Age is even less supported there than it would be on getting help for my issues on Windows. So I don't think they officially support Linux, and maybe we should try it though and just see maybe the memory leak issues are just solved. Maybe it's a Windows issue and not a Capture Age issue. So fishing ships picked off from target, and it feels like he actually now taking the lead, got the sneak galleys forward to pick off Antagonist's fish, and will have enough reinforcements at his own docks that he's able to defend at the back. So Antagonist has to run away. This is the type of thing, that little sneak attack, that you won't be able to do as well in the new DLC because the fishing ships can hide in the docks, and I don't think getting 2 or 3 galleys into the fish to pick off fishing ships will be anywhere nearly as effective as it is now. Works fine. You only miss the range indicators for units. I don't even have range indicators for units. It's a pro feature. Yeah, we're approaching the final week of silver, but gold still has a way, or gold and platinum still have a ways to go. Could I auto-clear the memory cache? I mean, that might crash Capture Age too. Yeah, usually memory leaks are much more complicated than that. Yeah. I already have the VRAM slider all the way down, but that doesn't seem to stop it from consuming VRAM. And fishing ship destroyed by the galleys. And Vil also picked off by the galleys. Castle Age for target. In some ways, I kind of do that by restarting Capture Age between every game. So, Castle Age on the way for both players, 90-second lead, though, in timing for target. And feels that with the score lead, with a pretty healthy 1.2k res collected lead, he's done a very good job of winning water and being in a position to go aggressively on land, maybe with Rathas or with monks. Now, he's not collecting any stone, but he does have 5 Vils on gold, which he might be able to transition to a monk rush. And for closed maps, I still feel like I prefer Bengalis pretty heavily over Dravidians on land. Your memory leaks all the time, too. Yeah, IRL memory leaks are pretty bad. Capture Age, I believe, is written in C++ now when they rewrote it for DE. Originally, it was written in Kotlin. I haven't really looked into it recently, though. Yeah, originally it was Kotlin. So, outside dock for Antagonist, taken down by target's galleys. If target focuses it. And now, where is target? He's scouting the... Oh, wait, he's sailing around the outside. He's sailing around both sides, so he's trying to encircle Antagonist on the water. Make sure the galleys don't have a way to sneak forward into the fish. I was thought that might have been Vils for a second on the outside, thinking maybe he had something sneaky. But now, Antagonist up 2. And he has stone and wood. We'll have another dock for target. He might be looking to fish. It's a thin React layer around a C++ core. Sounds accurate. We had used React last time I discussed projects with them. I wonder if Boswang still was using FPTS. He really liked Haskell, and so we had used a very functional library for JavaScript. I don't know if that's in Capture Age or not, though. And you gotta be careful of over-chopping the wood lines here. You want to make sure you don't open up your walls. So it might even behoove you to do a house wall out in front here, just in case, preemptively. And this is where owning the water means you control the wood, and you kind of force players to go outside their base if they're trying to chop, but run into issues near the the ships. Fire ships still sailing around on the outside, where galleys being pumped out from AntagonisT. The functional library, there are quite a few. Usually the answer to there's a library for anything for JavaScript is yes. The quality of the library is questionable, but usually there are libraries. So, fire ships, unless you mean functional as a joke on the quality of JavaScript libraries, saying that they don't function. So, ballistics for target, that'll be for the war galleys, and feels like he's still playing this like a pure water map. Not doing anything in the middle, just picking up relics. And that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 relics so far, and should be able to grab the 5th. AntagonisT not putting any effort on the middle, purely playing water. And in ship numbers 22 to 20, remember the Bengali ships do heal, ballistics already in for AntagonisT, and there really isn't much economy left on the water. No fishing ships for AntagonisT, only 2 for target. Maybe a Vil or 2 on shorefish there still for target. But they're walking really long distances to take their shorefish now. IDK, why we picked this as a full water map? Well, full water plus relics now for target. That'll be 5 relics for target. And he has full map control, 5 relics. Hasn't had to do a single farm yet. Only 35 seconds of idle time on the TC. Might want some farms soon. He's running out of shorefish. But large fight in the south. AntagonisT playing this as the pure water map. 14 galleys to 14, but a target will have reinforcements here. And AntagonisT will have to run with ballistics in. The ships will get a few shots as they are running. At home, fires should eventually win for AntagonisT. AntagonisT trying to do some dodging ballistics micro with his galley. But target close enough to home that he will win this, and AntagonisT has to fall back. And what is winning the water done for target? He's up by 11 villagers, 2 fishing ships, and 5 relics. So all 5 of the relics under his control. AntagonisT doing a great job at dodging with that ship. that is a great micro from him. You got huge value from that. This game was over before he hit castle. Well, it is over as I read your comment, as he will call GG, and target there is victorious. He will tie it 1-1 on his home map. And well microed. He was also sending Vils forward. He was ready for the castle drop. He was going to drop the castle right here. That would have been on AntagonisT's main gold and his closest second gold. So AntagonisT could have tried to go for the neutral golds, but target also even in position to scout that. So, well done from target. Got the stone for the castle drop, ready to place it on AntagonisT's face, and that'll call for the GG. And 46 to 41 KD for target. And that'll send us into game number 3. GG. And hello, Arbase. Did you get your food? I hope you got your food. I will need to get food, but I'll keep casting first. Alright, so that was target winning his home map of Coast Arena. A clan playing water. Bengalis over Dravidians. I wonder if we see Vikings on that map eventually for longboats. Cooking now should be done in a bit. That'll be slopes for the final map. What food? He's probably eating a wild boar. I bet he hunted and killed it himself. Alright, and this will be slopes as our final map. So, I want to check my settings and make sure I have them correct. I think I do. Wait for the ad to finish and then we'll go. Our race is like, I made the simplest thing I could. Yeah, and that was the higher save position for a target. And the final saves will be Khmer, Wei, and Persians, as I'm losing my voice for antagonist. Japanese, Georgians, Vietnamese for target. Lord and Iron Bore. Yeah, let me get a good coffin. And I think we're ready to go. So, final map of the set will be Slopes, the home map of Antagonist. And he will be the blue Persians to the northwest and target the red Japanese to the southeast. So the Japanese, not for a water map. What is this hybrid map combination? Hybrid map civ picks of Persians versus Japanese. They do realize you can't dock these ponds, right? Well, the cheap mills for the Japanese are great, as are the faster working TCs for the Persians. And boars in the back, so usually they're not lamed. And you can lure them pretty reliably. This is a map we'd use for Hidden Cup. As we've been saying, we just put the hares up by the shorefish instead of the deer, instead of large packs of ibex. So you can push in 1 or 2 ibex in the Dark Age, but not 8. Also, welcome everyone. We're having like 600 plus viewers for this set between Twitch and YouTube. So that is a crazy number of viewers. Thank you all for watching. And I hope you've been enjoying TTL. You can get the nerdy details about the maps here. So back berries, back gold, pretty easy walls for target. I think this is just about as perfect as your map can get for slopes. Pretty decent back gold, at least for antagonists. His main gold is forward. His berries at least have a couple of wood lines next to them to wall, and he does have a back wood line. Maybe the only downside for target is maybe the natural way to wall probably leaves all of his wood lines exposed to archers. He also didn't go pick up his geese. He has scouted them, but he'll be going forward. Going forward. And we have seen quite a few games where players go aggressively for drushes or men-at-arms. In particular, if they can attack the mills, if a player does go for a mill and tries to take all the hares. And that might be a reason for the Japanese pick, but so far no barracks. We have seen really early barracks drushes too in TTL so far. The Inca civ who likes doing that. Persians also could do it. And nicely lured from target. We'll have no mill yet. The Japanese do have the cheaper lumber camp, so if they want to do an early barracks, they can. And target could place it now if he wanted to. Looks like instead he's going to use the cheaper mill to go for the shorefish on the hill. Not going to go men-at-arms right away. Maybe scouting, seeing that there is nothing up on that slope for antagonist, and deciding I'll wait on the men-at-arms. Might not get value right there. Yeah, that's another mill up on the shorefish.
Yeah.
Well, one of the weird things I've been noticing on Twitch is that the viewer number, like usually like you gain viewers during a game, then it drops off, and then you gain, like, the process repeats for the next game. I've noticed that whenever an ad has to play, the viewer count suddenly spikes up. And I wonder if that's Twitch counting stuff incorrectly because people see an ad, then try to refresh, hoping that it would skip the ad.
Salam.
It's just a random hypothesis I have, looking at the counter. So, loom there for antagonist, loom also for target. Target will be up just about 1 vil later. That's a 19 pop-up versus a 20 pop-up. 20 pop gives you a bit more comfort for adding in the men-at-arms. I mean, no, our base. I mean, people can go to YouTube to watch without ads. And I hope that my updating overlays between the games during the ads is not the content that excites people the most. People are here for the gameplay, right? They want to watch the game. Or they're here for second monitors to fall asleep. Can't say I haven't done that refreshing trick before being a sub. Yep. Yep. So feudal age for Antagonist, as he will not have a barracks yet. Kind of late on the barracks. He's going to gold, so it looks like it'll probably be a range follow-up. And he might try to play more defensively with a few archers, skirms, maybe spears. Won't go for scouts. Have we seen Franks much in TTL so far? According to our base, we have not seen them a single time. Them, along with Teutons, I think, are two civs that have never been played. Maybe there's a third. I forget if we've seen Poles. But Franks and Teutons we haven't seen. Kind of surprised we haven't seen Teutons on a closed map yet, but then again, a lot of the closed maps do have water. And they're not really as monk-heavy so much as unique unit heavy. Where I think the Teutons lose some of their strength in the anti-monk bonus. Poles have been played? Poles, yep. Oh, we've seen Celts. We have seen Celts. We saw Celts earlier today. Celts are kind of sneaky, but good on hybrid maps. If you saw a Stark's game on Mudflow, that absolutely insane game, he played Celts. We've seen Celt Cav archers, even. That's the level of Celts we've seen. So small walls for Antagonist. He didn't wall all the way to the edge of the map. Maybe thinking that would be a bit too large against the men-at-arms, but does have a semicircle of walls around the front of his base. He is not going out. Oh, he's gonna lame! Target laming! Laming Antagonist's hairs. That is brutal. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing Armenians for a Dark Age spear to lame hairs like that. And then you transition into long swords and feudal if you can keep the pressure on and keep your own hairs secured. Franks have been power crept out of the game. I mean, they've gotten throwing axeman buffs. Remember Viper using them in KOTD? Winning that insane game against Vinch, who had those Chukunu Arbs and still couldn't stop the axemen. When DE came out, we had this period of Franks being played all the time on the ladder. And I never really bought into it that they were a good civ. They were simply a civ that felt very smooth to play and had a clear scouts opening. And now that we've had maybe some swordsman line buffs and some more men-at-arms openings like this, we see the Franks less. Although, Target, what are you doing running into the TC? You killed the Vil but got greedy. Delved too greedily and too deep. At the same time, though, that's why he was dealing with archers on the side of his base, trying to hit his Vils on those hairs. The scout will chase the archers, and the Vils might turn to fight the scout and act like spears to protect the skirmishers. Archers and a skirm for Antagonist on the other side will push Target off of that blacksmith. And still the most played. It's probably still very well played for outside the top elo, but that was always where it was played. It was never really a super high level civ. I mean, maybe the opposite of the Chinese in some respects like that. Kind of like, well, Goths are played for laming at least, but you hit that power spike where at a super low elo, Goths are insanely strong for how powerful men-at-arms can be and how good their late game is. Franks are fun. They have the classic Joan of Arc campaign voice lines. The campaign you can tell they made probably first because it has so many different heroes. And then the other campaigns feel like maybe they ran out of time and didn't add as many heroes. So skirms and a spear, nice poke from Target's spear, and that changes everything when the scout isn't there to fight the skirms. Antagonist still will try to micro, but he has a lot of archers there that could die to the skirms. 2 skirms of his own, but target will have the closer reinforcements. And having taken most of the hunt up here, he'll say, I'm going to get out while the getting's good and try to run my vills back to the TC. No wheelbarrow, though, so the archers and skirms can catch them pretty well. That 1 vill might die, but at the cost of a couple of archers. So target at least made Antagonist bleed a little there. And that'll be a 1-2 vill KD, 11-6 total for Antagonist, whose micro has been a bit better. Still unfortunate for target to have ran into that TC. How can I find that Stark's Celts game? It's on my YouTube. You should be able to find the, was it Stark versus Nawai set if you want to see the VOD. Or it's on the Twitch VOD. Or you can download the Rex either from AoE2rex.com or the tournament Discord. So Vil building more walls as the skirms still dance in front. Target trying to get walled up. And idle time on the TC, plus an extra Vil down, plus Antagonist being Persians, still gives the Persians a 5 Vil lead. And yeah, not a hybrid map, but this is still why the Persians are so strong, that TC bonus. Oh, and he is pulling really far ahead in Eco. They destroyed 2 castles with axemen. And maybe Franks need their cheaper castle bonus back. Restore it to its full glory like it was from AOC. So, a stable and an archery range for Antagonist at the back of his base. We'll have Horse Collar on the way for Antagonist 2. And the skirms will run forward between the house and the blacksmith. I think there's a hole there. But with the TC behind it, I doubt Antagonist would push the hole. Oh, they don't need Dark Age foraging. That wasn't an AOC. The Castle Age, Bloodlines, Gold Mining, all there for Antagonist. Bloodlines on the way up, so as the Persians, there's the stable, and will he go Cav Archers then? Bloodlines and only 1 stable double ranges. Looks like we'll see some Persian Cav Archers. Could see Persian versus Japanese Cav Archers, in which case I do usually prefer the Japanese Cav Archers. No stable for target. But he could do 1, and thank you, Irepi, for the follow. Give Frank CA bonus and boom, best civ in the game. Alright, skirms, nice defense from target. And has the timing right on that fight. That's where if you're Antagonist, you can't patrol because you'll end up attacking the buildings. So you run into the army from target who, with the buildings there, has great vision of everything. Doesn't even have Town Watch, but didn't need it for how close the army was to the walls. Mongols get 40% on hunt. Remember when that was 50% on hunt? And I think Mongols still would probably be the #1 pick in TTL with all the maps we have that have hunt on them. Hunting dogs. Well, that was never official. That was only in the Forgotten Empire's mod version. That wasn't in HD. So, Town Center for Antagonist. 2 TCs for him. It'll be a 3 TC boom. And extra TC, 1 for target. He did sell some stone earlier. Yeah, sold 100 stone to go up. Especially with the hairs now. Yeah, HD has a very weird history. So, Cav Archers for Antagonist, exploring the top of the slope, trying to find if target has a TC there, which he does not. Oh my gosh, that Persian Vil count, you haven't even finished both TCs, and 10 Vils, 11 Vils ahead for Antagonist. And target has the KD lead on the Vils. He's maybe struggling a bit to get the TC production sustained. But he is now doing Japanese Cav Archers. So Japanese cav archers against Persian cav archers. Bloodlines is in for the Persians. So antagonists will have a bit of an advantage until target can afford bloodlines. Target, however, will harass the woodline. No ballistics for either player. The Persians will have Parthian tactics available in the Castle Age for +2 pierce armor. But then the Japanese also do have the archer bonus, that they have +2 attack versus ranged soldiers, which does count against the cav archers. So those will cancel out if Parthian tactics is researched. It doesn't apply versus Japanese, really. Exactly. Just notice the follow command is the follow. Yes, it's the follow notification is the follow command. University there for target now. He'll look for ballistics on 2 TCs. So it's 2 TCs plus ballistics versus 3 TCs. And a situation where antagonist is up by 20 vils, and target will have to do a lot of damage to make the ballistics worth it. He loses a monk to the cav archers. And the skirms will push the cav archers back. Hotkeys are for tryhards. Well, the opposite of tryharding is probably using a controller. I think hotkeys are maybe for more than just tryhards, though. I think hotkeys are for almost everyone. So cav archers finding a couple vils here. Will that be enough? I don't think so. Ballistics isn't finished yet. Maybe target can deny the gold. But 13 cav archers to 13, and ballistics now on the way for antagonist, and there goes the ballistics advantage. 30 seconds until antagonist gets it himself. He's equal in cav archer numbers. Everyone except for Emu. Does Emu not use hotkeys? It can be pretty fast with a limited set of hotkeys. And, well, target would like to get his TC atop the slope. Will he be able to? Cav archers already are there. Some vils will try to walk towards that area. Monk grabs a relic. And these cav archers will try to snipe off antagonist's CA. Yeah, down it goes. Who doesn't even use a monitor? I remember the days on the HD edition. I had to help ACCM with his tech issues, and he did not even have a 1080p monitor. I think it was 768. And he still managed to play at a really high level. So 3rd TC for target. Well, you're down 30 vils already to the Persians. Does target realize how big this vil discrepancy is? That's, looking at this, the Persians, what is that, 15% now in the Castle Age? This bonus is so crazy. It really makes me think people were sleeping on the Persians all those years we were playing Huns Wars. I guess they probably didn't have cav archers that were as cheap as they are now. But wheelbarrow there for antagonist. And that, I can't imagine a world where antagonist loses this game with this eco lead. Already 2,500 resources ahead. Leather archer armor for target, who is desperate to take and force a fight that he wants to win. His wheelbarrow for antagonist. Target slight lead in cav archer numbers now. Is there a hole over here between the house and the stone? Yes, there is. And, well, downhill, antagonist will take the best fight he can. If target wins this, that might deceive him as to the actual position of the game if the scores close up. He'll know the Persian player is ahead in Nico, that's a given, but he won't know quite how much. And he's gonna wall the cav archers in, so he'll sacrifice the vils for some cav archer kills. Antagonist saying, my vil lead isn't enough yet, let's increase it. I'll focus the vils. Maybe the play would have been run these vils to the TC and have one of these vils do a gate by the stone. Or a market by the stone, and then you have a better trap. So Cav Archer fight. Some of the Cav Archers downhill for Antagonist. But still wins the fight. Does he have Parthian? He does have Parthian. So that'll help cancel out the Japanese bonus. He does have Thumb Ring. Target missing Thumb Ring. So Antagonist CA should be better in this fight for now. Target losing some CA to the TC. And that is painful. Not quite paying attention, as he's dealing with a lot of CA at his front door. And hello, Atroita. CA will force the other CA away. We'll have Imperial Age on the way for target. Emu. Emu is mentioned even when you're not arrived, Emu. Your presence just precedes you. Oh, these Cav Archers here arriving, and, well, target's up to Imp. That's the only thing he has going for him. He has pretty much no map control now. He's maybe going to clear this army. But it'll be much easier for Antagonist to afford to replenish that. And he probably doesn't want to go... I mean, maybe he'll keep going for Cav Archers anyway. He's Persians, but he can probably do anything he wants at this point. Just won't have Bracer in Imp. Can still do Chemistry, Heavy Cav Archer. And he'll click up to Imp himself. A bit faster to click up, or to research the technology, that is. 2 minutes, 40 seconds for the faster working Persian TCs. And the Cav Archers now will get to the back of Target's eco and pillage the villagers on the farms. Yeah, some Cav Archers trying to save the vills, but they will go down. Well, go down pretty darn quickly. Why not Savar? Well, he can't do Savar until he gets Imp. But he's just focusing on Cav Archers because he already has them and he can upgrade them to the armor. Maybe Savar in the long run would be a better option, but you still have to worry about the Japanese halbs. So maybe Savar Hand Cannoneer, or you keep going for Cav Archers. You need something to combo with the Savars against the Japanese. And there we have Imp for target. Yeah, Stone Please had was the Click Master, as you say. That'd be a good name, Stone Master. Take all the stone, throw it into castles. So, okay, more CA, Imp CA. Bracer for target, buying himself a bit of time. I don't think this TC will go up, though. More CA from Antagonist, who is now swapping to Knights. So he sees the large number of CA, realizes he won't scale the same way, and says, I like chat's suggestion of Savars. I got 32 vills on gold, I'll be able to afford it. There's Imp, I've denied the TC. 149 to 69 vills. This is a Persian game if I've ever seen one with their boom. Why no Tatars? Definitely an eco thing. Japanese and Persians, I don't think they were picked for their Cav Archers. I think they were picked for their economy and early game bonuses. And it just so happens that they go Cav Archer as a good unit. Sounds like a name that Treebeard would give Pippin to make him feel better. After he throws a rock and hits an orc. He's Stone Master. Alright, nice fight from Target. They're still finding decent places to take fights, just not enough of them. Cavalier armor about to come in for Antagonist on this raid. There are no Cav Archers over here, no halbs. Have to use them more often. Chess Master. You can go back in time, play some 90s era chess AIs. Okay, Cavaliers taking down Vills. You want Ellie's Oh, that would be more fun than Savara's, I think. But I think AntagonisT has this. For a target, he probably doesn't want to call the GG while he has 31 heavy cav archers amassed. And that might give us a chance to see Savar. Because down here, the Cavaliers will be attacked by the cav archers. Oh wait, they're not heavy, you're right. They are... They've not yet gone to the gym like T90 does. They've not gained muscle and put on the weight they need. They are normal cav archers who are not heavy. Yeah, 0 on gold for target. He has taken all of the gold at the back of his base, struggling to access his forward gold. That gold will be castle dropped. Yeah, no upgrades for him, no chemistry. No heavy cav archer, no Parthian, no final armor, just bracer. And Savara's 30 seconds away. I've never actually seen legionaries used in a pro game. I always see the Romans going for cavaliers, scorpions in the late game. I don't think I've ever actually seen legionaries used. And I'm hearing some noises in the wood line. Yes, there's a raid. And AntagonisT will win that 2-1. But honestly, Target, great job on the water on Coast Arena, and gave us a very close game with his Portuguese on Zimbabwe. So that was still a closer set than I think the third game would show it as. That's 158 to 112 KD, but if you're not killing the Persians early on, then their economy goes burr. So congrats to AntagonisT for winning that set, and we'll have one more set coming up here for us. As I'll put the final score on the scoreboard. And just check off the civs. So that's a win for him on slopes. And for the civs, it's a win for the Persians and a loss for the Japanese. And what is our final set of the day? That was Youpudding versus who? Youpudding versus... I check the Silver Rex. Saymyname! Youpudding Saymyname. So let me get that set up for us. And just give me a moment. Youpudding against Saymyname. And what group was this? Our base, Youpudding Saymyname. Let me check. I have that on the Wikipedia page. Maybe it's in the Discord. Group C. Group C. Or no, not Group C. Group B. I think I forgot to upgrade. I forgot to update the group number too. That was Group A. Last game. And we'll get the drafts. And update my stream titles. So y'all can type my name in the chat now that we have Say My Name. You can do the same thing you do in T90's chat. And oh yeah, I have YouTube. Should be fine. Alright. Chat, prepare all of your Say My Name jokes. Get them ready, get them ready. I'm gonna take a quick break myself for the next set, but use the break to prepare your Say My Name jokes. And I'll be right back, and we'll cast Say My Name Youpudding. All right, chat, I'm back, and we will get started in just a moment. I need you to tell me, though, how is the background noise? Because it is very cold and I had to turn my heat on. I have that filtered somewhat in OBS. I don't have it on Discord, though, so I didn't have it on while co-casting with Airbase. And if there's a lot of background noise, I can go turn my heat off again for 3 more games. Let me know if you hear it. Sometimes people hear it, sometimes they don't. So I'm gonna hope that it's not too bad. I'll just try to talk maybe a bit louder. Can't hear anything. Audio is fine. Alright, good. Oh, and Turs is here. Turs, hello Turs. Gonna cast more Turs at some point. So this will be... I'm not gonna look at the group standings. I'll look at them at the end because I don't want to spoil myself to these games. It'll be Stranded for game number 1, Youpudding versus saymyname. And let me take 1 minute to warm up Capture Age again. Where are we? There we are. And saymyname. Are we okay with saymyname in red? Because his name was VNS yellow. But I guess we'll just leave him in red. Let me just do this. All good, I think. And yep, I think we are good to go. So here we are on Stranded. We'll have Youpudding as the blue Dravidians to the southwest, and saymyname as the red Koreans to the north. Dravidians, Koreans. So Dravidians will get 5 pop space once they finish that dock. It'll count as a house, so they can get their TC up, start chopping wood, and pump more fishing ships out very quickly. Saymyname as the Koreans. Ooh, he's not doing the TC on the gold. He's doing it on a beach woodline. A beach woodline that all spawned clumped up together. That's a crazy woodline there. I don't have much control over the clumping of these woodlines, so sometimes that happens. I'm sure we have a lot of Youpudding fans. This is the Survivalist Combito group. I forget who else is in the group. And if I go check Wikipedia, then I'm going to spoil the results. So I'll just have to go off of memory. And Sergeant Milan, thank you for the follow. And Nizik Leopard, hello, hello. Everyone get your dino dances in. And so what will these Dark Ages give to us? Salmon on the outside. Of course, it is a T90 map, so we need salmon. Need lots of salmon. And then Vils popping out of the TC, slightly housed with saymyname, but not too bad. The Koreans will have the wood discount for their warships, and then as we saw in Red Bull, guard towers and fire lancers should be very strong for them. Hello, Caterpillar. Nice Rhino right by the TC. I always kind of find it awkward on Nomad maps to do the back of your TC against the wood line, rather than the front. Can't quite have as many Vils chopping. And Vil picking up the water buffaloes. I'm actually doing a house first. And elephant will be lured in from Youpudding. And taken by those Vils right by the TC. I still find it so weird that the TC is over here and not on the gold. He'll need to do a mining camp on the gold then. I think it's much easier to go feudal and go galleys if you don't need the separate mining camp for all the extra wood. You can basically save 100 wood and then have 150 wood to spend on another dock, right? So you're spending basically 50 wood instead of 150. A Turs stream anytime soon? Oh, that'd be nice, a Turs stream. Just make sure to use your stream delay if you stream TTL. Don't want to have to make any admin decisions. So Youpudding walling up and going for the TC in what I think is the much more standard location for this map. Right by that wood line in the gold. And now we keep an eye out for scouting and forward Vils. So on this map, usually you want to have the buffaloes scout not just yourself, but basically two things. One, you want to scout the coastline, just like on Nomad, to find the dock positionings of the enemy. And then also you want to scout the middle to find their TC. Yeah, that might give up a buffalo when they capture it at the TC, but you want to know where the TC is. And particularly for saymyname, kind of vulnerable here to feudal aggression since he TC'd a back woodline and won't have the TC on the gold. When is the next round of Platinum League? Platinum on Friday. Platinum on Friday. More buffaloes still out here as Vils are chopping away for Youpudding at that wood line, and he's adding in fish. That Dravidian dock population bonus gives him a nice start on the fishing ships. He's a bit ahead in resources collected so far, and also ahead in the fishing ship numbers, 2 more queued. Saymyname stuck at 5. If he wants to go up, though, then he spends more effort taking from the elephants and the rhinos and the hunt in the Dark Age, and less effort on wood. So fewer wood Vils, fewer fishing ships, but then a faster click-up time. And if he wants to go Tower Rush on 17 Vils, let's go. He just needs to reassign the fishing ships to a deep fish. That dock will run out of fish fairly soon. Could use a second dock up to the north in the corner. Youpudding doing a second dock right now. And Youpudding also, that rhino just funneled itself around the gold into his TC. Yeah, Platinum will always be Friday through Monday. I don't know why they don't do Thursday through Sunday, but it will be Friday through Monday. Another house for Youpudding. The Vil will lure the rhino in. And the rhino will be hunted under there. We'll have Feudal Age there for saymyname, as a couple of buffaloes are taken by a Vil. And 2 Vils forward, so this is the Tower Rush. And this is the danger of taking the forward wood line. Puts you more at risk of being towered, although it does mean you can do your lumber camp on a small back wood line and escape the tower. Escape from the early tower pressure. And as a couple of water buffaloes will run back for saymyname. And we'll have a barracks right in the middle. Saymyname up to the Feudal Age. And he reaches feudal just as Youpudding clicks. So maybe he's a bit late even for the Tower Rush. He'll do an outpost. Part of me would love to see an early town watch coupled with that outpost. Just clicking Loom right now. He's up so fast he wasn't even able to... Oh, he has to panic build a house, so he's not housed. But wasn't even able to do the tower yet. So having the Feudal Age versus Dark Age timing is great for the towers because you can't be counter-towered early. Instead, it'll be a forward range. Forward range, and he still doesn't know where he's towering. I don't think he's quite scouted the TC. So there's the outpost. And yeah, right away, town watch. And now he sees the wood line. Now he sees a spot where he can tower. And yep, there's the tower. Cannot be stopped yet in the Dark Age. And Youpudding might even need a second lumber camp out here by this wood line. Meanwhile, on the water, it is a forward dock, so saymyname came down all the way to the south for the dock, and now getting a fire ship into the fish of Youpudding. So cheaper fire galleys, 20% less wood for the Koreans. Those fishing ships do some loop-de-loops as they try to run away and get to a corner. And that was 10 fishing ships for Youpudding. That's a lot of disruption. If saymyname can really get on the water in earnest. But now it'll be a range and a blacksmith for Youpudding, who maybe wants to do skirms while going up to the castle age. Maybe up a bit slowly, considering he has 1.1k food. And, oh, he doesn't have loom against the trush. Those vills will lose quite a bit of HP. There's a weak one there, but he does get away. Tower might even be able to hit the gold if it comes over by the barracks. Riskier spot to build it by the barracks, but could still go up there. Now, saymyname will just outpost everywhere, try to get full vision over Youpudding, and yes, indeed, he does need that extra lumber camp over here on the straggler wood lines. The beach wood lines. Which are indeed much smaller. And fire galley fight.
준비. என்ன கட்டளை? 예.
Archers. Oh, there's so many weak vills there. The archers have fletching.
준비.
I'll say my name. You can click the vills and see their HP. He's, I think, more worried about hitting the repair vill, though, on the shorefish. Really wants to prevent the repairs and destroy the fishing ships. Just, I wonder if this, even the forward dock, is too late against the FC. Low HP ship there not being focused. There we go. And I think saymyname takes a win there. But going for that fishing vill has now given Youpudding time to wall up. And he still has more walls on the other side with another lumber camp. And he's managed to survive the archers and get to the castle age. There is the first armor, going for armor rather than fletching. Letting him tank a bit more. That tower still there, shooting at the TC. More houses up for Youpudding, as he will keep walling. And that'll be War Galley, Fletching, and Padded Archer Armor all for Youpudding as the houses go up. And at home, saymyname luring in an elephant, still on only 5 fishing ships. And you can see that res collected difference. Almost 800 more resources because of that investment into the fish from Youpudding. Oh my gosh, Ellie Archers. Well, one Ellie Archer, 230 HP, and saymyname fighting that with feudal archers? Well, this elephant now has 1 armor upgrade. Oh my god, look at that, and he can do a monk and heal it. You better not lose this elephant archer, though. You better heal it. And now a skirm. Defensive skirms, though, for Youpudding. He's just going forward. He's bringing that elephant to lure the archers away. The future is ours. Thank you for following. And that vill for saymyname. Adding in a second range, this one at home, maybe realizing he needs skirms to defend against these elephants. And he's about to click up. Does have the buildings, just needs to click the button. He's microing somewhere. Oh, another elephant archer there. Drops off, or no, garrisons, his TC's idle. There he goes, clicking up. I always figured Ellie archers to be slower than foot archers. 0.9 to 0.96. So they're slightly slower, but that's before husbandry. And Matador115, thank you for the follow. So yeah, husbandry still is available for the Dravidians now. They can get husbandry. And fire ships are trying to turn the tables on the water, giving Youpudding the ability to push back against saymyname. And that's now 7 fishing ships to 5, so good fishing still for Youpudding, even after the early pressure. And forward workshop for Youpudding. That vill, wherever that vill went, not going to finish it. And now with some skirms, saymyname in a better position to fight the elephant archers despite all of their HP. And that TC will be deleted. Or the TC foundation will be deleted. You hate that they get husbandry now? Yeah, there's a reason to build a stable now. You have a reason to build a stable for your elephant archers. A siege workshop for Youpudding. Elephant attacking the mining camp. Skirms and archers still patrolling back and forth. We'll have another Vill building a house as a couple of water buffaloes run through. And then Castle Age will be on the way for saymyname. Now that the heat's on, my eyes are really just drying out completely. 3 HP left. 3 HP is all you need. It'll try to dodge. The villager could hit the elephant. Oh, villager, kill the elephant. Saymyname, kill it with the villager. Oh, he's not going for it. The Vill dodged all those arrows somehow. Now second TC for Youpudding, who has a sizable score lead, I think in large part thanks to the fish. Even though saymyname was able to disrupt them, now he's facing fire ships on the water, and probably losing his fish as he's trying to hide in the corner. I know, but we don't have a monastery yet for Youpudding. Not ready to heal the elephants. Here is the TC, and more Vills will be on the way. And TC for saymyname, so second TC for both players. Youpudding 9 fishing ships to 2 right now. The ones in the corner were discovered, and the fire ships are happy to sink them. Bowsaw for saymyname. And as our skirms killing a couple of elephant archers, but that's why Youpudding has the mangonel to deal with skirms. Will skirms be enough here? Saymyname 0 on food, so he can't keep making skirms. Might be all in crossbows at this point. We put it in the castle to heal it. Do they get herbal medicine? They do get herbal medicine. Maybe you're onto something. As a good raid on the wood line will force some Vills back, but won't hit them, only forces them back. Archer also attacking a house as the mangonel comes out, and that army will flee before the might be putting his mangonel. And there is a guard tower from saymyname in the middle, trying to guard the Perix and the range. It does have Bodkin, and it will just barely hit those elephant archers. And going very pudding. Been playing a very standard game, but I mean, he is going elephant archers at least. At least those are pretty creative. Tower will attack the elephant archers. The mangonel goes down immediately. That rocket cart and tower combo. There's an armored elephant for Youpudding, but maybe a big investment if a rocket cart could take it down. See how much dodging these armored elephants can do. Nice hits. And elephants getting back to the TC as another tower comes forward. And, ooh, good rocket cart shot there. A monk, a Dravidian monk, though. That's not going to do much to stop this. I mean, look at this, 70 to 36 build difference. 13 of those are fishing ships, but does this tower go up? If this tower goes up, that could actually be some trouble. 90%, 91. The Vill's dancing, and it does go up. It does go up. And can saymyname do this? 11 of that 22 military for Youpudding consists of a fleet of fire ships on the water. The main golden wood line still being taken. Another TC for Youpudding. Saymyname 5 on stone. There's a universe where he castle drops here while destroying this TC, or castle drops here. fighting this TC. There is the guard tower and an outpost from Youpudding. Say my name, do this. Can he do this?
Sorry.
Great, injured Vills. Pushed off of the houses. And skirmed away. Pudding's still under a lot of trouble. There's still towers hitting all of his TCs. Lots of Vills idled now. Hop into that TC. I'll be around 8 plus. Oh, and the skirms think a Mangonel hit. They get out. Vills being hit by the guard tower as the rocket cart tries to destroy the monastery of all buildings. And now Town Watch on the way for Youpudding. Finally he can see the rocket carts besieging him from afar. Force Caller on the way for saymyname, who has been adding in a few farms already. But still 96 to 47. On the Vills, and then the rocket cart and Mangonel exchange volleys, destroy each other. But that's another tower for saymyname. Finally a castle for Youpudding. Ready to take the hill in front of 2 gold mines, still with a good thick clump of wood. And can we see Arumi's here? Arumi should be good. Were saymyname to go Fire Lancers.
Sorry.
University as the Organ Gun comes over. And that castle will be up with a tower behind it. Imp into GG. Is it Imp? I don't know if it's Imp. That's still expensive. Nice looking tower line. Yeah, really. Nice looking tower line. I don't get why I went with the Elephant Archer. It countered the large feudal army. Then he just stuck with it. These skirms for saymyname coming over. The elephants keep wandering around. They'll pass some Vills on these farms and take some TC fire. They might get on the gold, and there is Imp from Youpudding. Can saymyname push before this, though? It's 4 TCs for Youpudding. So I don't think so. Elephant down. They're chased by skirms. Dravidian elephants, are they the fastest attacking land unit? What is the upgrade for them? Medical core. Wouldn't the Bengali ones just attack faster? They don't have medical core. They have, what is it, pikes. Hello, Volt. So Skirm's still chasing the elephants away. Fastest attacking elephant archers. Oh, elephant archers attacked 25% faster. There you go. Alright, Skirms fighting. Oh my gosh, Skirms fighting elephants, and the Skirms are winning? Korean Skirms OP? Oh my gosh, look at those elephants. Alright, don't take straight up fights against Skirms with elephants. That's what I've learned. Ballistics, saymyname. Yeah, rip chonkers. And now a couple of rocket carts still attacking the TC. As Imp on the way for Youpudding just finishes, and trebuchets, the trebs will start popping. It's 145 to 67 Vills. I don't think saymyname can do it from here. But like in that target antagonist game, maybe he has a chance. He goes all in Castle Age. Maybe tries to go Imp 2. Skirms hitting the Elephant Archers. And that group's still alive, still protecting Youpudding. It's almost a 5k score lead. We're almost a 4k score lead, I'm sorry. I can math properly. Archers, oh look at this! Player is sharing a wood line and saymyname says, no, I'm not gonna share with you. You're imp. Get your own wood line. Taste my skirmishers and my archers. He's got 44 fishing ships. And he's... oh gosh, that was a zoom out. Build that sound. Well, here at Skirm, still chasing the Vills off that wood line. saymyname making a tiny bit of progress across the front. Chemistry there for Youpudding on the way a minute away. Really impossible to lose this. Yeah, don't jinx him on Stranded. I've seen some crazy comebacks on Stranded. These Vills will find a tiny bit of wood by this TC. And turrets killing elephants. Elephants going down. Yeah, that is a Vill migration indeed. Elephants dying to the carts. Skirms here killing elephants again, though. Koreans will have a lot of cheap skirms, but 172 to 91 pop overall. And there's the GG from saymyname, as Youpudding will be the name we're saying after game 1. Ooh, fast castle for water control with the fires. Seem to work out better than the fast feudal on this map. Pudding. I think we probably have some Pudding fans. Probably also some saymyname fans. Like we got saymyname fans in here, right? So that's a 95 to 60 KD for Pudding. And the Eco Go Burr really boomed that game. Taking probably Stark's advice on the boom. You never have too many TCs. Oh, let me give him a win. Oh, did I forget to change the map title? That still said Slopes, didn't it? Yeah, that still said Slopes. Oh, bad. That was Stranded by Trezini. Let's see, what's my ad timer at? Alright, let's try 30 seconds. saymyname. Okay, so that was Stranded, won by Youpudding. And for Civs, that was the Koreans losing to the Dravidians. Dravidians first overall picked. And he had a build indeed at the start for using their dock bonus. So that means the next map will be on High Tides. saymyname does pick his own home map. And alright, so it'll be saymyname Pudding on High Tides. And thank you all for keeping up with the stream. I know T90 is traveling now, so I'm going to try to cast as much gold as I can this week. Don't know if anyone else is covering Rex or sets or anything. But I am enjoying the Rex session. I hope that everyone is enjoying watching too. So, here we are, game number 2. And it'll be saymyname as the red Woo to the west. And Youpudding as the blue Malians to the east. Double check I got my chat overlay correct, chat. This is indeed high tides. Angelicus, thank you so much for the sub.
Tracks, brother. Ride ahead and see if you can flush the boar out.
Our base, big gold day tomorrow. When it starts at 16, yes, that means I can get some sleep. Maybe go to the gym in the morning. Cast is always golden. Aside from when it's platinum, both. Tell me my cast isn't platinum. So we'll take the zebra, and then over to the east we'll have Youpudding as the blue Malian. So Wu versus Malians. Do we see long swords versus Jin swordsmen? Will we see siege towers? Try clearing the gooey fungus off of the tablet. Cast is uranium and plutonium, too. That feels dangerous. Dangerous. So, lumber camp for Youpudding, 3 vills as he takes the elephant early. And no elephant taken yet for saymyname. More of a standard push the zebra type of build. And oh no, not the wood line, not the wood line. Oh no. Okay, he gets it. Oh, the freaking zebra's next to the wood line. Oh no, it walks back though. Oh, poor saymyname. Disappointed in D's woodline zebra mechanics. Golden swords. That would be if we had an elite Jin swordsman. They'd probably have golden swords. That would very much scare me. So Youpudding will be the first player to dock. You can, of course, skip the dock on this map if you have a special build. Maybe go for the barracks as the Wu to get the extra food for your early drush. Maybe a bit late for a super early drush, though, and it does look like saymyname will simply be heading out for a dock. Why do they dock on the island here? One, it's easier to wall your vill, because you don't have to deal with the shallows, so you can leave the vill on the shorefish. And 2, there are more deep fish out here, so if you win the water, it's easier to take the fish there. And you're a bit less restricted than if you dock the shallows first. And say my name. Say it ain't so. Leaving the vill out there. No loom exposed to the scout. Is there loom for Youpudding? No loom for Youpudding. Curious if they'll fight for the south. I always am too. But unless someone's Mongols taking the hunt in the south, usually players don't end up fighting for it. As sad as that may be. And dock for saymyname, nicely walled in. Both vills walled. Youpudding says, I see your scout, and I don't want to lose my vill. And, well, saymyname did bring his scout over in time. Youpudding didn't commit to try to kill the vill. I think some players probably would have tried to commit against the lack of loom there. And, oh, the elephant stops following the vill for saymyname. Oh, that'll be extra unfortunate. I don't think the scout's there in time to lame it, though. Lewis ACCM. I did hear about that one. Didn't get a chance to cast it myself, though. I also saw the Lewis ACCM game on Mudflow is crazy because Lewis docked the shallows by his TC. The Dark Age of Hell? Well, he doesn't have any vills lost. He doesn't have any TC idle time. He seems fine. I've seen much worse Dark Ages. One more Ostrich he'd like to push in. I think he's fine. I think he's fine. Kaya wants Youpudding to win. I think it does. Say my name. Oh, what would make it the Dark Age of Hell is if he somehow pushes the zebra into Youpudding's TC for him. Hello, trance music. Are you saying my name? Is everyone getting their good say my name memes ready for the chat? I hope you're ready to say my name. You can skip the last 20 minutes since one person was dead. So, feudal for Youpudding, feudal for say my name. Say my name 10 seconds faster. He's doing a barracks as the Wu. He gets a bit of food when he does that. 55 food. The tech tree caption is a lie. It is 55, not 65. And feudal for both. Militia now being queued. saymyname, militia being queued for Youpudding, and we might have a good old classic men-at-arms clash in the middle if they walk and fight each other, or we could have them just passing, because they might walk and not pass each other. What's the opposite? I don't know. I don't know what the opposite is. Maybe the question really is, what's the duel? McCafe? Why would the McDonald's, like, breakfast cafe be the opposite of me? I love the work you've been putting in. Keep it up. Well, thanks for watching. JL? What would JL be? How is JL the opposite of a T? So, archery range defensively for saymyname, as indeed it will be a just passing game. Both players pass each other with their men-at-arms and run for each other's base. Youpudding prepared for that. Lots of walls up around the wood. And men-at-arms won't deny the range, too close to the TC. We'll get a couple of hits. Like an upside down T. And you think the JL has like the little bottom part to it? Yeah, maybe, maybe. So on the water, one fishing ship might go down for Youpudding. He'll hide behind his fire. And actually, that'll stay alive on 2 HP. Live, laugh, Willalow. That is a good name. Maybe I will become water. I am from Jersey, though, so saying the word water is difficult for me. I have to really slow down and make sure I get it right. Otherwise, it comes out more like water. And I just... if I'm not careful... That's what it sounds like if I'm just speaking and not paying attention. And on the water, no demos, it looks like. Getting ready for the DLC, no demos. And the Repairville for Youpudding might be trapped in the Palisades, and she will go down. Yes, she will. On the other side, the men-at-arms from Youpudding do break through. Is there an overchop there? There's an overchop, maybe something that saymyname should wall. He'll head back to that lumber camp at the same time. He's not quite able to break in himself as the archers for Youpudding are coming around. And looks like no real fishing. Only one fishing ship left between the two players, and it's saymyname's. As everyone else going for fires. Ooh, saymyname, 2 HP on his Repairville. Might lose that Ville too. Did I make this map? I edited it like I did for all of them. The map author should be down there on the bottom left. I think this was originally, what? Is that Algernon? This was, yeah, this was an Algernon map. Josini also edited a version of it, and I started from that one and made edits for Hidden Cup and then for this. Jack's just here to get ahead on. Yeah, the community league players here, I'm sure. Want to pick up some strats before the community league. So defensive tower from saymyname as the archers finally come forward for Youpudding. It'll be defensive archers for saymyname. So pretty much the same exact strategy for both players so far. Dock the island, fire galleys for water, fight on land with men-at-arms and archers. Feels like saymyname. I mean, the two resources collected apart. I feel like he's won the water and maybe has a slight advantage so far. As I say that, his archers start being killed by men-at-arms, and these vills need to be retasked. As Youpudding's eco still working efficiently. Didn't let the men-at-arms in, and defended with archers. Practices cheating at those leagues. Yeah, that is the hard part of running a community event, especially with a map pack like we're using for TTL. That if someone might start out at 500 elo and then really practice and grind and then gain 300 elo and be 800 and demolish their bracket. Especially if they get builds prepared for the maps. Yeah, that happens all the time. That's the hard part about community tournaments and low elo ones. But lots of room to improve. Which is kind of what you want to see, but also that makes it tricky. So, wall, saymyname tried to wall with a quick gate, but not enough HP on the gate to keep this out. And oh my gosh, that is a lot of houses saymyname's using there. He's floating a bit of gold. Had a lot of bills on gold trying to go archer plus fire, but then if you stop archer production and make skirms, you start floating gold. And he did start going for a couple of skirms ready to fend off this army. Those men-at-arms still alive for Youpudding. But saymyname will try to trap this military if he gets to the right spot. And oh, this military might be a disaster for saymyname as it's heading right to the vills he has on that mill. They will just discover them there. Ooh, if they kept going forward, they'd have gotten them. saymyname gets his military there just in time. Just in time, and he can wall up behind this now. And should be safe as he traps the army against the palisades, clears the men-at-arms, and Youpudding can dance all he wants. He's dancing his way to the grave as the archers are slaughtered, and another army comes over, though, and finds the two vills on that mill behind this Youpudding up to the castle age. And that's at least one dead vill. We'll see if the other can run to safety. Doesn't look like it. He's trying to turn. Does go down. And that 100 signups? Nice. Castle Age there for saymyname. We had like a ton of signups when we did the community league for cartographers too. I think we had what, like 130 signups between everyone in the top leagues and then the teams, and considering those were teams with up to 4 people, that was a lot of people. So another lumber camp for Youpudding. That's Castle Age for both. And then Town Watch on the way for Youpudding. We'll have Crossbow and Bodkin being researched. We see Gebetto. Well, we could see Gebettos, but the siege towers are nerfed. Usually we see them in siege towers. So Crossbow Bodkin, Youpudding, trying to get the timing advantage. Probably close to breaking through the palisade if no vill walls. And that will force saymyname to do a house wall in the back along with a tower, just to keep the crossbows away. Might need to flee off the wood line, but the tower should keep the gold safe. saymyname up, trying to do the same thing on the other side, wants to break through the palisade. On the water, just 2 palisades left, so no more dock for Youpudding, and it's free fish for saymyname. The fish do get pretty far from the docks rather quickly on this map, though. So it's not like fish gives you an insta-win. And another vill building houses as crossbows chase. What's changing with demo ships? I don't know the exact stats, but if you saw the Thalassocracy Cup, the demos will have... they'll be their own line, so they're upgraded separately from the rest of the ships. And they'll be... I think they were more expensive and less powerful, so they kind of got hit by a triple nerf. They're rolling some of that back, but still being their own line makes them, I think, just by themselves less appealing when you can't upgrade them as easily. Hello, Baron. And speaking of wonderful people, Baron arrives in the chat. And all those crossbows now that were forward for saymyname, they don't break in. Youpudding able to clean them up. Had good production in his own ranges. And able to go forward. Now, the Malians do like to do an early ballistics. Universities work 80% faster. And also the university itself is less wood. It's a bit cheaper. So there is the university, and there already is the ballistics for Youpudding. At the same time, say my name, thinking of 2 forward TCs, that's exactly what you want to see if you're doing an aggressive workshop. TCs that you can hit with your mangonels right away. And one of those will be cancelled, as the other TC for say my name goes up between his forward gold and the other wood line. Oh, do we have multiple barons in the chat? And there is the TC. And the third TC will still go up, but that'll be in the back for say my name. So if he's investing a ton of food into Vills, at least he has food left over and still has the fish. He'll be doing scale mail armor, and maybe it's time for Jin Swordsman? He says yes, it is time for Jin Swordsman. Gebettos or long swords from the Malians might deal with that, but will they actually have them in time? If Youpudding pays attention, he should see the flag in the barracks and realize, wait a minute, these are Jin Swordsmen from the Wu. Siege push, die to the swords. Baron has faith in the swords. Has faith in the swordsman. 1v1 forced nothing to keep the Baron name. More monasteries there for Youpudding. As skirms will wander around in the back. And try to pick off the Vil, avoiding the mangonel. The Vil avoids them and dodges their javelin barrage. And there is the monastery for the monks, Malians. Good monk tech tree, especially for the castle age. They only miss illumination in imp, probably the least important tech, other than maybe herbal medicine, depending on the situation. Do camels do well against Jin Swordsmen? No, they do not. No, they do not. Don't want to do camels against them. They have good melee armor and good HP. And probably higher attack. I think they do in their second phase. Gebettos do. Gebettos do. Is a sword. I think a Jian is a special type of sword. Or there is like a very specific connotation to it. And not a general all-purpose word for sword. But that's just what chat's told me. So Scorpion crossbow. Are scorpions the key to the Jin swordsman? Maybe not. Well, swordsmen are rushing forward. The mangonel doesn't get a shot. Swordsman going for the monk. One gets converted. But they look like they're about to clean all of this. This is basically Huskarls created from the barracks from the start of castle. How high their pierce armor is. Starts at 7 pierce armor. It really is that high. Oh my gosh, why is the pierce armor that high? Crossbows do 1 damage, nothing they can do. Even the scorpion attack is for the most part negated. Alright, it is 2-sided blade, okay. These swords do look 2-sided to me. So that checks out. Monk's the best, but there's too many. Monk usually the best option against a variety of units. Gebetto does feel like a good decision, though, but it won't be Youpudding with the castle. It'll be saymyname with the castle. That'll be a forward castle right on Youpudding's face. That'll control the forward stone. He hasn't scouted the back stone. He should have an idea where it is, though. He knows it's on the map. Oh, okay, saymyname saying, no, this castle can be more forward. Let's go. Won't. Oh, yes, it will. It will hit the TC. That's what happens with Bodkin. They look completely OP. They very much are. Oh, yes. Does my heart well to see a castle that's forward and then placed even more forward. That's what we want to see. Arson on the way. That applies to these guys. They have shielded and unshielded forms. Yep, when they swap when they drop below half HP. The fun thing is when you convert them and then swap, they swap civ bonuses. They swap to your civ. So they lose the healing bonus, but if you're Japanese and you get them to swap, maybe you convert a bunch, mangonel them to get them to swap the below the HP. You will get faster attacking Jin Swordsman. I think the same thing happens with Rathas for the Bengalis. And also for Trebs, but that's not as interesting because everyone has Trebs. Well, not everyone has Trebs anymore. Oh my gosh, what Three Kingdoms Civ would have the best Trebs? So Jin Swordsman, kill villagers, kill knights, raid the eco, don't care about arrow fire, and enjoy having fire archers from that castle that is destroying the TC. So yeah, chat calling the GG. I don't know if that would apply though, Baron. I don't know how that's implemented. If it's all Trebs or just traction Trebs. Woo Trebs with extra shots do sound good. And they do, of course, have redemption, so they can convert the Trebs. And all these knights killed by the tower, by the TC. The raid from Youpudding is stopped. Another forward castle from saymyname. Let's go on another TC. There's the GG, and saymyname ties it up 1-1. And Zeta2, thank you for the sub.
Highwaymen preying on helpless travelers. What has become of our homeland?
Gosh, why should we say his name, by the way? Because that's what the name tells you to do. Saymyname's a responsible guy. He wouldn't lie to you. He knows it's a good idea to say his name. Alright, so let me just make sure we do one more ad so that Twitch is appeased and doesn't play it during the next game. And update this scoreboard for the tie. So that was a win for saymyname on High Tides, and we'll have African River as the final game. Win for the Woo, loss for the Malians. And is this Malay Inca? That would be interesting. No, his name was Yellow, but he's always used Say My Name and Yellow. It has nothing to do with the joke on T90. That's just T90's chat liking to troll him. Alright, chat. We are back. Oh, I can hear myself. Don't monitor that. Alright. So, press F5 to pay respects. Alright. So, we went from 500 viewers to 0. Lovely. Thanks, Capture Age. Before we do anything, I'm going to grab my Capture Age logs and submit them to the Capture Age team because this is a fresh crash. And Capture Age. Let me see. Yeah, press F5 to pay respects. We're back. Restart. Let's see. Let me find how I grab the logs. Wait a minute. Hold on. Should be, there we are. Alright, time to do some bug reporting. Alright, and to whom do I send these? Hold on. Before I open Capture Age again, these will be the logs. And there we are. This is you. Drag this over. Just had a fresh crash. Here are the logs. Alright, and Twitch is going to play an ad. Twitch, I'm sorry about the ad. Well, oh gosh, this browser source needs to be refreshed. What is this draft doing? Alright, so I'll need a minute to reset everything. Oh god. OBS, what are you doing? There we go. So what did we have here? It was Youpudding 1 Game 1, saymyname 1 Game 2. What were the civs? That was Dravidians, Malians, Woo, Koreans. 1-1. Yeah, lucky you don't need to have 50 tabs open as a streamer. Alright, streamer bot. We'll restart the bot. That'll get started. And y'all can hear me on the microphone alright, right? There's no background anything. Hopefully we're good there. So, where were we? Oh yeah, Zeta2. Thank you for the sub. That was a thing. Mic is muted, can't hear. Oh my gosh. I think it's just Dave might have joined for a second. We're muted. All right, no, we're not. Oh, YouTube. I need to look at my YouTube chat. Let me reopen YouTube. Oh, yay, my browser reopened all the same tabs. How lovely. Let me say hi to YouTube again. Yay, he returns. Victory horn with the sub horn was well timed. Why was that message held for review? Alright, so yeah, YouTube. YouTube tells me I still have 104 viewers. YouTube better than Twitch at retaining viewers during crashes, it would seem. So, right. Who's ready for game number 3? Who's ready for game 3? I know I'm ready. I hope my PC's ready. I hope Capture Age is ready. Let's launch the game, open Capture Age. Let's hope this doesn't crash my PC again. Come on, Capture Age, you can do it. You can be opened without crashing the PC. There, Dave comes ready. Elevid's ready. Bear Beats Meat is ready. Type of 14 in the chat if you're ready. Re-engage the chat engagement stats for Twitch. See, I'm launching DE right now. We all know DE takes a good while to launch. All right, the code I need to run to set the overlays here. Good. DE still waiting to launch. I got Age of Mythology wants to update. Age of Mythology's had some weird DLC. They have like some Battle Pass games as a service, modern gaming industry thing going on. It's really quite disturbing. Alright, so African River will be the third map. And let me just see, can Capture Age open and not crash, please? Okay. So far, so good. And okay. I think we have it. Let me just set the name as African River. And double check we're good in OBS. I think we are. On-screen celebration. All right, are you ready? Both my chats, 14. And game number 3. Hopefully, let us hope. Let's look on the bright side. The bright side is now the crash gave extra logs that I can send to the Capture Age team to help debug and fix the problem. So, we may look to a future where this does not happen. One day, we may have the technology to watch this game from 1999 without our PCs with a 5080 GPU running out of VRAM and crashing. Extra logs. If only they were logarithms that made us happy and not debug logs, but oh well. We're back. Welcome back, everyone who's still watching. And we will have Say My Name to the west as the Red Inca. Thank you, Eastern Sandork, for the follow. Thank you very much. And then we'll have Youpudding to the east as the Blue Malay. And I do have the clan name there. Why don't I do one thing? Just so that he fits on the scoreboard at the top of the screen. Let me just write his name as Youpudding. I like it when the names fit and don't disappear. And that's why I put the team name down at the bottom over here, so you can see the team name without needing a clan tag in front of the name, and fits on the UI better, hopefully. That's the hope. You're here only for the extra logs, yes. Both CA and DE are not from 1999. My PC crashes like it did in 1999. So, what are we going to have on African River? Inca versus Malay. I really do like the Malay on this map, and usually I like them against the American civs, but maybe these slingers for the Inca could deal with Karambit warriors if they pop out. Yeah, hello again, everyone. So, 8 berries on this map. That's a pretty good, generous mill you can make. But usually you do fish. Extra line of sight on the Malay docks could actually be a sick bonus for this map if you see enemy forward docks or fires running around more quickly. What makes a god tier PC crash? Memory leaks in Capture Age. And I know I'm not the only one who has this. Whenever Hera was casting, I know he was casting Red Bull a lot. I saw my viewers' spikes increase and then go back down when his PC crashed from Capture Age. So even though we lost viewers today, sometimes we actually gain viewers because other people's PCs crash. So on the net, I'm not sure if it's actually a benefit or a detriment to us, but I would still like to have the issue fixed. So some Vills poked very early, Vill plus Eagle. Nice strategy from saymyname to go for the lumber camp, and he'll try to wall it in, actually. Wall on the other side, no loom for Youpudding. And that Eagle and Vill will force Youpudding to run back to his TC with a couple of injured Vills. 3 HP left. He didn't quite get a kill, but he did at least cause some mayhem. Did cause some mayhem. And some palisades going up for saymyname. He'll wall around to the stone. And get a few more palisades. Keeping him safe. As a couple of militia pop out and the eagle keeps wandering around. The scout maybe will push in some ostriches. Extra logs means more wood, which means more farms. We sound like we were in good shape. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Gotta keep your spirits high during the crashes. Keep your spirits of the law high while it crashes. Okay, maybe don't keep him high. No, that's... Let's rephrase that. Ostrich being pushed in by the eagle. And trying to get the ostrich over to the left side of the TC. And we'll have a nice push there. Spirit of the logs. And I do enjoy seeing the palisades there in front of that lumber camp. Something about that just feels good. Feels like we have a quality Dark Age of Age of Empires when that's the type of shenanigans we see. And behind this, what do we not have for the Malay? A dock. No dock for them. Loom, and this looks to be just a fast up behind 2 militias. We do have the dock for saymyname, and he clicks feudal first. That doesn't mean he'll reach feudal first, but he does click first. And we'll probably have a good drop-off of food here. And a tiny bit of idle time for Youpudding. 5:01, and he is up. 3 more seconds of idle time than saymyname, but he will indeed beat him up by around a Vill's worth of timing, around 25 seconds. And a couple of militia running out towards the dock as the Vills run away from the dock. Honestly, I'm just happy that my PC didn't crash during that front page stream. That would have been Omega disaster. Imagine if we hit our peak at like 49,500 viewers and then crashed. We'd need our own version of the -7k emote. So Drush on this map. The dock does not produce any warship in the Dark Age, so gives you some freedom with your militia and scout to harass enemy fishing ships. And there's you putting up to the feudal age, and still no dock from him, but liking the aggression he has so far, will destroy a fishing ship. And that's a pretty big loss. Oh, he doesn't pursue it. Well, the fishing ship is slower than the scout in the feudal age, so the scout could have destroyed it, no problem. Just decided to turn back. Men-at-Arms on the way for saymyname. Youpudding can't quite afford that just yet. Can try to get some shots from his TC on the militia. And saymyname looks fairly walled out aside from the eagle right now. Could loop around the back, but that's a pretty big distance. And Vill on the hill will survive against the eagle. And the watchtower going up for saymyname. Where is your middle dock? No middle dock yet, our base. As the militia now converge on saymayname's tower. Ooh, might get a Vill kill. That's 5 militia. The man-at-arms upgrade's on the way. That tower is not in range of the TC. There is 1 archer there. Will 1 archer defend against 5 men-at-arms? The upgrade's not in yet. If he had had the upgrade just a bit earlier, might have been tempted to camp the base of the tower. He's thinking about running back towards it, but can't quite get it. On the other side, the men-at-arms do loop around. They are attacking the walls by the berries. Pretty low, but not something that Youpudding will want to engage. And still, that low HP fishing ship returns with that 11 food back to the dock to fish again. And we do have a forward dock now from Youpudding. Added in a forward dock with that Vil. And we'll add in a fire galley as there is a hole on the wood line. The men-at-arms not doing a stand ground patrol, just doing a stand ground. But they will at least put a bit of fear into saymyname's mind as they look to push Vils awkwardly into a tighter position on the lumber camp where they can't chop as well. The middle ducks. Isn't that insulting in some cultures, the middle ducks? Not here in Jersey, but some other places. Which tower isn't on the hill? This one isn't on the hill. Is it cracked terrain? That is a great question, and I will have to check the map script for how it's implemented. It's one of those things Arbase told me not to worry about after I had noticed it, but depends on how the terrain is masked. You can put two terrains on top of each other, and the bottom terrain is the properties, and the top terrain is just visual. And it can be really hard to tell apart which is which. Stuff like that is the type of thing that... this wasn't originally my map. And if I'm not rewriting the map entirely from scratch, it's the type of thing that's kind of easy for me to miss. And maybe I should do a better job of just making sure I'm searching for cracked terrain in the map script ahead of time. So the men-at-arms do finally break in near the lumber camp, but not able to do too much as they're chased away by a group of archers and skirms. And they are very low on HP right now. Vil's still in the middle. I would love the middle dock for demos right now, with Vil still working on the shorefish. There is fletching for saymyname. Yeah, it's not less armor, it's they take extra bonus damage. It's like a hill bonus. It's a 20% extra damage for being on cracked terrain. But whether or not this terrain counts as cracked or not, there does appear to be some mixing and masking going on there, so I'm not sure which is which. Yeah, they're the technical correction. We have to be the best type of correct. So fire is here from Youpudding, that forward dock doing work, attacking the dock of saymyname. As saymyname continues looping around and pushing Youpudding off of berries. Res collected still pretty close, but saymyname is slightly ahead. And with the tower in the back, Youpudding has a safe area to retreat to. But as we saw earlier, 8 forage bushes, so you can stay on the berries a long time, and it does hurt to be pushed off of them. And we see saymyname able still to stay on the forage bush patch. And he has a Vil in the back still. Could go for a forward dock. Okay, so both players have now docked opposite sides of the pond. And will be fishing there. The dock finally defended by saymyname as he repairs a fire. And oh, we'll have a third dock from Youpudding. Youpudding doesn't see that. But extra line of sight from the Malay dock will be great. So saymyname isn't aware of this dock. I wonder if Youpudding will see that. Oh my gosh, look at that beautiful box formation. The men-at-arms, the archers, the skirms. A work of art. Can we expect... Youpudding has been playing fairly standard so far. Oh no, the dock just misses it by a tile. We'll see the fishing ships though. And there is an outside tower from Youpudding. Could use... If he had town watch, he'd see it. I don't think he sees the dock yet. Oh, he's so close to seeing it. If the archers were to attack from closer and give the I'm being attacked by the unit vision, he'd see it. But now he sees the fishing ship appearing out of nowhere. So if he's paying attention, he'll know it's there. Fletching for Youpudding. And Vil count still 43 to 43. saymyname pulling a bit farther ahead in eco. More fire galley fights here. Looks like saymyname retaking the water. And Youpudding thinking of running the fishing ships and trying to get them back to his safer dock to the northeast as he's adding in another mining camp. And Vil repairing the fire galley for saymyname. And double bit axe there. 3 Youpudding. And still the army number is greater for saymyname. Youpudding did make a good decision to go to that back gold so he doesn't need to stay under the tower rush. And Malay still do have the bonus that they can stay in the feudal age longer, and with the fast uptiming, make up a difference if saymyname uses the market first. There is Town Watch for Youpudding. And a market up for Youpudding as well. And, oh, coming back on the water. Destroys 1 fire. The Vils are going to attack. I don't think that's too good. You still need a demo. Players, I've noticed a distinct lack of demos from players in TTL whenever they'd be useful. And it will indeed be saymyname clicking up first as he uses the market. Attacking over the relic and pushing the fire back to the dock where there is a repairville. And I'd love to see demos on. Imagine a demo there from Youpudding 2 Vils, 2 fishing ships. Oh, that would be brilliant. He's doing another fire galley, though. And on the shallows, players really need demos. Yeah, the fire galley will destroy some fishing ships. So that's the boring way. That's the boring way. These archers still a nuisance on the berries, keeping Youpudding away from foraging. And also now, coming around to hit the gold. You can't get back to the gold. I can't at least try to take the wood line. Maybe we should think about walling there, but it looks like he wanted to wall up by the market, but wasn't able to finish the wall in time. This hill is still a great vantage point for saymyname, but as the Malay will be faster than saymyname to the castle age, thanks to that uptiming bonus, really saving him, helping him make a comeback. What if we just did a map that only allowed demos? That would be very sad after the DLC releases next week. Pull up with elephants. I mean, the Inca could then go Kameyuks, but yes, let's see some elephants. 100% agreed. You putting up to the castle age. I say my name up to castle, crossbow, and town watch both on the way. And another TC on the outside for saymyname. And better army for saymyname, though. Elite skirm for Youpudding, but he needs to wait for that upgrade. He needs to wait for the upgrade. Crossbow is hit first for saymyname. So he has crossbows. Elite skirm still a whiles away. And the eagles might make it hard for the skirms. This could be dangerous for Youpudding as this army loops around. The Vil counts are still the same, but it's the army numbers that really are giving the advantage to the Inca player with that cheaper military. Okay, demos, saymyname. You need some demos. Lure this army with the fishing ships and hit him with a demo. Oh, we need a demo. Youpudding. Of all the players in silver, you're the one who needs to do the demo for us, but no, sadly, saymyname will leave the water and not get hit by a demo. In some city ruins, there is a map called City Ruins. I've used that for the Civ Builder free-for-alls before. I think it's a pretty fun FFA map. And bruh is Yan, thank you for the follow. Okay, low HP Vils hit by the fire galleys. I'll try to run. One goes down. The other two still fishing, they're not running. And saymyname will add a TC in the back. So 1, 2, 3 TCs for saymyname, as his crossbow is still everywhere they can be in Youpudding's eco. Youpudding with the skirms trying to fend them off. A few Vils trying to destroy the tower so he can take his main gold. He'll finally regain access to it. Well, he needs to think about TCs of his own so he doesn't fall behind in eco. With the skirms, he can counter the crossbows for now. That gives him a bit of breathing room before the mangonel fight starts. But the eagles will be a problem. The eagles will be a big problem as the Malay don't have a quick answer to them. They have a great answer in karambits, but you need to be prepared for that with a castle, and 0 Vils on stone with only 70 in the bank for Youpudding. He's nowhere close to a castle. Water Nomad just galleys? It'll be galleys and hulks next patch, our base. Skill mill for saymyname. As we'll also have crossbow for Youpudding. Scarums pick the crossbows. Eagles run around, and the mangonel comes forward. 3 fire galleys for saymyname. And a mangonel from the back. Ooh, gets out of the way. We'll repair the mangonel as the eagle goes down. The scrims can come back and attack the eagles and crossbows, maybe. The mangonel, will it get a shot on the crossbows? A good mangonel shot could save Youpudding here. But his own units are blocking the pathing. And a good mangonel shot the other way could also end the game. Saymyname looking for the mangonel shot. Gets 1 crossbow. Oh, both players focusing completely on the mangonels here. Mangonel gets a couple of vills. It's now about a 10 vill lead for... Oh, for saymyname, Youpudding falling apart here. Mangonel hits the vill and the outpost.
Apa sasananya Baginda?
Yeah, imagine the demo shot possibilities. Oh, Mangonel gets the hit. Crossbows on the hill want to hit the vills. Youpudding at least gets a TC, but a TC just in time to be castle dropped with the cheap Inca castles. And now just about a 20 vill lead for saymyname. This is looking kind of GG. Looking almost GG. The castle can do bodkin and it'll hit the TC. It might hit the TC anyway. There's a bow saw for Youpudding, but it's a bow saw of desperation as the Inca castle with the llamas on the side will show no mercy towards that TC. Start filling it with arrows. And 2 coffees, please. Ooh. I had 2 coffees today. There are llamas? Yeah, llamas. Look, right at the edge of the castle. Llamas on the side. Some lovely llamas. Everyone loves llamas, right? Those are chairs. Those are llamas. You can't sit on them. On the side of the castle. I wish the castle itself were larger. But at least it has llamas. Makes it better than the Malay castle. Yeah, Inca Malay, it's my matchup of my 2 least favorite castles. At least the Inca one's not that bad since it has llamas. And Blacksmith for the Malay goes down. Squire's on the way for the Eagles. And I don't think I can see Karambits in the future for this Malay game. How wide did I ever find that castle adornment? Twitch chat, they pointed out to me. And there's a GG from Youpudding as saymyname recovers from a game 1 loss to win 2-0. And congrats to him. Inca over the Malay. Cheap military, and the early fishing eco worked out for him. Youpudding attempting to skip the dock. Didn't get the value he needed from it. And that'll be our final game from today, so we actually can go and look at the standings now. So let me tab over to the overlay for a moment. Was I watching a rec or streaming? I was casting a rec while streaming. Alright, is Gabi's game? Yes, Gabi's games already happened. We casted them earlier. So that'll be a loss for Youpudding on his home map. And for the civs, that's oh, that's a check mark I had there. Should be a skull. A loss for the Malay and a win for the Inca. So where is this Wikipedia page that I want to check out for silver? It is right here. And display capture there. So silver, where are we at? Are all of these games added? We'll have, this was just Group B. Saymyname tied with Kimbito 9-3 for points. Did the two of them play already? Yes, they did, and Saymyname won. So Saymyname looking, he's 4-0, looking to go 5-0 and move up to gold. The rest, Chart, Survivalist, Youpudding, Ozone, Kimbito. Chart kind of unfortunate, lost 3 sets 1 and 2 and only has 3 wins. But at least he still has 2 more sets to go against Ozone and Youpudding, so some chance to make up some ground, avoid being relegated. Ozone's only at 5 points and Youpudding at 4, so still chances for Chart. Survivalist looking a bit rough though, since he has only Saymyname left. And Saymyname has been looking like the best player so far in the group. Yeah, Chart Ozone will be a huge series for both. If Chart gets a sweep there, then he moves in front of Ozone. So still good chances for Chart. Over, let's see, Group A, Blue still dominant there. AntagonisT is up now in second. And Niaz, Target, Goku, and Baba Urum. Baba Urum there at the bottom. Group C, we have HuCL securely in first. Gabi and Kozmonot, we casted that earlier today. Gabi will be now in third with a 2-1 loss to Kozmonot. However, in the final week, she is against Lamo. And since both players are behind HuCL, and Lamo has looked to be the weakest player so far, good chance that Gabi gets a sweep. But unfortunate for her that she also loses the tiebreaker then, both to HuCL and to Kozmonot. Potentially both in sets 1, but also in head-to-head tiebreaker. So first it's points, then it's sets, and then it's head-to-head. Tiebreakers... Yeah, games 1, sets 1, head-to-head. And then finally, Group D, Stark casted him the other night. 11-1, 1 single loss. Congrats to Nawe for picking up a win against Stark. Still pretty competitive there. Stark's final week will be against Dennis, but he has already clinched. Still a reason for him to play, though, because it's $10 a game in silver, so he can still pick up a bit more of a prize pool. So, alright, thank you all for watching today. Isn't Youpudding? Yes, Youpudding is the player who did the Sergeant Sicilian's Rush. And made that famous. So tomorrow we start at 16 GMT. We have 2 sets then, Valessa Wide and Goku and Niaz. And we have lots of sets throughout the day. Jordan Margugu at 18:30. That'll be a highlight. Try to make sure we catch that live. Classic Pro Kasfa at 17 GMT. So we might get like 2 sets, then Jordan Margugu. Then there's a couple sets after that. Ganji, Uzi, and Fire Sobek. So we'll do a lot of casting tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total sets. Don't know if I'll have the stamina for all of them, but I'll do my best. The Jordan set is Rex. You'll upload it after the 17 GMT set. Oh, perfect. Then we should be well timed to do a 16 to 17 might be tight. Well, 16, 17 Rex, and then whatever's after that, and then more Rex. So, thank you all for watching. Apologies for the crash. Shame that we had that crash right before the final game, but we'll live through it. So we'll end the stream on YouTube and we'll raid someone on Twitch. So thank you all very much for watching.